Antihistamines block H1 histamine receptors, preventing allergy symptoms, runny nose, watery eyes. Side effects include drowsiness, dry mouth, and urinary retention. Drug toxicity, any severe adverse drug event, often mediated by overdose. Reactions are often extensions of therapeutic effect. Patient taking too much insulin equals hypoglycemia. Allergic reactions, mediated by immune system, requires prior sensitization where patient is exposed to allergen drug. Upon subsequent exposure, an allergic reaction occurs. Mast cells release chemical mediators such as histamine. Reactions can vary from itching rash to life-threatening anaphylaxis, bronchospasm, edema, and severe hypertension. Intensity is independent of dosage size. Small dose can produce severe allergy. Idiosyncratic reaction, reactions that occur rarely and unpredictably. Genetic polymorphisms account for majority of idiosyncratic reactions. Examples of genetic polymorphisms that cause idiosyncratic reactions: CYP to C9, polymorphism decreasing metabolism, 15%, Caucasians. CYP to D6, poor metabolizers, 10%, African American, Caucasian. Patients do not experience pain relief when taking codeine, drug metabolized by CYP to D6, morphine. Glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency, G6-PDH, enzyme important in red blood cell metabolism. Deficiency common in African, Middle Eastern. Patients with deficiency may have red blood cell hemolysis with certain analgesics, aspirin, or antimalarial drugs. Carcinogenic effects, ability of a drug to cause cancer. Few drugs are carcinogenic. Diethylstilbestrol, DES, used to be given to prevent spontaneous abortion, is high-risk pregnancies. Years later, female offspring equal vaginal, uterine cancer. Mutagenic effects, changes DNA and often carcinogenic or teratogenic. Drugs that aren't carcinogenic or teratogenic may receive approval for use from regulatory agencies if there is sufficient evidence of safety from preclinical studies. Teratogenic effects produce birth defects or impair fertility. Defects include behavioral and metabolic defects. Sensitivity to teratogens changes during development. Gross malformation typically occurs in the first trimester. Exposure during second and third trimesters usually disrupts function as opposed to gross anatomy. Drug transfer across placenta is greatest in third trimester. Surface area for transfer between maternal and fetal circulation increases as placenta develops.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am doing my live stream again. I apparently hit the wrong button. I stopped streaming instead of started recording, so I apologize about that. And I am back on. I believe that X and Twitch is still recording, so they've got all of my mistakes without any faltering. You guys have the deep dark secret of a guy who's streaming and screwed up. So let me go ahead and get things kicked off and started. Now, like I said before, I am currently working on getting my things taken care of. I've backed off of live streaming. If you've noticed, I've only been doing it for one or streaming live once a week, and the reason why I'm doing that is I'm taking a break from doing live streams and working on my channels, as well as working with Minds Gaming, Bob Dubbin within the vacuum on Mint Me, and figuring all that out. Now, I was saying, and people on Twitch and X will probably hear me again say it again, but I am working on, or I have figured out how to get my tokens off of MintMe, their platform, and into my wallet. But at the moment, I haven't figured out how to do any kind of converting tokens. You know what I mean? There's no way of converting them over to other currencies and stuff like that yet. So I'm still working on it, trying to figure it out. But that's the kind of thing I'm doing with MintMe, and I started doing that with Minds Gaming and Bob Dub and Within the Vacuum, and they've been helping me with figuring out how to get everything onto the to my wallet, and that is MetaMask. I've got it hooked up to where the WoW token that I created is able to go onto my MetaMask as well. I can send my MintMe tokens to MetaMask as well. So that's how I'm doing that. Other than that, I haven't been trying it with Uniswap or anything of that nature. Now, with MetaMask as well, a good thing to point out is, or not MetaMask, but MintMe. Bob Dub has been working with Minds Gaming to where he is able to, or where they've able to set up, they were able to set up tutorials so that if anybody wants to transfer their tokens off of the platform onto their MetaMask wallet, they can do it. If you can't, or if you go on my channel that I have called Wonderful World of Weirdness, in the community section, I've been posting links to their videos that they've been doing about it. It's tutorials that'll guide you through it. Now you can find Bob Dub on X for Bob Dub on Minds, or you can find her on Minds.com. You can also find her on YouTube. She has her own channel there as well. She's got one on Rumble, and you can find her there. But the best way to find her is on YouTube under Bob Dub. Now you can also get in touch with Minds Gaming directly too if you want to. He's on Minds.com. He goes. He's got Minds Underground, and he also has the Imaginarium, something Imaginarium. They've always got these weird names. Everybody on Minds does. I'm pulling it up right now. Infinite Imaginarium. That's what it's called. You can find him there on Minds Chat. So that's a good way of getting in touch with him and trying to get things sorted out. Now, other than the MintMe, I've also been working on setting up new graphics and things of that nature with Blender. Been going through doing some animations. I finally was able to do the marble floor that I wanted to do for Bob Dub. She's got a glitch account, and she's trying to make a VR kind of room with a marble floor and all of her NFTs is what she's wanting to create of her portraits and stuff. So she's got that going on. I've been I did the marble floors. I'm also trying to help with setting up Dude Where's My Wallet's lounge, as well as their house or apartment. So those are two things that are in process, and I've been doing the coding for that, which I'm not really happy about talking about code, but I've been doing a little bit more coding, getting into frickin' Blender, doing some Blender there. I've also done like that emblem that's right there in the middle of the screen. That's something I've done. As a matter of fact, all of that is something that I've done. So I've done that with Blender, making my own animations and stuff. Well, I finally got into it, set up some new introductions, intros and outros and background videos, played around with some audio visualization so that when I do my streams you can see my voice with a waveform. Um, and I've got that in process now. I've gone through and I started working on old um, channels that I had on YouTube that I'm getting back into shape, putting content on it. One is one that I stopped using a long time ago, but I figured I would give it a go. I've come up with a different concept for it. It's called Earth. Years and years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was doing gardening videos on there. So if you guys do go on there, please do not look at those videos. They are horrible. They involve me gardening, and you do not want to see Roger Hanson gardening. Okay, trust me. So that's what I'm doing there. Now with this one, I am coming at it from. Well, see, what it was is I have another channel called The Praetorian where at first it was supposed to be about politics. And eventually a lot of the stuff happened with politics to where I basically got disgusted by it and didn't want anything to do with it. So I tried to stop doing politics on that channel, and I got into science and history, philosophy, and things of that nature. Because those are things that I like to do if you haven't noticed, you know. So I kept on trying to do that for a few years, and here in the last year I got back into talking about political history and politics and things of that nature with Mark Edworthy, and that ended up having me come across this stuff where I decided I'm going to open up Earth, and instead of putting the ancient history and the science stuff on the Praetorian, I'm going to put it on Earth. So I'm going to have my gardening videos with ancient history and science, as well as another series that I'm putting out that has to do with some of the stuff me and Bob Dub covered on my channel that had to do with duality, and that series is called Hummingbirds and Bumblebees, and I've started on that. So I've got the first 2 episodes set up for that, as well as the first 2 episodes for ancient history. Besides doing Earth, I'm also starting up my storyteller channel again, which I was doing last year, and this is going to be short stories. I'm also going to go over a writer who has written a book. I'm going to do a narration of his book. It's John G. from Minds.com, and he ended up putting out a cool book that he allowed me to do a narration on, and that book is called The Wall House Curse, I believe is the name of it. But yeah, it's called the Wall House Curse. The wall as in WAHL house curse. I've been going through it and getting it set up, so far it's looking pretty decent. I've got the first episode that's already been published. It's on YouTube, and if you guys want to watch it, just check it out. It's on the Storyteller. If you want to find it, just go into my channel's description. I believe it's on the bottom part of it, on my timeline thing, whatever, down below where it shows other channels that I support. It's on there. if not, I'll be posting it. If you see it, click on it and watch it, so, because I post all the time. Here lately, I've been posting on MintMe as well as X. All my stuff is also going up on Rumble. Here lately, I haven't been doing any posts whatsoever on Odyssey, but I have been doing my live streams on here, so I can get back to that later on, but at the moment I just want to get my videos onto Rumble and onto X, and that's been a job and a half. So that is where I have been going with Blender lately. I've got a lot of good stuff coming up. I've done the background for Earth as well as the storyteller, where it's set up in podcast format basically. Some of it has slideshows, some of it has animations, but it also has the waveform to where when the stories or when somebody's talking, you'll see the waveform for their voice as it appears. So it's pretty cool. I think it is. And on Earth, I created a holographic Earth that rotates. Now on that one, I did it to where the Earth doesn't just rotate in a circular motion, because the Earth doesn't really rotate like that, you know what I mean? So I put an actual rotation on it to where you'll see it rotating. I thought that was pretty cool too, so that's what I've been doing. Now also I went through and I did some stuff with PermaWeb, and I also had an episode where I was showing off my chat. Now I've put a hold on the chat because I'm having issues now being able to use the apps that are involved with it, with Element. So I'm going through and working with Mark Edworthy and Tan. We're trying to get some stuff worked out on that, try to get it up and going. But the chats are still there, it's just they're not public, and that's because it's not ready. Once it's ready, we'll open it up to the public. I do want to eventually be able to use that when it comes to getting my people, or getting my streams up and going, you know what I mean, to where if people want to make a comment or something in the chats, they can just go in there and chat it out, and I can answer them if I need to. So those are some of the stuff that I have going on, and with that being said, I guess I can get started with the outline that I wanted to present. I covered about 20 minutes of that, plus messing up on my recording / stream. Thank goodness I caught on to that, or I would have been running around with my head like a chicken with my head cut off, or sitting in here talking and not realizing that my stream wasn't even videotaping, so it could have been a nightmare. But anyhow, let me double check. Everything seems to be up and going. So first thing I want to talk about is the gaming part. I've actually been doing 3 games at the moment, and for anybody who sees me gaming, they know how I usually do it. My gaming is basically kind of like my live streams. It's a variety. It's kind of like variety gaming, and I do Let's Plays and stuff of that nature. But what I usually do is I take 3 games and I'll stream 10 videos of each game at the same, 10 of this game, and then switch to the next one, do 10 of that game, and then switch to the third one, the last one, and do 10 of them. And then I'll go back to the first one and I'll do 10 of them, and then onward, and then the third time, and I call them rounds, where I do them in the rounds. So what I usually do is that, and the first 3 games that I started on was Doom, and then I ended up doing For Honor as well as Assassin's Creed Unity. Now, what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to talk to you guys about these games and what I enjoyed about them and what I didn't enjoy about them. So that, and just basically things that you need to watch out for with them, because especially with Doom. Doom was the one that I really do need to give people warnings about on that game. Now, Doom, when you go in there and they have the recommended settings, this is what you need to know. Okay, at the beginning of the game, they tell you to adjust the name Doom to where it's just barely visible. Now, it's fine if you want to do that, okay, but be prepared for it to be extremely dark if you do that. It'd be hard to see things. Now, a lot of people who get on streaming, they always turn that up so that people can see the streams and stuff. But for me, what happened for me is I went according to the recommendations and I made it barely visible and everything was dark. And I was fine with that until it started getting complicated and it started getting hard. And I kept having the urge to switch it back, and start over with the brightness up. But for me, as I kept playing it, it started feeling like if I did that, it would be like a cop out, because this is the recommended settings that the game suggests, So basically, with that game, for my gameplay in it, I kept it at the recommended settings, and the game was really dark. Okay. Now, that's the thing I just wanted to warn everybody about. If you don't want to play that game in a really, really dark environment, then don't follow the recommended settings when it comes to that, because if you do, it's going to be real dark and hard to see. So, with that being in mind, I also want to bring up things like about the map. Okay, now the map on this game is cool, but it's something that you also have to get used to, like navigating on the map and trying to figure out where you're at. That's something that you have to do. You have to get used to using it, especially if you go according to the recommended settings and everything's dark, because you're going to get lost real easy. And there's things that you're going to have to be able to do, like go through corridors that are real low and things of that nature. I actually had to go on and watch another person's tutorial in order to find out a few things, because it was so dark in the game that I couldn't frickin' tell what I needed to do, like a little crawl space that I had to jump up to instead of bend down and go through, I didn't know where that was, so I did it twice, and, I'm okay with it. It's just, I'm an older player. I'm like 51, and back whenever I started playing games, you just didn't do stuff like that. That was cheating. It's more acceptable now than what it used to be, is all I've got to say. So, but that's just me. Don't listen to me. I'm just running my mouth. But anyhow, the map is pretty cool though. It's really, I was really impressed with this game, because I remember the original game, and this game made me feel really good, because not too many of the older games that I've played the newer games that they've remade for them haven't really stood up compared to the older ones, you know what I'm saying? But this one did. It made me feel real good about it. Now, with the game being so dark when I was playing it, I do have to say that the Foundry became a bit confusing. But the darkness, like I said, had a lot to do with that. I ended up getting lost, not being able to figure out what I needed to do, and that was because of that little crawl space I was telling you about. I had to jump up into this crawl space that was up high in the air, and I didn't even know it was there. I couldn't see it because it was too dark. And I had a lot of issues with that when I was going through and playing the game because it was really, really dark and it was hard to see things. I even had a few comments about it, but I explained it to him, look, it's the recommended settings. This is what the game suggested I set it at, and that's why it ended up happening, So besides that, they also, mentioned it in the comments about the whole darkness thing and how I was able to actually fight and stuff. And it's a completely different experience than what I've seen other people play with it being lit up, because you see your enemies when the room's all lit up. You don't have to worry about it. But like when it's dark, they're creeping around you and it's hard to see them. So you have to literally find out where they're at and kill them. And you can't sit still. You know what I mean? So you do have to fight them and figure out where they're at and make sure that you're in a safe spot to where you don't get attacked from behind and things of that nature. I thought that was interesting there, and I guess with it lit up, it would take away that aspect, So in that point of view, I can see why it would be better to have it dark instead of lit up, because then you're taking away from the game if it's lit up and you can see where all the enemies are. So now another thing I do want to say that I was really impressed with, and I love this, this game had an effective punch. Now with punching and using like pistols and stuff like that, in most games pistols aren't worth shit. There's very few games that I've played where pistols are actually worth having. Now I'll say it on here, their little ray gun, that was completely worthless. The gun that you got when you first started, it's just a piece of crap, not worth using. But the punch, the actual walking up and punching demons, was very effective. I found that more useful in the game than I did any of the weapons. Okay, it's very effective, very useful, and it was refreshing for me to actually play a game where the punch was more important than actually using an automatic weapon. You know what I mean? So that was pretty cool. I like games where they let you use like a smaller weapon and it's really, really good. So that's one thing that I do want to mention. Now, the ammunition on this game is very, very limited too. Like, you're not going to always have the amount of ammunition that you need, so that's where the punching would be really important. Figure out how to do the punching and get it down pat, because you're going to run out of ammunition. You'll get ammunition. It's everywhere, you know what I mean? And besides that, but when you, I noticed too, like whenever you shoot an enemy, the stuff that drops out of them isn't as abundant as if you go up and you knock them out with your fist. When you knock them out of your fist, health and everything comes falling out of their body, and it goes into you and it heals you and stuff of that nature. So when I was able to punch, that would happen and I would get healed. So while I'm getting ambushed and hit by all these other aliens, I'm getting health put back into me at the same time, which was very helpful. But just be aware, ammunition is very limited. So what I ended up doing is I ended up being more dependent on my punches and less dependent on using my weapons. Now, as time went by, I learned to use them in combination and be a little bit more conservative when it comes to shooting my guns. I thought that was pretty good how that worked out. Now the chainsaw on there is cool as hell, but I'll tell you right now, one thing it's very important for some of the people that you fight in this game. So don't just go around sawing people up. You know what I mean? Pick your fights when it comes to using that chainsaw, because there's stronger enemies that you're going to have to kill, and that chainsaw is going to be perfect for just slashing into them and cutting them in half. Just right down the middle. Saw them right down the middle and laugh about it. You know, it's you just do that, and you just take care of that, and everything will be perfectly fine. So the 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 thing I had to learn was to hold off on that chainsaw until you had to work with or you came across these enemies and used it on them, because chainsaws um, they can barely or rarely be used because they run out of fuel like after one use, and after that there is no more using it until like you get to another point in the game. I guess I wasn't really for sure if like they had fuel that refueled it or what, you know what I mean? It's just at some points it worked, at some points it didn't. But that is what I ended up having to do with the chainsaw. Just be very careful. Make sure you use that chainsaw on um, strong enemies. Don't just use it on any of the enemies you go up against. Overall, I'd have to say that I really did enjoy this game. I enjoyed that new Doom like you wouldn't believe. It's really a fun game. My son ended up giving it to me 2 years ago on my birthday, and it took until just recently before I could actually get into it and play it, because I was backlogged on games that I needed to play and catch up to. But when I finally did play it, I gotta admit, man, he was right on the nose about it. He thought I'd love it, and I did. I loved it. It's a pretty good game. He also recommended Metro to me, and I played that, and it turned out to be a real good game. So I've got to admit, he's got good taste in video games. That is the truth about it. At least the ones I've played so far, they've been pretty good. So with that, I am going to go to my second game, and that second game was For Honor. Okay. Now that game was all right too, but it wasn't as good as what I'd expected it to be. You know, I remember when For Honor first came out, and from the time it first came out until now, or until I finally played the game, I wanted to play that game, and I never got a chance to do it. And I finally got to play the game, and my expectations of it, I guess, weren't or were higher than what they really should have been. And I've always had an issue with setting expectations because of this. You know, I don't like to set expectations because you end up getting disappointed by it, and the outcome usually isn't all that great. But you know, this game, like I said, it was alright, but it wasn't as good as what I expected it to be. The storyline to me seemed like it was too short. There's 3 separate storylines. One for the samurai, one for the Nordic, and then one for the knights. And they're not very long, so I really thought that was something that could have been worked on, you know, because it was just a little bit too much. So I did think that the storyline seemed too short. Now, another thing that seemed to irk me about the game that I really thought could have been done better was the character creation. You know, hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So, I ended up having an issue that took place, and I ended up having to take care of it real quick. But, like I said, the game was alright, but it wasn't what I expected. The storyline seemed too short For Honor. They could have put more into it than what they did, is what I believe. Um, Also, the game didn't have a character creation option either. You would think for a fighting game where it's multiple people fighting against one another, they would have the option to where you could create your own character, but that wasn't a part of it. It was bad enough that my controller ended up screwing up, and I had to learn how to do all of the combinations and fighting and everything with a keyboard and a mouse, but they didn't give you the option to even create your own characters and everything. They were all built in characters that you had to select from, which was, I've had to put up with that before, but at least there was a lot of varieties of characters that you could use, and I didn't find that with this game very much. So that was something that I did have an issue with. I think they could have done a lot better when it came to that, to be honest. But like I said, it wasn't a bad game. It really wasn't. It was an alright game. It's just not what I expected it to be. I expected it to be a lot better. I expected to go into like this multiplayer game where freaking people are on a battlefield and fighting with swords and stuff, because they're fighting. The way you fight on that is really cool, because like if another player swings to the left, you have to block that swing by guarding to the left, you know what I mean, and shifting to the right and up and down and all that. So it's very, very technical, and that's the thing I really wanted to get out of that, was the technical fighting aspect of it all, which it did have. It was very cool. I thought that was great, and that's why I said that it wasn't a bad game at all. They also had a duel part where one-on-one you could go in and battle one person at a one-on-one instead of being in a group meeting. I thought that was really, really cool. So that was something that I thought I would like. Another challenges, and it was mentioned in my comments too, where the challenge seemed kind of quick. And that was something that I did notice too. Like when you go through and you have to do these challenges, the obstacles that you go through aren't really all that hard. They're really easy, and to me, it was more of doing them to build up on my character's points and his level up. You know what I mean? That's basically all it was. They weren't really hard to do or anything of that nature. Now the storylines did have hard times. I ended up having, I'd say I had quite a few tough battles when it came to the storylines, but some of that had to do with me actually learning the game. Then I went from using a controller to literally having to or literally playing the game with my keyboard and my mouse. So I had to transition from working with a gamepad or a controller to doing just straight off the computer, So I had those things going on, but I ended up getting it down pat, and the game ended up doing pretty good. And like I said, it was a good game, but I think it could have done better. I really do believe that. So with that being said, I can go on to my third game. Now, the third game I did was Assassin's Creed Unity. The one thing I did like, which you can find this in pretty much all of the other Assassin's Creeds too, but the game allowed parkour and the ability to move quick, which that's basically every Assassin's Creed game that you ever play, you know what I mean? But that's the one thing I always have enjoyed about it. I enjoyed the parkour that you get out of it, and even though you're supposed to act stealthy in the game, I really never was stealthy. And if anybody who's ever watched me play video games can testify to, I'm not a stealthy gamer. Like, I don't run around being all stealthy and trying to sneak up on them. I do sometimes, don't get me wrong, okay? But it's not really a habit that I practice. I love killing them all. I'll go through and slash and grind, you know. And that's just the way I've always been, you know, in these games. I just... don't get me wrong, I will try the stealth thing, but that's the thing that I really am. I'm a fighter when it comes to these games. So overall, it wasn't any different from the games I've played before, or from the game I played before with Assassin's Creed. Now, the one I played before this was the one with the pirates. And you could be on the ship, and you could jump over to the other ship and get in fights with them on there, and you could steal their ship and take it as your own and stuff. But it didn't have any of this in Unity, so that was the only difference. But other than that, it was basically the same game, you know. Now the fight scenes, they were good. The thing of it is, for me though, is maybe they're a little too good, you know, because I have a tendency of, like I said, not being stealthy and wanting to fight. So they have this thing with the fighting where if somebody's coming down on you with a sword, you can hit block and it'll frickin' block, or parry, and you can parry their attack and then frickin' attack them, you know. And I really love when I can do that, because then you can sit there and fight with them, and when they go to attack you, you just parry and bam, hit them, you know. I always love doing that, and sometimes I get carried away with it. I do like games of that nature. I haven't been able to play too many of them. I played Battle for Middle-earth, which I really liked. I've heard Batman, I believe it is. Batman does it, and a lot of the DC games do it, I guess. But Assassin's Creed does it as well, so that's the one thing I do like about it, was the parry option and being able to do that. I do like the stealth kills and things of that nature as well. Don't get me wrong, I do like doing those things. But like I said, I'm not really... that's not my priority. Like, when I'm supposed to sneak, I usually don't even sneak. But yeah, out of all of it, I would have to say yes, I really did enjoy this game too. Now, as much as I like Doom, no, I didn't. I didn't like it as much as I did like Doom, but I really enjoyed playing Doom. It was a good game. For Honor, it was pretty intense at moments. There were times where I was freaking hyperventilating because the fights got so overwhelming and so... I would like to say that I got freaking to the point where I was tasting blood. You know what I mean? There were fights that were impossibly hard, and I don't know how I got through them, but I ended up doing it. So that one is a little bit tricky, but like I said, it wasn't what I had set my expectations for it to be, you know what I mean? So that could have been the expectation of playing the game compared to what the game ended up being, you know. So it's tough on that one. Maybe if I didn't set my standards high on that one, it would have turned out better, you know. So yeah, with that, those were the 3 games that I'd played. Now I've got to come up with 3 more games that I want to play. And at the moment, earlier I was going to pull up my Steam and look at all the games that I had available and decide on the stream what it was that I was going to do. But I just didn't do it. So now I'm sitting here and I'm telling you that I have to come up with 3 more games, and I've got to do that, and I will have it. I don't have to play these games for, I'd say, about another, I'd say, maybe 3.5 weeks. So within 3.5 weeks, I need to have these games picked and at least started. So I'm ahead of schedule when it comes to my video games. I've got everything scheduled out on YouTube and ready to go. My live streams are going according to schedule as well, but because I've got other projects that I'm working on as well besides my video games, and I try to set everything up to a schedule like I mentioned before in one of my previous episodes. You know, everything's about scheduling and time management for me. So with that, the next thing I can bring up is I can do a little bit of a information thing for everybody. Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Gaming Retro had me do some editing for him today and yesterday. Now, I wanted to let everybody know ahead of time that they are putting out Harry Potter, the old Harry Potter, and I ended up helping them edit their second and third video. I sent the last part of the third video today. So if anybody is into retro gaming, check out Nostalgia Gaming Retro on YouTube, and you can check out his cool Harry Potter videos. I've been doing some retro too. I've got them posting up. I've been doing really good with the Pokemon Gen 1 videos that I've been coming out with. A lot of people seem to like those. I ended up doing it differently than what I've seen most people do it. Most of them do the whole template with, you know, them playing Pokemon and stuff of that nature. But with me, what I ended up doing was going from one battle to the next, just battle after battle, no walking around or anything of that nature. And it seems to be working out pretty good, so I did that, and people seem to be watching it. So hopefully, well, I don't have to say hopefully. I know that they're doing good. I hope they enjoy it. You know, one thing I hate is getting bad comments, trolls, and all of that. It's horrible. It's just something I don't like getting. So. Now, I also do want to mention that Disney Magic Zach has finally come back from his vacation. He went back, I should say, because he came to the United States to Walt Disney in Florida, and he went back to England. He finished his vacation at Walt Disney World, his big dream to go see Cinderella Castle and hang out with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. I don't even know if he's part of Walt Disney World, but Mickey Mouse and all of those guys. So he is coming back. I watched his cooking video that he put out here recently, and I know that he is wanting to come out with new videos about his vacation. So here before long, he's going to be putting out videos concerning his vacation and all the stuff that he did and cool stuff like that. So if you guys are interested in finding out about his journey over here to the United States, because he's an English boy, check him out. It's Disney Magic Zach. Now, I also did a video a while back, or an interview a while back with Zach, and we did the interview with a couple of ladies from England as well, who have their own YouTube channel called Middle Age Magic. It was a really, really long interview, I can just say that much, and most of it was my fault because they started talking about food. And that's one thing you don't do with me. You do not start talking about food, because I can sit for hours and just listen to you talk. Especially if you're female with a British accent. I mean, I'm sorry, hands down. You know, that's just the way it is. I'll turn to butter and listen to every word you have to say just because of your accent. And that's what they did. They started talking about Disney food and all that stuff, and it went on pretty long. So what I ended up doing is I ended up putting these videos on YouTube as well as on Rumble and X at 15-minute intervals. So I cut them down to 15-minute videos, and I published them there when I archived them, instead of having the full 3 or 4 hour long interview. Which, don't get me wrong, it was a long interview, but there were a lot of different topics that we had gotten into, so I was able to cut them down and make them into interesting conversation pieces at a 15-minute limit. You know what I mean? It's not, all of them aren't 15 minutes, but they're close enough to where they're about 15 minutes apiece. So if they aren't, the next one will compensate for it. You know. So that's basically what I had there. Now, with my new streams, like I said, on the my new live streams that I have for the gaming, I've done 3 games, 10 videos at a time, and then start over. And that's basically what I'm doing when it comes to my live stream. If anybody is actually watching those and is wondering what I'm doing, that's how I usually do it. I do 10 videos of this game, 10 videos of this game, then 10 videos of this game, and then I'll start back at the beginning and do the second set of them. So that'd be the 20 to 30, you know, and so forth, or, you know, 10 to 20, and then 20 to 30. Because the reason why I do that is because I've noticed that people have a really, hold on. But yeah, I'm having some issues real quick. No, that I just wanted to explain that so that you guys understood what was going on. And now the another thing that I did want to bring up too was the fact that I mentioned Xbox 360, and I've been mentioning it for a while now, and I've been noticing that nobody has even mentioned hide or hair of it. That's one thing that really kind of interested me. I didn't understand that, so it seems odd to me that they closed down Xbox 360 and nobody has even brought it up. Like, it's not even mentioned. I think that's kind of strange, you know. Um, for me, Xbox 360 was a game console that I know a lot of people actually played. You know, the older group for this new generation, especially, they played a lot of Xbox 360s, and nobody has even mentioned it. And I find that really, really odd that nobody's brought it up. I think that's kind of disturbing too. You know what I mean? Because you would think that would be something in the gaming community that a lot of people would be discussing, but it's not even being mentioned. I mean, I brought it up because I thought it was important, but apparently people are getting sick of Xbox 360. So I am basically going to stop talking about it no more. I guess it wasn't that big of a deal, not to anybody else but me, you know. But I did want to mention that I found it pretty odd that people just pretty much disregarded it like it wasn't even important, you know. So I don't know, you know, if you guys have any thoughts on that, kind of mention it, bring it up in the comment section, because I do find that really, really strange that nobody even mentioned the fact that Xbox 360 got shut down like it did, you know. The fact that they were shutting it down, I could understand, you know. If they weren't making money or anything of that nature, then yeah, that makes sense. But the fact that it got shut down and nobody even brought it up as a conversation piece, you know, that is pretty strange. So that is the end of my gaming part. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm having issues. I take care of my mom, and she's senile as hell, and she keeps coming in here trying to bug me while I'm in the middle of streaming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put some music on here so I can get this straightened out on what's actually happening. And I will be back here in a little bit so that you guys, so that I can get this stuff straightened out. So let me go ahead and switch this all over real quick, and we can put some music on for you guys, and I can be back here in a little bit so that you guys, or so that I can finish this show and get things going. But first I'm gonna have to find some music, and we will be back here in a minute. Be right back. go ahead and switch everything back over to my media source for the slideshow instead of the what we had on before. Now, for this next section, I am going to start getting into some politics. Now, I wanted to start talking about the DNC. Now, I figured I would wait until the DNC was over with and then kind of go over some stuff that I found interesting about this whole situation. Now, I also mentioned earlier about this debate that took place between Donald Trump and Biden before he dropped out of the race, okay? And how horrible it was. Now, this is something that I've noticed, and it is something that is the common theme in this election, okay? A lot of the stuff that's going on is basically useless. And I don't mean that to be hateful. All I'm saying is, like, nothing so far has freaking come out of any of this in any aspect that relates to politics whatsoever. And, here's a good example, like the Rolling Stones, for instance, okay? The Rolling Stones put out an article, and they were telling everybody about the DNC, okay? Now, you would think that these people would go in there and they would want to get the information, considering that the guy who is the journalist is his career involves political journalism, you know what I mean? And you would think that his first priority would be going in there and actually writing an article about what was going on at the DNC and all of the political topics that took place, but he didn't, okay? All through this person's article, there was nothing but complaining about influencers getting priority at the DNC, because I guess they're a part of the media now, you know what I mean? They should all be responsible for getting their own credentials if they're at the DNC. You know, and this guy is literally writing this stuff down and putting it into an article. After complaining about influencers being allowed into the DNC and put up in, their little high places wherever they were, the complaining continues, talking about long lines on day one of the DNC's. I guess it was 3 days, or how I believe it was. I'm not sure, but on the first day, just complaining about long lines. And then after the long lines, going on about this long lines this and long lines that, he continues to complain about the lack of access to media seats. And all the time that he's writing this article, it should have been about, this is the topics that were brought up, these are the speeches that were made, these were the issues. But instead, I read nothing but paragraphs on paragraphs of nothing but complaining about influencers and long lines and lack of access to media seats, and how snooty media journalists were complaining because they weren't allowed to make it to their or they didn't have access to their privileged media seats, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, so what took place at the DNC? Not one time in that entire article did I ever hear anything concerning, the DNC and what was actually being discussed. And this goes back to what I was talking about with that debate, okay? Now, it just seems to me that all of these issues that everybody's trying to say is so important rotates around transgender bathrooms and teaching sex education to a 6-year-old. You know, which that is pretty serious, but to me, none of this should be in politics. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't have ever been introduced into any kind of law whatsoever. These aren't issues that the government should be regulating and taking care of. Okay, and I find it pretty bad that we have a government that's more worried about the social media and influencers and transgender bathrooms and all of this crazy shit, and they're not worried about the more important things, you know, like freaking the economy, you know, building infrastructure, things of that nature. Instead, they're worried about all these social issues that really shouldn't even be a part of the conversation, to be honest with you. And they always talk about that, you know, I want to be a part of the conversation. I want to be a part of the conversation. Well, there's things that really shouldn't be in any conversation when it comes to politics, and these are some of the things that shouldn't be mentioned because, first of all, it's not the government's place to regulate this stuff. There shouldn't be laws like that put into place. You see what I mean? And that's the thing. That's the common theme that keeps going on. You know, and it just keeps repeating itself. Which brings me to AP. Now I went to check out some of the stuff on AP concerning the protesters that was outside of the DNC, and the things that I learned there when it comes to all that was pretty interesting, because this kind of goes along with some of the stuff I've been talking about socialism, and it's also got something to do with something I've always been meaning to talk about, but for some reason I forget to mention it, or I forget to bring it up, you know. And the one thing that really gets to me is this thing about lobbyists and special interest groups and the socialist movements that are going on, you know. Now, I have issues with a lot of this stuff because freaking I believe in the rights of the individual. That's the one thing that the United States has that pretty much all of these other countries don't have. In a lot of their constitutions, it didn't focus on the rights of the individual. It focused on rights, don't get me wrong, but they didn't really think that the individual was very important. And the United States Constitution was founded on that principle, the rights of the individual. And it seems to me that now the rights of the individual is being freaking taken away because of special interest groups and lobbyists and social organizations, you know. And with this protest, okay, getting back to this protest, the thing that I noticed about it, well, first of all, the protesters outside of the DNC, they knocked down barriers, and they ended up freaking being, see, when I first heard about it, I thought that it was protesters that were having issues with a lot of different things, and come to find out it wasn't. These protesters were out there and they were protesting against the occupation of Gaza. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not for Israel, and I'm not for the Palestine or the Hamas or anything like that at all. I think that people over in Gaza and Israel are victims. That not I hate calling people victims, but I believe that they're the ones who are suffering. I don't believe that their governments are. I don't believe that the people who are in charge are. I think it's the actual people. It's just like the people in Ukraine. You know, the Ukrainians, the actual people, are the ones who are suffering from this. The government isn't, and the people who are creating this proxy war aren't suffering from it. It's the actual people. You know. So with that being said, let me continue with what I was saying. This is the DNC. This is supposed to be about the elections. This is about politics here in the United States, and yet these protesters are outside protesting against something that has absolutely nothing to do with our government. It has to do with Gaza and what's going on in another country. You know what I mean? Now, that's something that I find very disturbing, and even taking that into consideration also, I notice a connection between what's taking place there as well as what's going on in countries like England. England now is having like all these riots and stuff taking place over Arab Muslim immigrants killing somebody who or a kid or something like that. Now I can kind of see the correlation with all that stuff, you know what I mean? I just realized that my slideshow stopped. The loop is on. That's not good. So let me go ahead and take care of that real quick, and I will get everything straightened out. But that's the one thing that really sticks out to me. You know what I mean? It's like I see these correlations happening, and it's happening over there. It's happening in all these other countries as well. You can't tell me that this is not organized by groups. I'm not going to say one group. I'm going to say multiple groups, and these groups aren't grounded to one nation. I think that these are globalist groups that are setting up this propaganda to cause this type of situation, because it's happening in more than one place. It's not just happening here in the United States, and it's not just happening in England. It's happening everywhere. France is even having issues, and I know that you have the National Socialist, and then you have the Labor parties that are the actual freaking socialists, globalist kind of groups. And I think there are two opposing forces, and they're global. They're not national. They're not just about like the United States or England. They're about all of it, and they're pushing their agendas, and it's bleeding into the United States and becoming a part of us. And it's been here for a while. I'm not saying that it's something that's new, but these are things that I'm noticing. I honestly could not say that the Conservative Party here in the United States was actually the Conservative Party anymore, or even considered conservative. I would consider them more of a National Socialist group than what I would an actual conservative party. The same thing goes for the conservatives over in the UK. There is absolutely no evidence showing that these people are conservative at all. To me, I think that that's what they are. They're National Socialists, and they're pushing a racist agenda. And not only are they involved in it, but you have their opposition, which is generally they're socialists, you know what I mean, the labor, and these are the ones who are latching on to pushing or bringing immigrants into these countries and opening borders and all of that stuff, because they believe in globalization. And I mentioned this before, where for me, I know what the real issues are when it comes to all this stuff. It's about socialism. Socialism has always been and always will be the problems that have been taking place for the last 100 years. Okay? And don't think that freaking groups aren't socialist just because they aren't talking about hugging trees and shit like that. Okay? Socialism has very little to do with that. Those are just ways of them being able to acquire more power. And it's all about workers, and it's all about freaking social organization. It's about freaking regulation, things of that nature. It's unionization, all of it. That's what these people are about. They're not about the individual. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your personal individual rights. They care about the socialist agenda, and they care about the group as a whole. And if you have to be sacrificed, they will sacrifice you for the greater good. And that's the way they feel, and that's the way they are. And I think that these are the people that are causing the majority of the problems in our country and in the world today. And that's just the way I feel about it, you know. Now, when I bring all that up, I also want to talk about this thing with the protesters. I want to get back to that, okay? Now, the protesters outside of the DNC, they did knock down barriers, and they were actually protesting against the occupation of Gaza. Now, on the brighter side, the police did de-escalate the situation without any violence. There were no chemicals involved. It was pretty well de-escalated, and everything was all right. There was nothing crazy about it. In the media, you'll hear them talking about this overwhelming protest. And the truth of the matter is what I found out was not as many people showed up as what was expected. They were expecting like 20,000 protesters, and they didn't get even close to that many. This was supposed to be a big event. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, I read too that they had 5 people who were scheduled and approved by the city to give a speech on the podium, and they never even showed up to do the speeches. Not one speaker showed up for the protest to give a speech. So that should give you kind of an idea of what's going on there, you know. And like I said, you know, the media blew it up to where people thought that there was going to be this huge big ordeal that this huge big ordeal did take place, but it wasn't as big as what everybody did the media made it out to be, is what I'm saying, you know. Now, the protesters did have a harsh chants that were aimed towards Biden and Kamala, and that was about it. I believe that they felt like they were being let down by Biden because of promises, I guess, that he had made. And nobody, from everything that I've seen, nobody in the Democratic Party, except for people who are part of the institution, likes Kamala Harris, period. You know what I mean? Nobody likes her. And the thing that I noticed when I was reading through this article from AP was the people that were being talked about. You know, social organizations were involved with these protesters. Okay, there was a person that was there by the name of Taylor Cook, and she was pro-Palestinian. Now, she was a organizer with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. You know, Freedom Road Socialist Organization. Boom, point blank, right there tells you. It's a socialist organization. That's the name of the frickin' organization, the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. And she was there. Now, this is the thing that gets me. She traveled to Chicago, to the Chicago DNC protest, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. All right. Now, this goes back to a lot of stuff that I was wanting to talk about when it comes to one hand washing the other. I encountered this back whenever I got involved. I was naive and I got involved with an supposed effort to get money out of elections. Okay, which to me, I still believe that would be a good move, is to take PAC money and get it out of freaking elections so that politicians can do their job and not have to, and not get paid PAC money in order to freaking do their jobs. You know what I mean? Now, this woman came with this freaking organization and traveled all the way from Atlanta, Georgia to Chicago to freaking protest at this DNC. Alright, there was another protester named Medea Benjamin, okay, another pro-Palestinian, who traveled to Chicago from Washington, D.C. Okay, she was with a woman's group of protesters. Then you had another one in the article that went by Cornel West, another pro-Palestinian, and he was part of the independent presidential. He was, or he is, an independent presidential candidate. So what happened is this guy ends up getting there. You have these people coming from these social organizations, and he addresses the crowd. All right, and he addresses the crowd, and they were giving him cheers and everything like you wouldn't believe. Okay, now, whenever I was doing this thing about trying to get money out of elections, the one thing that really got me was with Lightfoot. She's I believe now she's the freaking mayor of Chicago, but at the time she was involved with this organization, and the group I was with was called the Wolf Pack, and they were involved with the Young Turks. Okay, and yeah, I know I'm not a big fan of the Young Turks. Don't get me wrong about that, but I did want to get involved with it, so I helped out with trying to get people to go and call their congressmen and tell them that they wanted this resolution to pass so that freaking we could get PAC money and stuff like that out of politics here in the state of Illinois. And she said that she would be involved in it and everything, but in order for her to do that, people who were involved with the Wolfpack had to freaking show up for her rallies and cheer her on. Okay, it was one hand washing the other. If you want me to do this, then you're going to have to do that. You know what I mean? She couldn't do it out of the kindness of her own heart because she felt that it was the right thing to do. Instead, she freaking had to negotiate and say, well, okay, if you want me to do this, then you're going to have to do that. And I found that as corrupt as taking the PAC money, you know what I mean? And that's what these people do. With these people that I just mentioned who traveled all the way to Chicago to do this protest. One came from Atlanta, Georgia. One came from Washington, D.C. You know, and of course, a supposed independent presidential candidate shows up to give a speech, and everybody cheers him on. You know. And it goes even farther than that. Okay, it's not just pro-Palestinians. You also have other groups that were involved. The pro-Israel had the co-founder of Chicago's Jewish Alliance out there. Now, he was out there with 40 other pro-Israel supporters, and they were walking around and protesting during the rally, waving Israeli flags, and that was just to make their presence known. You know what I mean? Now, with them, they actually had like 20 police officers on bicycles following them around to make sure that they were safe. You know what I mean? So you've got another another socialist organization that's there on top of these pro-Palestinian socialist organizations, and they're all sitting there swarming around one another, and they're causing these issues. You know what I mean? And this is what it goes down to. This is what I'm talking about. You know. Now, you also have to understand too that he wasn't the only one there. Okay. He wasn't the only one there. That Cornel West, the pro-Palestinian guy who was an independent presidential candidate, he wasn't the only one there. Jill Stein was also there. Now, if you remember Jill Stein, she's the one that ran for president previously. Okay, she's what they call a perennial presidential candidate, and she was for the Green Party. She was there as well, you know, and lo and behold, she had the Poor People's Army, who traveled all the way from Philadelphia. They're a Philadelphia-based organization, and they have absolutely nothing to do with the Palestinians or Israel or anything of that nature. Okay, and what they advocate for is for economic justice. Okay. Now, they set up at Humboldt Park on the city's west side, and then they marched 3 miles to the United Center to join the rest of the protesters. Okay. Now, this group had absolutely nothing to do with Palestinians or Israel. They have to do with economic justice, and this goes into what I was talking about before. One hand washes the other. Okay. Even though they have nothing to do with one another, they're showing up to frickin' support this other group, because when they have a protest, these other groups are going to show up for them. So it's a matter of you wash my hand, I wash your hand. You know, if you're somebody who supports, you know, Black Lives Matter, and you're going to this protest and all of these people are around you who are homosexual, the reason why they're there isn't because they support Black Lives Matter. It's because they are doing a favor for Black Lives Matter, and Black Lives Matter did a favor for them, or they're going to in the future. And that's how this stuff works. It's you wash, or I wash your hands, you wash mine, kind of thing. And I think that is probably the worst part about it, you know. And these people are being bussed in from different parts of the country, from all over the place. I've heard rumors that they're even being paid to do what they're doing, you know, so I don't know for sure if that's true or not, but I have heard that's taking place. They're getting paid to go out to these places and protest for these organizations. So that's basically the deal with the DNC. Now with Kamala Harris, I do want to mention Black Lives Matter again. Now, I mentioned it before on a show here previously about Black Lives Matter voters are refusing to support Kamala Harris, and I found out the reason behind that. Okay. Now, I actually agree with this for a certain reason. Why they don't want to support her is because the Black Lives Matter voters are calling into question Harris's candidacy in the process by which she was nominated. All right. Now, I mentioned this previously, and it seems odd to me. It seems like it was a fix, you know what I mean? And the Democratic Party is notorious for this because they did it with Bernie Sanders. They literally ripped him off on his chance to run for president when it was Hillary Clinton, I believe. And, Bernie Sanders just turned a blind eye, shut his mouth, gave all of his frickin' voters money over to the Democratic Party, pissed every single one of them off, and it was okay for him. He just went along with it, follow the leader kind of thing. And the thing that this thing with Kamala Harris looks like it's a setup. You know what I mean? What was it? The month before Biden goes to the primaries, he drops out of the race. There's not any significant amount of time for any kind of primary to take place for the Democratic Party. Okay, he's incumbent. That means no primary race was ever put into place. Okay? And I believe that it was set up that way on purpose. They knew what was happening with Biden, and they set it up to where frickin' they could avoid having to do a primary to see who's going to run, because they wanted Kamala to be the person running for president. I do believe that, the Black Lives Matter called for like a virtual snap primary across the country prior to the DNC, and apparently that didn't happen, you see. And I could see where they're coming from with that, because I do relate to that. I thought something was really suspicious about this whole setup, like it's a fix, you know what I mean? And their whole take on it, they wanted to they wanted it to either be determined if the process was people powered, or if it was a decision that was decided by the party delegates, the people who freaking are in office. And to me it seems like it was planned, orchestrated that way, because they knew that they had to find somebody, and they had to find somebody quick to take Biden's place, because I'm just going according to what has been presented, that it was that he's getting old and he's not in a good place mentally right now, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm going for. I'm not trying to come up with any of these conspiracies or anything of that nature. I'm just going off of that, because that is what appears to be happening at the moment. But I will say, I do think that this was fixed to where she would become the person who runs for president for the Democratic Party. So it does seem that way to me. Now, I've been also hearing people talk about radicalism, and they keep comparing Kamala Harris to being a radical. And that's something that I want to point out again, because I don't think people realize that Kamala Harris is not a radical. She is not. She's far worse than a radical. Okay? Now, being a radical is an actual thing. Okay? Just like being a classic liberal, or a liberal, or being a conservative, or being a freaking liberal. It's an actual thing. Now, conservativism, if you go according to traditional conservatism, they refer to radicalism as excessive individualism. And individualism is something that classical liberals believe in. They believe in the rights of the individual. The United States was founded because of classical liberalism. We believe in in small government, and we also support, uh, small government and the rights of the individual. Okay. Now, conservatism refers to radicals as believing into excessive individualism, where we believe into the rights of the individual. Um, Radicals are really, really excessive in their rights for the individual. Like you're hearing about transgender bathrooms and shit like that. That's excessive individualism. That is radicalism. Now, if you notice with Kamala Harris, she's avoiding those subjects. Okay. Black Lives Matter wanted to abolish the police forces. Okay, which I'm not saying I agree with it or if I disagree with it. But Kamala Harris at one point was saying that she agreed with it, but then she shied away from it. She stopped talking about it. So that's another reason why Black Lives Matter has an issue with Kamala Harris. She likes to say things in order to freaking get where she needs to go in life. You know what I mean? But other than that, she has no loyalty to these people whatsoever. All right, and that's kind of dangerous when you think about it. Now, that's a part of radicalism, excessive individualism, which she doesn't actually portray. All right. Now, radicals support excessive individualism, but they also support. Now, see, with classical liberalism, they support small government, like I said. All right, and they also support the rights of the individual, which radicalism, they support the rights of the individual too, but they don't believe in small government. Now, the radicals, they support big government. They love regulations. They love referendums, things of that nature. They love it to death. They love big government. That's where classical liberalism and radicals split. You know what I mean? So radicals would literally be the far left group for classic liberals. That's basically the best way of explaining it and everything, and making it to where it makes more sense, you know. Now, with Kamala Harrison, she definitely does support big government, but you also have to understand she has no regard whatsoever when it comes to the rights of the individual. With her track record in California, it shows that she has done more harm to people who freaking could have possibly been innocent of crimes, but were still in prison, than what she ever did any good. She made a statement about helping some 16-year-old kid get out of prison when he was found when evidence proved that he was innocent of the charges. They mentioned that, but they failed to mention the other ones that she was real hard on. Like, there was a guy that was could have been released from death row in California because of DNA tests that could have cleared him of all charges, and she refused to allow that DNA evidence to be admitted into the case, you know. And that guy, if he's not dead already, is still sitting on death row in California, and she still refuses to take responsibility for that. She's been known for doing that. The thing about it too, it comes down to California. People have a really big misconception of California and the attitudes that go on there, you know. And this is why I wanted to bring up the next topic that I have, because it's very important. It kind of explains to you what's going on in California, the truth behind it all. when you watch TV and you see California on television, you see the beautiful beach, the Baywatch girls, you see all the chicks in bikinis, and you see all these cool, happy, fun people at Melrose Place and 90210, and everybody's going down to the pier and fishing and cool stuff like that. But that's not how it happens. Before they take and they do the shots and the scenes that go into that television show, they have to clear off all the homeless bums from Santa Monica Pier, because before you go into Santa Monica Pier, freaking there's a whole shitload of bums that are just lined up on benches and in the grass next to the street before you get out and go even up to the pier. So you have to walk over homeless bums laying on the sand and shit like that. So they have to clear all that out. All right, and it's not pretty. The way they treat their homeless is appalling. They have complete disregard for the homeless. They have been trying repeatedly to push the homeless into the freaking Los Angeles River. That's just my point of view. And I'm telling you this from experience, because I did spend a good amount of time homeless in Los Angeles, and I can tell you now, they didn't treat homeless people very well. People who were homeless, when I was there, it felt like freaking I was on the streets and I was alone, and there was a demon, floating in the air, and he was out to get me, and there was nobody I could run to. I couldn't count on the police for help, and I was basically on my own. I had, it was a very, very, it was a very scary experience. After a while, you go numb, you know what I mean, and the fear no longer affects you. That's the best way to explain it. It becomes that everyday way of life there. But if you're homeless and you're on the streets of Los Angeles, and I'm talking about LA County, I'm not just talking about frickin', LA, because there is the entire county of LA, which goes from Long Beach and all the way up to Santa Monica to frickin' downtown Skid Row, everywhere, But all of it, it's basically that way. You have to be careful. It's not a safe place to be when you're out on the streets, and you can really tell the atmosphere of Los Angeles when you're in that situation, because it just blows your mind. It wakes you up to a reality that you really was never aware of before, and that's what it did for me. These people do not care. They talk about all these great things about the environment and freaking all of this shit, and energy and saving energy and all this crap. Put up a solar panel kind of shit, you know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is they do not care. They do not care about themselves. They do not care about other people. Actually, I take that back. They care about themselves, and they don't give a damn about anybody else. That's how bad it is in California. You go on vacation, you leave on probation kind of situation, it's really, really, really horrible. So when I get back, what I want to do, I'm going to put some more music on, and what I want to do is, when I come back, I want to start talking about something that we brought up on Jeffy Ryder's show a little while back, and my brother's been talking about it too, because I mentioned it to him, but it's kind of something that goes deeper into this whole thing with LA and with California and the way things are there. I'm going to discuss the SIS, and the SIS is a special investigation section in Los Angeles, and it's nicknamed the Death Squad. Okay, so it is I'm at 149 1 hour and 49 minutes. I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to get some coffee made because I can't do another hour without coffee. And when I come back, I am going to go ahead and get into that topic, and we will finish off this with the last hour of the show, and will be concerning the SIS. It's something that I really should have been talking about already. I think the topic was mentioned like about 3 weeks ago. So I mean, and it's something that I really did want to get into, but I just didn't do it, and I really should have. So I apologize about that, and I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some piano music, or some nice relaxing opera music. What do you think about that? So let's see what this does for you. back. I was kind of nervous. I didn't know for sure if I unmuted that media source or not. But I am back. I'm going to switch this back over to my original setup. Well, that way we can get that going for you guys. Now, like I said, I am going to go into the topic of the SIS so that we can kind of get a little bit of an idea of what California is like, particularly LA. You know, and this has to do with people who are involved with law enforcement within California, just period. I mean, there's no other way of actually saying it, and I think this is probably the best way to really explain it when you start talking about groups like this. Now, understand too that there is no other form of, or no other type of law enforcement that we know of all across the United States. This group is set up specifically in LA, and as a matter of fact, people within LAPD themselves don't like the SIS. They have very negative reviews of this organization, but they seem to be there. You know what I mean? Now, the SIS stands for Special Investigation Section. Like I said earlier, it's nicknamed the Death Squad. That's how bad they are. Now, they're a tactical. They're a tactical detective and surveillance unit from the LAPD, and they were formed in 1965. Now, when they were formed, they were supposed to be a stakeout unit, okay, and they were referred to as what Los Angeles considered them as professional witnesses, okay. That in itself is pretty corrupt. This is where I start talking. I've been talking before about the laws being manipulated, alright? And they did this all through the 20th century. They just allowed one thing to happen and another one and then another one until finally it became a landslide, and the police force was able to get away with more than what they were supposed to, you know. And this professional witness thing is a good example of it. Now, their responsibilities were to produce irrefutable evidence, and the reason, or the way that they did it, was they did it by watching professional criminals covertly, and they would watch them break a law, and they would let them go through with the law, and then they would arrest them after frickin' the law was committed. And this had to do with all kinds of laws that were being broken. Like one scene out of the movie showed, this is just a movie, so it could be fictional, but it showed an instance where they watched a woman being raped and they allowed it to happen so that they could bust them for rape after it happened, you know. And like I said, this came out of Hollywood, so there's no evidence that this actually happened or not. But this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They would allow these people to go in and rob stores. They would allow them to rob banks. They would allow them to commit the crime so that they could get irrefutable proof that they committed the crime. So, and then they would bust them after they did it, you know. And this is what they did. And they started doing this in 1965, and they've been doing it all the way up until today. They're still running this organization, okay? And these are the kind of things that go on in California. They are very, very shifty, and they do underhanded things, and this is one of the things that they committed. This group eventually started to try to or they eventually started to detain the criminals while they were committing the crime or before they committed the crime, after they were exposed to a freaking what do they call them? That it was a magazine did a freaking article on them basically. The Los Angeles Times, I believe, is who did it, and they ended up, and that was in 1988 when they actually, it was an expose. That's what it was. The Los Angeles Times in 1988 exposed the SIS in an expose. That's when they began to apprehend criminals during and before the crimes were committed. Okay? Now, all the way from 1965 to 1988, before they were exposed, they were allowing them to commit the crime so that they could freaking come in, arrest them, and say, we've got proof that you did it. Here's what you did. Here's the witnesses. And they would go into court and say, yes, I'm an officer of the law, and I witnessed them do this. You know. So entrapment became legal in the eyes of Los Angeles. And to this day, they still get away with it. They still get away with entrapping criminals before they do it. And don't get me wrong, man. You know, if a person commits a crime, they should be convicted of it. But there's a limit to justice. And when you cross that line, you're no longer serving the justice system. You're serving something else that's criminal. You know what I mean? That's just how I feel about it. I also feel that I would rather have 5 guilty men go free rather than 1 innocent man go be charged with a crime that he didn't commit, you know. A lot of people have their opinions about that, and I don't give a shit what they think, you know what I mean. That's how I feel. If a person is innocent, they should be freaking released. There should be no innocent person being held in prison or in jail if they didn't commit the crime, and that's just how I feel about it, you know. And I'm not going to change my opinions on that at all. It's just not going to happen whatsoever. So the SIS, just so you know, the SIS has killed over 50 people, or they had killed over 50 people by 1999. Now, take this into consideration. 50 people from 1965 until 1999. That was their death toll. Now, the entire LAPD count was only 36. Okay? So, freaking, they killed like 14 more people than what the entire freaking LAPD freaking killed from 1965 until 1999. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that they've been doing. They are literally a hit squad. They go out and they freaking kill people. And that's their business. Their usual MO is they will allow them to commit the crime, and then they will wait for them to leave the crime scene. And they'll catch them in a place like at a McDonald's parking lot, getting back into their car, and they'll cut their car off so that they can't freaking leave. The SIS will get out of their vehicles, surround the car, and then literally just blow the shit out of them. They'll freaking empty their weapons into them. Doesn't matter if they show their weapons or not. You know, they'll say that, oh, they had a weapon on them. But in some of the cases, that wasn't the case in some of the situations. Okay. Now, before I go any further, I also want to mention too that according to what's been said, no casualties have been claimed for civilians, people who weren't either the suspected criminals or, well, there actually was people who died in the SIS. One was accidentally shot by another person that was a member of the SIS. I believe it was with a sawed-off shotgun. He walked into the frickin' to the fire, to the guy's site and ended up getting shot. And they were chasing him in a car garage. But that was one death that I know of. Now, the SIS has to this point had no. There's been no claims of a civilian that hasn't been or has been killed from these incidents. But you also have to take into consideration that California, to this day, from 1965 until now, has refused to allow access to any of the files concerning the SIS to the public. Okay, it's still classified information. Nobody can gain access to that in the public. So you don't know for sure if that's true or not. It's concealed. So we're basically going off of freaking information that's gathered by journalists, investigators, and things of that nature, and hearsay from police officers and witnesses and stuff, like that. This isn't official documentation saying that, making that claim, other than the fact that they're saying it too. So, but how can you prove that they're lying? That's all I've got to say about it. So the SIS was said to have an annual budget of $2 million in 1998. That's approximately $3.7 million in 2023. That's last year. So, that's quite a bit of money. Though much more is reportedly spent to defend them in court. So the majority of their money is being spent on defending the police officers when they have to show up for court. And the unit averages about 45 arrests per year. And I've heard too that a lot of the people that they survey, they do it for an excessive amount of time. And a lot of the time when they survey people, it turns out that the person that they're surveying aren't even criminals, and they go far beyond like the borders of LA. They'll go into other areas of California and sometimes out of state surveying these people. They've been known to train special units like frickin' the Delta Force and groups like that in the past when it comes to surveillance. So, I mean, these people, their business, and they don't just operate within the confines of California. They expand outwards to other areas as well. So these people are pretty shady. They've got high people in high places that are supporting them. And this has been going on for quite a long time too. Like I said, 1965. I did take some notes on this, which I think is important. Now, one of the SIS's most high-profile incidences was a shootout in Sunland Tujunga on February the 12th, 1990. The SIS had been surveilling a group of 4 suspects wanted for robbing a McDonald's restaurant in northwest Los Angeles, and was standing by to catch the suspects as they were robbing a McDonald's. So as they were robbing a McDonald's in Sunland, they were standing by waiting to catch them. Okay. Now, when the suspects left the restaurant, SIS detectives blocked their car and opened fire after reportedly seeing a gun. All right, this is one of the incidences that are mentioned in the motives. This is their signature. They surround the car, and then they just started freaking shooting into the vehicle. And afterwards, they said that they seen a gun. You know what I mean? Now, the SIS detectives fired 24 shotgun rounds and 11 bullets at the suspects, who fired none in return. So they didn't fire one single bullet. and the SIS detectives fired 25 shotgun rounds and 11 bullets. Okay. Now, 3 of the suspects were killed, while 1 suspect was seriously injured and taken into custody. Okay, the suspects were later found to have used pellet guns that were stashed in their car's trunk before detectives confronted them. So these pellet guns were actually in the trunk, and that's what they were using to commit the crime. Okay, and these police detectives surrounded their vehicle with these freaking shotguns and this gun, and just opened up on them and fired on them, and then claimed they had a freaking gun after they did it. So I guarantee you that was pretty messed up, having to explain to them, well, we found these pellet guns in the trunk of the car of the suspects that you claim who had weapons ready to shoot you. How did they end up in the trunk instead of up in the front where they were supposed to be, So, LAPD and federal investigations did not find any wrongdoing, okay? A civil lawsuit ordered the detectives and then Chief Daryl Gates to pay $44,000 to the families of the dead suspects. But the fee was ultimately paid by the city government. So the city government ended up paying the fees instead of freaking the chief and the detectives. So they sprung for him. They sprung with taxpayers' money to pay for these murderers to get off scot-free, even with a civil lawsuit. That's the kind of corruption that goes on in California, guys. This is the kind of stuff that I was talking about. That I should have done this a lot sooner, but this is the kind of atmosphere that Kamala Harris is involved in. She was a prosecuting attorney, and this is the kind of law that she freaking is a part of. She or has her track record of how she treats freaking inmates who could possibly be innocent, all of that. And then you have stuff like this going on within the police force. This is California. This is the stuff that goes on there. It's not pretty. It's not great. It's not freaking everything in the United States, Everybody in California has this mentality that the rest of the United States needs to act like them, and that we are wrong and everything in California is right. And that's the mentality they have. They don't see themselves as a part of the United States. They see us as a part of California, and that we should do like they do. And everything that you see when it comes to them, when it comes to entertainment and the media, is just pretend. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that takes place there. These are horrible, horrible people doing horrible, horrible things. Okay. Now, 4 more suspects were killed across 3 shootings between 1995 and 1997. Which prompted federal prosecutors to conduct another investigation into the SIS potential civil rights potential civil rights violations. One shooting in 1997, when a bystander mistaken for a robber had his entire upper leg destroyed by a shotgun blast from an SIS detective. This led to a federal civil rights lawsuit. Another shooting in 1999 happened when SIS detectives shot and killed 2 unarmed robbers running from them. This led to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, launching an investigation on the unit again. Now, in 2010, SIS detectives shot and killed a Los Angeles Unified School District employee who was being surveilled for connections to a series of check catching business robberies. After he pointed a handgun at them while surrounded. Now, in 2013, Chief Charles Beck permitted another FBI investigation into the SIS and SWAT over allegations that members of the units were illegally selling their handguns. Now, in 2018, a lawsuit was filed against the LAPD again a year after SIS detectives shot and killed the Penny Pincher Bandit, who was wanted for a series of robberies. The lawsuit filed by the suspect's family argued the use of lethal force was unnecessary and suggested that the gun he used in his robberies may have not have been real. Okay, so these are the kind of things that are going on. You know, civilians are getting their legs freaking destroyed and shit, stuff of that nature. Now, what I did hear was injury, but I didn't hear death. You know what I mean? But according to what I've heard, there hasn't been any official deaths from civilians related to the SIS. But that could be, you know, speculation. I don't even know what words to say. There's no proof backing it up that it did happen or it didn't happen. It's just taking the word of these people that this is true, basically. There's no evidence, no papers. This organization's information is confidential. It's classified in the state of California, so nobody gets to see all that good information. Now, I do have a last note about this. The SIS also became the inspiration for the movie Extreme Justice. It starred Lou Diamond Phillips, and it was directed by Mark L. Lester in 1993. A lot of the scenes that are in that movie are just speculation. That movie brings up the SIS, and it goes really into the extremes of it, like they were actually inducted into this organization as a hit squad. And that I just want to point out that there is evidence that is going on, in my opinion, but there's no real evidence. There's no concrete evidence that these people are a hit squad. That's job is to go out and kill criminals. You know what I mean? Now, I've seen stories about this that suggests that could be the truth, but that doesn't make it the truth. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind whenever you think about this stuff. You know, and I wanted to bring this up because, you know, this is the kind of justice and the kind of law that Kamala Harris has been a part of. Now, the SIS, yes, it has gone on a lot longer than what Kamala Harris was has even been on this planet. You know what I mean? She wasn't even born when this organization started. But in her career, she must have known about it, you know. And I find that appalling that people can go and they can live this kind of life with these kind of jobs, knowing what's going on. She was Attorney General, for goodness sakes, you know what I mean? She knew that this stuff was happening. There's a lot of people in California that know this stuff is happening, and they're a part of the freaking criminal system, and they just sit and allow it. And if you believe that she's a radical, and you believe that she's going to freaking step in and give all these rights to groups like Black Lives Matter and freaking groups of that nature, it's just not going to happen. All right. Now, don't get me wrong either. I'm trying to be as biased as I can about this, because I'm trying to be as unbiased about this as I can. I'm sorry, not biased. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm a conservative Republican Republican or freaking some liberal freaking socialist. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to tell you a story the best way I know how, because this is what's happening. You know, it's just like with the whole Palestine thing and Israel. You know, I'm not trying to say that I support Israel. I'm not trying to say that I support Palestine. You know, my issue is with the people who are freaking being harmed. You know, not by the groups of people who are doing these atrocities. I don't support them. I think that freaking the stuff that's happening over in Israel and Gaza needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. I also agree that it needs to stop in Ukraine too. You know, I don't believe that Russia's fully at fault. I believe that this is a proxy war that's being led by the United States. We got caught with our fingers in the cookie jar, and now the Ukrainians are the ones who are paying for it. And it's because of a puppet president who decided he was going to be underhanded and negotiate with the EU and the UN so that freaking him and his country could make shitloads of money, you know, knowing damn well that this was going to instigate war with Russia, you know. That was one of the reasons why Obama wanted to have feet on the ground in Eastern Europe before he left office. He didn't think that frickin' Trump was actually going to make it as president. So he was planning on shipping troops over there before all that happened. So when Trump got into office the first time, he ruined a lot of plans. This stuff was planned. It was bound to happen. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. It just seems to me insane that Biden gets into office and all of a sudden hell breaks loose. You know, there's wars all over the world, and of course we've got to be involved in it. And I'm not for war. I'm against war. Anybody who's ever served in any war would tell you frickin' war is not a beautiful, honorable thing. It's a horrible experience, and the only reason why you go to war is because it's the last resort. You know, and I'm talking about people who are vets who frickin' have been there, and people who frickin' had died in those wars. You gotta remember them too. Now, when I sobered up in a place that frickin' vets went to sober up, and I mentioned some of this last week, and I'm not going to get into that too much, you know, but I was able to be around these people, and I'm going to tell you right now, freaking war is ugly. There's nothing pretty about it. So, with these people who are just so eager to jump into these wars and freaking send troops out to die, you need to kind of look at that and think for yourself, why are they doing this? Because you just don't freaking just jump into war. Like I said, that's the final solution to the problem. There's solutions before that can be done. Now I understand all of that stuff in Israel started over bombings that Hamas did, but there's a point where you have to ask yourself, is this actually defending themselves and doing what they need to do for their country, or is this just an act of revenge? You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-Palestinian, I'm not pro-Israeli. I'm just a human being who frickin' sees this stuff for what it really is. You know what I mean? I'm not taking sides on it. I refuse to take sides on stuff like that, because that's probably the worst part about it. It's just like the whole thing I was talking about with one hand washing the other. You know, it's crooked, it's wrong. It's not the way a human should be thinking. I shouldn't be agreeing with you because freaking I'm a part of your group. You know what I mean? I should be agreeing with you because freaking I have those freaking beliefs too. And if I don't have those beliefs, I'm not going to freaking agree with you. Period. And there's nothing wrong with me and another person disagreeing on something. You know what I mean? It's perfectly fine. But don't expect me to fall into your crap and listen to your bullshit because you think I should. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to be that person. I'm not going down that road. And that's just my take on the whole deal. Now, I have covered pretty much everything that I needed to cover on the SIS. That's something that I didn't want to slip by on, you know. Another thing that I did want to bring up about this whole thing with Black Lives Matter is how insane even black Democrats and their opinions have become. You know, like things that black Democrats believed in back in the 80s even aren't even talked about today, you know. Like Gary Webb and the situation that happened with him when they found out that frickin' the government was smuggling drugs and weapons to South America. That right there was a big deal when it came to black Democrats because they wanted an investigation into it and they never got it. And Gary Webb was a journalist who investigated all of this stuff back in the day, back in the 90s, I believe. And he had a paper trail which led to South America, where freaking the United States was going down there with weapons, and they were using the DEA even to do these deals, and in return they would frickin' allow these South Americans to ship frickin' cocaine into the United States. It was actually the cause for the crack epidemic that happened in the 80s, I believe. And Gary Webb tracked it all down and had all the information. He was a journalist working out of LA, and the CIA literally destroyed this man. Literally destroyed his credibility. He lost his jobs. He couldn't get a job anywhere after they were done with him. And he eventually committed suicide. And later, the CIA even admitted to being responsible for pushing him to the point where he wanted to kill himself. You know, this whole story has just vanished. You know, the impact that frickin' drugs during that time period had on the black population was devastating. And you would think that frickin' they would still be pushing for stuff like that, frickin' to be investigated and to be watched over and to have changed, you know. But instead, we have stuff like what Black Lives Matter is going after, you know. The kid frickin' gets shot. There was a riot and everything. Now they wanted to destroy the police force and shit like that, you know. But nobody even wants to talk about, you know, Gary Webb and what his findings were or anything of that nature. It's just a thing of the past. Nobody even talks about it, and that's something that I think that is pretty shameful. And I will say it again before I end this. You know, Kamala Harrison is not a radical. She is worse than a radical. She's worse than a conservative. She's worse than a freaking liberal, okay? This woman, if she gets into office, she is going to freaking make the law and the freaking court systems into a nightmare. There's going to be people being brought up on charges that they aren't even guilty of, alright? You're going to see a lot of bad shit happening if this woman becomes president. And just so I can set it clear straight too. I've mentioned the same thing when it comes to freaking Pence, Vice President Pence. I said the same thing about that man. I did not like him. The moment I heard that he was chosen to be vice president with Donald Trump, I was disgusted by it because I knew his track record from Indiana when he was governor there, and he was horrible. He's the same kind of situation, but in the other party, you know what I mean? This is the kind of man who will cut electricity off in the wintertime for people who can't afford to frickin' pay their bills. And in Indiana, people need frickin' their heat when it's winter because it gets cold. Ask anybody who lives up in Gary, Indiana, if they need frickin' electricity during the winter, and they'll tell you, yeah, you can freeze to death out there. And this is the man who refused to allow people to have food stamps, and he cut off their electricity in the wintertime. You know, and I'm no big proponent for the welfare state. Don't get me wrong on that either. But I can tell you, if a person's hungry, you should give them food stamps. If a person needs frickin' help with electricity, they should frickin' have help with electricity. So I think that people who frickin' don't have that kind of compassion are just soulless people who don't have a care about anybody in the world, and it's all about them and their little world, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the people, you know. And me, I am more about the individual than I am about the group. I don't believe in the group conscious. I don't believe that frickin' I should, you know, do what's better for the group rather than what's better for the individual. I think that the individual is just as important, if not more important, you know. So those are the kind of things that I believe in. And I usually do a good recording to about 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think I've done a good job. Now I put on music on here that I've created myself. Like I said, I'm not going to put anybody else's music on here because of the issue with copyright infringement. It's been happening with John, and I've known the guy forever, you know what I mean? And I thought that I was the only one having an issue with it until he told me on Discord that his own YouTube channel is getting copyright infringements because of his own music. And I figured it had to do with him starting to put his music on Spotify, so I figured that's what it was. So I went ahead and I mentioned it to him, and he's checking into it, but I think that's probably what the deal is. So he's getting hit by Spotify for his music that he's putting on YouTube too, so it's interesting. So I'm still posting his. Now the reason why I'm saying this stuff again is because I'm actually recording when I'm saying this, so I'm gonna say it. But I'm still posting his stuff in the comment section of Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as Austin Todd's music. I've been sharing Minds Gaming's tutorials on there that were made by Bob Dub, and you can check those out in the comment section there. If you want to, go to Bob Dub's channel on YouTube and subscribe to her. There's tutorials on how to connect your wallet from MintMe to MetaMask, which is very useful for everybody who is on MintMe. Which, by the way, I should mention that MintMe is another place where I post this stuff, so don't want to forget that. If you guys can always find this stuff on MintMe as well. And I am posting. After this live stream, I'll go through, edit it, clean it up, put an intro and an outro on it, and I will upload it to YouTube and eventually it'll be on X and Rumble. I only live stream on Twitch and Odyssey with it, and that's it when it comes to that. So that's where the downloads will be, if you guys want to check them out. And I always run them through there, and they're always on YouTube because this is the first place where I put everything. So it goes to YouTube first. So with that, I am going to say I'm just tired. It's time to go to bed. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been a 3-hour stream, and the recording is 2 hours and 43 minutes. So that means I did good. I apologize for any background noise, and also for having to get up and take care of stuff. Like I said, I am taking care of my elderly parents who live with me. So there's times where I have to get up and actually go take care of the situation because my mom isn't really all there. She's kind of senile, so there's times where I have to get up and help her. So I'm sorry about the interruptions when it comes to that stuff, and I hope you guys did enjoy. And with that, I will go ahead and end the stream. You guys have a good night, morning, whatever time of day it is there, and goodbye.
Dolores Winter was sorting through some items in her sister Mildred's house. She was gathering only the items which were meaningful to her. Her small house in Grand Haven, Michigan was already full of enough furniture and collectibles. This meant that she would only be able to keep a few small mementos. She removed an old faded black and white photo of the two of them together as children from a shelf. In the photo, they were standing in front of their parents' house in Ludington. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she clutched the photo. After closing her eyes for a moment and taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes again and placed the photo in a box along with the other chosen items. Peter Corbin arrived home from his job as a real estate agent at WHN Realty in Farmington, Michigan. It was about 6:30. His wife Sarah had arrived home earlier in the evening and had prepared a nice Friday evening meal for the two of them. As he entered the apartment, he smelled the meal that Sarah had prepared. He said, "Hi, Sarah, it smells great in here. I had thought about going out tonight, but this will be much more relaxing." Sarah came out of the kitchen to greet him. The two embraced and kissed. She smiled and said, "Hi, honey, I just wanted something special for tonight, so I made chicken parmesan, a salad, and of course you can help open the wine too." Peter was surprised, and he responded, "Wow, did I forget a special occasion or something?" She smiled and said, "No, it's not a special night yet." He returned the smile and said, "Sounds special to me. Can I help with anything?" "Yeah, I'll get you the bottle of wine to open," she replied. "Oh yeah, you said that before." "Lead me to it," he said as he gestured his hand in the direction of the kitchen. When they reached the kitchen, she pointed to a bottle of wine on the counter. She reached for the corkscrew with her other hand and held it out in front of him. "I'll get to work now," he said as he smiled as he took the corkscrew from her hand. He removed the cork, while she placed the food onto the small dining table. He found 2 wine glasses in a cupboard above the stove and filled each with wine from the bottle. He then took the bottle to the dining table and set it near the middle of the table. He returned to the kitchen to bring the 2 glasses to the table. He positioned them in near the place settings. He noticed an unlit candle in the middle of the table. "Let me light the candle." "I'll be back in a moment," he said as he returned to the kitchen to find a lighter. Walking back into the dining area, he tried to ignite the long lighter, but the switch seemed hard to press. While sitting at the table, Sarah noticed his trouble and commented, "I think it unlocks by a slide switch on side of it." He sighed and said, "Thanks, honey. I haven't used this thing too much. He found the switch, and after a few tries, the lighter ignited. There we go, he said as he held the lighter to the candle wick. The flame on the candle started out small and then grew to a full-size flame. Even with the lights on in the room, the candle cast a warm feeling across the room. Peter walked a few steps to the kitchen and placed the lighter on the counter, then returned to his seat at the dining table. While at the table, he took a moment to take in the aroma of the meal in front of him. "This is really special, Sarah. I really appreciate you making this tonight," he said. "Thank you, Peter. I know you have been getting a bit stressed out at work, and I just wanted to do something special for you tonight." "Hopefully, it will help at least a bit," she replied. After placed the napkin on his lap, he said, "It already is helping. I'm feeling more relaxed and ready to enjoy this evening." He lifted up his glass of wine and held it toward her. She responded by bringing her glass to his for a toast. "Here's to a nice relaxing evening and a great meal," he said as he smiled to her across the table. "To a great evening," she replied. They each drank a sip of wine, and placed the glasses back on the table. As he picked up his knife and fork, he said, "I'm looking forward to trying." His cell phone rang inside his pocket. "Damn, not now," he said. "Do you think you should get that?" she asked. "Well, I don't want to, but I suppose I should," he said as he removed the phone from his pocket to answer it. He slid his chair out slightly from the table and shifted to his right. "I should have turned the thing off after I got home," he mumbled just before he answered it. "Hi, this is Peter Corbin, WHN Reality," he said into the receiver. "Hello, you said you are from WHN Reality," the woman calling asked. "Yes, I am." "Again, my name is Peter. Can I help you?" he asked. "Why yes, I just accepted a new job in the area and I'm looking for a condo. I'm out in front of one right now that really looks like something I would be interested in seeing. Your number is on the sign out in front. Would you be able to show it to me now?" she asked. "Tell you what, could I arrange to meet you sometime tomorrow, and I'll be glad to show you the condominium." "What's the address of the condominium?" he asked. "Oh, I guess I hate to impose on you, but I have to catch my flight back to Kansas City at 8:30 tomorrow morning, so I really would like to look at it tonight if possible," she replied. "Please hold on a moment, I need to check with my wife," he said as he placed the phone on mute, and turned to Sarah. He dropped his head slightly, then looked at Sarah after sighing, and said, "Honey, this woman has a plane to catch early tomorrow, and she would like to see a condominium tonight. What do you think?" "Oh, I suppose it'll be okay. Why don't you see if you can at least finish dinner before you meet her?" Sarah replied. "Oh, that's a good idea. I will ask. Thanks, honey," he said as he removed the phone from mute. "Thanks for holding. I should be able to meet you after I finish dinner. So how about meeting at around 8:30 tonight?" he asked. "Sure, I can get some quick dinner myself too. I'm at the condo at 4765 Pine Tree Lane." "Do you know where that it is?" she asked. "Yes, the Pine Tree condos. I'll meet you there at 8:30. You have my number if anything changes." "What was your name again?" he asked. "Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Christine Hall." "Thanks so much for your help. I'll see you in a bit," she replied. "Okay, Christine, I'll see you soon. Goodbye," he said. "Goodbye, Peter," she said. Peter hung up the phone. He then stared at it a moment, but decided to leave it on, in case Christine needed to call back. He then returned the phone to his pocket. He turned back to face Sarah again, and pulled the chair a bit closer to the table. He sighed as he reached for his fork. "I'm really sorry about this, Sarah. This is why I'm getting stressed out from this job," he said. "I know it bothers you, but I understand. It goes with the job. Thanks for holding off and saving our dinner together at least," she said as she smiled at him. I really appreciate how understanding you are. That does make it easier on me. I'm glad I at least will be able to be here for dinner. Thanks for bringing up that idea, he said as he started cutting up his chicken. Let's just relax and eat your dinner now, honey, she suggested. That sounds good to me. Now I can enjoy this great meal, he said as he took a bite of the chicken. The two of them take their time to finish dinner. Afterwards, Peter left to meet Christine to show her the condominium. He then returned to home. When he opened the apartment door, he saw that Sarah was watching some television. When she heard him enter, she turned the television off using the remote, and comes over to greet Peter. So how did it go? She asked. Well, she was interested enough to give me a deposit for the place, so I suppose it was basically worth it. I did call the couple selling the place on my way home, and they of course are quite pleased, he replied. Wow, that's great. I guess that's what you need to do in order to be successful, she commented as she embraced and gave him a kiss. I know, but it still bothers me that I have to drop what I'm doing all the time to try to make a sale, he said, still embracing Sarah. I know that you have some problems with the pace of this job. Have you heard anything about a position in a smaller town? She asked. No, I haven't had a response yet. Thanks for reminding me. I'll ask Tom about it on Monday, he replied. I mean, I really do not mind this area, but I see that it's getting to you and I want you to be happy, she said. Thanks, Sarah, you help me more than you know, he commented. Would you like a quick drink before we head off to bed? She asked. That sounds good, Sarah. Let me find something. Do you have any preference? He asked. Oh, how about making a vodka and tonic for me? She replied. Okay, honey, coming up. I'll be back in a minute, he said. Peter walked to the kitchen, prepared the vodka and tonic for Sarah, and another mixed drink for himself. He brought the 2 glasses to the living room where Sarah was patiently waiting on the couch. He handed the glass to Sarah, who smiled at him as she reached for the glass and said, "Thank you." Peter moved to a spot next to her on the couch and sighed as he sat down. They smiled again at each other. Finally, I can relax now, he said as he tipped the glass to take a sip. He then leaned his head against the back of the couch. Is your phone off now? She asked. Oh yeah, I shut that sucker off before I got home. I'm done for tonight at least, he replied. He then took another sip. Sarah sipped her drink. He asked, Does your drink taste okay? Oh yes, it's fine. Thanks again for making it, she replied. Each of them took a sip from their glasses. He did a prolonged exhale to try to calm down again. Man, I hope that Tom has some good news for me soon. This is getting a bit much, he said. I just hope that being a realtor in a small town will be enough to make you happier, she commented. Well, as long as it is less demanding, it has to help. Even if it means less money, I can deal with it, he said. Yeah, I suppose that would be okay, Sarah commented. Well, it usually costs less to live in a small town, which will help too, he added. Oh, that's right. It should be okay, she agreed. They continued to share their time together with the drinks. When they finished, they went to bed. Monday at the office, Peter took a break from his desk and walked up to his boss' office. He knocked on the open door to get Tom's attention. Hey Tom, do you have a minute? Peter asked. Sure, Peter, what's on your mind? Tom replied. Peter walked into the office and closed the door behind him. He then turned toward Tom and asked, Well, I just wanted to ask if you have had any inquiries on my request to find a new position in a small town. Peter, I have not heard anything so far from the corporate offices. I'll send another note today to see if there is any update, Tom replied. Peter sighed and said, Well, thanks for the update, Tom. I know you really want this change, Peter. I definitely will do what I can to help, Tom added. Thanks again for your help, Tom, Peter said as he reopened for the door and returned to his desk. When Peter got back to his desk, he saw that he had already received a new phone message in the few minutes he was away from his desk. He rolled his eyes and shook his head as he sat in front of his desk. He picked up the phone and dialed the number to hear the message. Peter arrived home from work later that Monday. He was disappointed from the news on the transfer request. He entered the apartment and let Sarah know he was home. "Hey Sarah, how was your day?" he asked. "Oh, hi Peter, it was the usual day at work." "How about your day?" she asked. "Well, I did ask Tom about the transfer options, and he said that he has not heard anything yet," Peter said as they met near the doorway. "Sorry to hear that." "I know that you really want the change," Sarah responded as she tried to comfort him as they embraced. They held each other for a moment. Sarah asked, "Would you like to go out for dinner tonight?" "Yes, that may help take my mind off things." "Do you have an idea where to eat?" he replied. "Oh, something simple would be fine with me." "How about the Farmington Grill?" she asked. He sighed and replied, "That sounds good to me." "Do you need to get anything before we go?" "Let me just put my shoes on and I should be ready." "I'll be right back," she replied. "Sure, I'll wait right here," he said as she left the room to retrieve her shoes. She returned after a minute or so and said, "Okay, I'm ready, let's go." He opened the door and let her pass through the doorway first. After she was through the doorway, he followed her and closed the door behind him. For back at work at Tuesday, he was on the phone talking with Christine Hall about the condominium she looked at the previous Friday. She was following up on the details to purchase the unit. "Yes, I have the financing arranged. I did that yesterday with my bank. I believe there are local branches in Farmington too," she continued. "Well, that sounds good, Christine. We should be able to get through the closing details next Tuesday when you are back in town," he agreed. He noticed Tom coming out of his office and walking toward his desk. "Thank you so much, Peter. I'll see you next Tuesday. You have my number if you need to reach me in the meantime," she said. "Yes, I do have the number. See you Tuesday." "Okay, goodbye Christine," he replied. "Goodbye Peter," she said. As he set the phone receiver down, he saw Tom standing in front of his desk. Peter stated, "I just worked on the details to close on that Pine Tree condominium." Tom smiled at him and said, "Sounds great, Peter. I have something that may even make this day even better for you." Peter was a bit surprised and turned his head slightly to the left as he asked, "What's up, Tom?" "Well, the corporate office just notified me that they have an opening in Wharton, Michigan. I told them you might be interested, and they'll hold it until you decide." Peter's jaw opened, and he stared for a moment. "You said this is in Wharton, Michigan?" Peter asked. "That's where it is, though I didn't know where it was until I looked it up," Tom replied. "Well, I haven't heard of it either. What did you find out about it?" "Oh, you can sit down there too," Peter offered as he gestured with his hand. As Tom was taking one of the two seats in front of Peter's desk, he started, "Well, Wharton is between Jackson and Lansing, Michigan. It sounds like a nice small town with about 2,000 people or so. The WHN office is downtown on Main Street. There are many old Victorian-style houses along with some newer construction. Wow, that sounds really nice. How should I follow up on this?" Peter asked. "Well, here is some information on the office, including phone numbers. Why don't you give them a call soon and arrange a time to visit? After that you can decide whether you want to transfer or not," Tom replied as he handed Peter a folded sheet of paper that he had been holding in his hand. Peter took the paper and opened it. It was a printed email that Tom received from the Wharton office. It included a small map to the office, and some names, phone numbers, and email addresses. Well, at least they have email in this town, Peter commented. Tom lets out a short laugh, and said, yes they do. Oh, Carl Bishop will be the person you will need to contact to arrange when to visit and that kind of thing. Okay, I see his name listed on here with his phone and email, Peter replied. Just give him a call and then let me know when you will be gone to visit, and of course let me know about your decision on the transfer as well, Tom said. Okay, I will do that. Thanks so much for your help in finding this, Tom, Peter commented. No problem, Peter, good luck with it, Tom said as he stood up to return to his office. Peter looked at the phone number on the paper, and picked up his phone to dial the number. He paused a moment, and thought to call Sarah first. He dialed her cell phone number. He could hear the line ringing on the other end. Sarah answered the phone, and said, hey honey, what's up? Hey Sarah, I just talked to Tom, he said, but he's interrupted. You mean your boss? She asked. Yes, my boss. Anyway, he said that they have an opening in a small town called Wharton, Michigan, he tells her. Really? What was the town again? She asked. It's Wharton, Michigan, he replied. I've never heard of it. Where the hell is it? She asked. Tom said that it's between Jackson and Lansing. You sound a bit surprised with this. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, I'm okay with it, but I'm just trying to figure out where we may be moving, she said. Well, I haven't called about an interview yet, but I plan to do that right after I talk with you now. Maybe you could come with me when I visit and check the town out while I talk with my new boss. Well, potential new boss, he offers. Hey, maybe that would be a good idea. Could you try to make it this Friday? I should be able to find someone to fill in for me then, so that I'd be able to go too, she replied. Okay, I will see if I can arrange to visit there on Friday. Thanks, honey. I'll see you tonight, he said. See you tonight. Goodbye, she said. Goodbye, honey, he said as he hung up the phone. He looked at the email from Tom again to note the phone number for Carl in Wharton. Again, he picked up the phone. He dialed Carl's number, and waited as it rang a few times. Hello, WHN Realty, this is Carl. How may I help you? Carl asked. Hi Carl, this is Peter Corbin. My supervisor, Tom Rustoff, said that you are interested in having me transfer from the Farmington WHN office to the one in Wharton, Peter said. Oh hello Peter, thanks for contacting me so quickly. One of my agents recently moved out of town, and I requested help from the corporate office to get a replacement, Carl replied. Anyway Carl, I am interested in the position, and I would like to visit sometime soon to see if this is what I'm looking for, Peter said. Well, one thing about this office is that things move at a slower pace around here, and you likely will not have the commissions you are used to, Carl commented. Oh, I have considered that and it's fine with me. I requested to be transferred to a small town. I grew up in one, and the pace in the bigger cities is a bit much for me, Peter replied. Grew up in a small town, huh? Then you may actually be okay here. Tell you what, let's work out a time for you to visit, and then we can take things from there, Carl said. I was actually thinking of visiting this Friday, if that would work for you, Peter suggested. Let's see here a moment, Carl said as he paused, likely to check his calendar. Yeah, Friday will work for me. How about if you show up around 11 and I can take you out for lunch first? We can discuss more details back at the office afterwards, Carl offered. Wow, that sounds great, Carl. I will be there at 11. Oh, would it be okay if I brought my wife along on Friday? I can chip in for her lunch, Peter asked. Sure, please bring her along, if she is available. Don't worry about paying for her lunch though, Carl replied. Okay Carl, I'll see if my wife can come along on Friday, so that she can see the town too, Peter replied. For now, I just assume it will be the two of you. If not, just let me know before Friday. Why don't the two of you plan on meeting me at the office at 11, then we can go to lunch. Maybe she can walk around the town after lunch while we go over the job information, Carl suggested. Hey, that would be great, Carl. I'll see you on Friday at 11. Oh, by the way, my wife's name is Sarah, Peter replied. Sarah. Thanks for letting me know. Do you know how to get here? Carl asked. Yes, the map on the email that you sent to Tom looks good enough for me to find the office, Peter replied. Well, then I'll see you this Friday, Peter. Take care until then, Carl said. Okay, goodbye, Carl, Peter said as he hung up the phone. Peter wrote the time on the Friday block on his desk pad calendar. He tapped his pen a few times and put it back on the desk as he got up from his chair. He made his way to Tom's office across the room. He approached the open door to Tom's office and saw that Tom was sorting through some documents on his desk. He knocked on the open door and said, "Hey Tom." After Tom looked up at Peter, he continued, "I called Carl at the Wharton office and arranged to visit there on Friday. Is that okay with you?" "Sure, Peter, just make sure your showings are scheduled on other days or just find someone else to cover for you," Tom reminded him. "Yeah, so far I don't have any appointments that I would need to switch, so I should be okay." "Thanks, Tom," he said. "Just let me know what you think of the place, and whether you want to make the switch," Tom said. "I sure will." "Thanks again," Peter said as he tapped the door with his fingers, and then turned to return to his desk. He walked back to his desk and thought for a moment about what to do next. He remembered Sarah. He picked up the phone and dialed her cell phone number again. He listened as it rang. "What's up?" she asked. "It's me. Just giving you a quick call, since I scheduled the Wharton visit for this Friday. So I wanted to let you know, so you can ask for the day off," he said. "Oh, so you did work it out for this Friday?" "I'll let Tara know, so I can go with you," she replied. "Okay, thanks, Sarah." "I'll see you tonight," he said. "See you, tonight." "Goodbye," she replied. "Goodbye," he said as he hung up the phone. He then checked his calendar and saw that he had a showing coming up within a half an hour at a house a few miles away. He checked one of his file drawers, found the file on the house, and pulled it out of the cabinet. He then checked his pocket for his keys. With the file in hand, he headed to his car in the lot behind the office to drive to the house. Later that evening, he arrived home and opened the door to their apartment. "Sarah, are you home?" he asked. "Yes, I'm here at the dining table," she replied. "Oh, there you are," he said as he turned toward the dining table. "What are you looking at?" he asked after noticed she was looking at something at the table. "Well, I found a map and a Michigan tour book. I'm looking at them to find out where Wharton is and more about the town," she replied. "Really? What have you found out about it so far?" he said as he approached her at the dining table. There was an open map and a tour book in front of her. She pointed to an area on the map north of Jackson, and said, "This is where the town is, just like you said it would be. We should be able to take 96 over to this exit, go south a ways, and it's to the east on this road here. It looks like it will eventually get us to Wharton." "Okay, that sounds easy enough. What did you find out about the town itself?" he asked as he took a seat at the table next to Sarah. She picked up the tour book, opened it to a page marked with a card, and said, "Let's see. There are about 2,000 people in the town, so it isn't too tiny at least. It was settled in 1842. The Chilton River passes through the center of town, too. A river going through the town, huh? That should be nice," he commented. Many of the older houses were built in the Victorian style. There are several newer houses in the town as well, she continued. Well, it will definitely be worth checking it out, he replied. Yeah, we'll have to see what it is like, she commented, but with less enthusiasm than he was expecting. Are you still okay with this, Sarah? He asked. Yes, I'll be fine. I know you need the change and I want you to be happy with your job, she replied. Well, I want you to be happy too, he said. Like I said, I will be fine. Did you get a local map to know where to go for the realty office? She said, trying to change the subject. Ah, yes I did. I have the map that Carl Bishop emailed me. He'll be my new boss. It has a map and other contact information, he replied. Oh, that's good. I'll see if I can think of anything I'll need to take with me Friday, she said. Yeah, I have to think of things that I'll need to take as well, he said. What did you want to do for dinner tonight? He asked. Oh, I thawed out some burgers. So do you think you could get the grill going on the balcony? She asked. Hey, that sounds good. I'll get the fire started, he replied as he got up from the table. I'll get the buns and other stuff ready, she offered as she stood up from the table too. Thanks, Sarah, he said as he unlocked the sliding glass door to the balcony. He removed the cover off of the grill. He then opened a plastic box and removed a bag of charcoal.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Home Away from YouTube. I'm Infamous OG 1973. Everybody usually calls me Infamous or Roger. Either one, it doesn't matter. Today I am doing another episode pertaining to gaming. And this should be, I believe, the 5th episode. I'm not quite sure. Today I'm going to get into cloud gaming because I've been rambling on about it for quite some time. And I finally took out enough time to start doing some research on it, and getting it done. I'm kind of glad nobody's actually wanting to talk. We got Bob Dub listening. She's lurking in the background, but she said she's going to mute out, so it'll give me a chance to kind of go over some of the information I pulled up when it comes to this game clouding, or cloud gaming. This is basically an in-depth exploration of technology, the infrastructure, and the innovation that goes on behind it. So with that, I'm just gonna freaking read the information I got, because I do have quite a bit of it I pulled together, and I want to just go ahead and go over it because I find this pretty interesting. I think it's probably one of the biggest deals they've come out with when it comes to the gaming industry out of everything. I've mentioned before about Activision with their acquisition, and how the EU insisted on Xbox and Microsoft having the cloud gaming as being a part of the deal before Activision could be bought, and so because if they didn't accept the terms, then they wouldn't have been able to distribute their games in Europe, so I found that interesting. That's what really sparked my attention to this, so that's the reason why I decided to do this. So here goes. The advent of cloud gaming represents a monumental shift in the gaming industry, leveraging remote servers and advanced streaming technologies to deliver high-quality gaming experiences across devices. This technology allows gamers to stream games requiring minimum hardware investment on their end, as high-performance servers handle the complex computations. Cloud gaming appeals to casual and dedicated players, making high-end gaming possible without investing in gaming consoles or high-powered PCs. This article dives into the technology, infrastructure, and companies that power cloud gaming and explains how it overcomes challenges like latency and bandwidth. Cloud gaming primarily relies on cloud-based servers to render game graphics and execute processing tasks. This is a major shift from traditional gaming, where all processing is done locally on the player's device. In cloud gaming, high-performance servers equipped with powerful CPUs, GPUs, and memory are stationed in centralized data centers. The video output is streamed to the player's device over the internet, while players' inputs are sent back to the server in real time. Services like NVIDIA, GeForce Now, Microsoft's Xbox Cloud Gaming, and Google Studios or Stadia are examples of platforms that deliver games this way. Each platform aims to provide higher resolution graphics, rapid response times, and support for AAA games. Although the server renders and processes game data, the player's device displays the visuals and processes input. This approach also allows seamless updates, avoiding local downloads and patches. Additionally, data centers worldwide have been established by companies like Microsoft, Azure, Google Cloud, and Amazon Web Services, AWS, to bring the cloud gaming infrastructure closer to users. Data centers equipped for cloud gaming house thousands of servers with specialized hardware to support the intense requirements of modern gaming. The facilities need sufficient resources, including power, cooling, and network infrastructures, to sustain continuous operation and heavy workloads. These centers are distributed globally to reduce latency by ensuring users connect to a nearby server. Data centers are typically located in regions with high gaming populations to provide low latency connections. Microsoft Azure, for instance, has centers across the Americas, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. Google and Amazon also have facilities across major regions. For instance, Microsoft's data centers in the United States are located in Virginia, Texas, and California, among others. Similarly, Google Cloud and AWS have data centers in locations like Dublin, Mumbai, Sydney, and Singapore. The hardware in these centers include high-performance GPUs and CPUs from companies like NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. NVIDIA's A100 GPUs are commonly used in cloud gaming due to their power and efficiency, optimized for parallel processing tasks essential for rendering. AMD's Radeon Pro series and Intel's Xeon CPUs also support large-scale game processing with high bandwidth and multitasking capabilities. In cloud gaming, GPUs handle real-time rendering, while the CPUs manage game logic and user input. The cloud infrastructure often includes NVMe SSD to ensure faster loading times, reducing in-game delays. Now that right there is good information to know, because I know, like, I enjoy building computers and stuff on my own, and like that's pretty much the way I would want to do this. I'd like to set it up with this is a lot of good stuff. So later on I might go back through and look at all of this and see what the price ranges are, because I know this has to be some serious hardware. But yeah, that's pretty good. I just now started getting into the habit of using AMD though, and but Intel, they even have an option for that. But I'm kind of liking AMD as well. But I'll check that out too. Now Nvidia, I've noticed that they've become a pretty big player in the game as well. Like they've got a lot of things going on there with their information. I never even thought they were that big until I started checking out the stuff on the Activision transaction that took place. I didn't even know. I know my son was talking about using NVIDIA to use it for my streaming instead of OBS, but for me, I like using OBS, so I don't see how NVIDIA's streaming would make a big difference, other than it makes it easier, but other than that, I mean, I'm fine with OBS. Just figured I'd put that in there because that's pretty good stuff. So now I'll go on further. Streaming high-end games requires robust adaptive streaming to adjust the quality based on the available internet bandwidth. Adaptive streaming modifies video resolution in real time, allowing smooth gameplay despite fluctuations in the internet connection. For example, if a player's internet speed suddenly drops, the resolution may temporarily reduce to prevent lag and frame drops. Technologies like H.265 HEVC compression are used to lower the data size, enabling high-resolution streaming without overloading the network. Companies like Twitch and YouTube also use more responsive adaptation to maintain gameplay integrity. Like whenever I stream, that's what I use too, is the H.265. HEVC, I'm not quite sure if I use that, but I know H.265 is the standard pretty much with streaming when it comes to using OBS. It's the most common used. I've actually had talks with people recently whenever they were setting up their OBS and they asked which one to use, and that's the one I usually recommend. It's pretty good setup when you go into your OBS. But this whole high resolution thing where they have resolution and to prevent frame drops or drop frames. I don't know about all that, because I do know that that also causes stress on your computer whenever you just do it here at home, you know what I mean? So I could imagine how much stress they're actually getting, even though it is a stronger computer system, you know what I mean? I can almost imagine it's got to be hell keeping those freaking frames from dropping. That's pretty cool. So the quality of cloud gaming is highly dependent on internet speed, with minimal requirements generally ranging from 10 megabytes per second to 10 megabytes per second for 720p, streaming to around 35 megabytes per second for 4K gaming. Stability and consistency are equally important. Most platforms recommend a low latency connection under 20 milliseconds and minimal packet loss. Many platforms also prioritize advanced network routing. Partners with internet service providers or ISPs to optimize the paths of data taken between the user and data center. This minimizes latency and reduces jitter, providing a smoother experience for players. 5G technology and fiber optic networks are increasingly enabling high-speed internet with low latency, a crucial improvement for cloud gaming. With 5G, average download speeds can exceed 200 megabytes per second, and latency can be reduced to single digits, which is optimal for real-time gameplay. Fiber optic technology offers similar speeds and consistency, allowing cloud gaming to reach broader audiences and provide a better experience. Latency, the delay between a player's input and the server's responses, is one of the primary technical challenges in cloud gaming. Minimizing latency is crucial for responsiveness, especially for genres like first-person shooters or racing games, where split-second reactions are critical. Low latency is achieved through a combination of geographically distributed data centers, fast internet connection, and advanced network routing protocols. Companies employ various methods to reduce latency. One, there's edge computing. Now, edge computing allows some processors to occur closer to the user, reducing the distance that data has to travel. Amazon and Microsoft have invested in edge computing facilities within major cities, aiming to cut latency by routing data through nearby servers instead of distant data centers. 2, there's advanced network routing protocols. By optimizing how data packets travel, network routing protocols decrease the distance and time data needs to travel between the user and the data center. Specialized algorithms determine the quickest path, while data compression reduces the packet size, further speeding up the process. Google's quick UDP internet connection is an example of a protocol designed for low latency streaming. And then 3, you have data compression techniques. Compression methods like H.265 reduce the data size while maintaining quality and allowing a smoother streaming experience over bandwidth limited connections. Cloud gaming platforms incorporate real-time compression algorithms that ensure minimal data is sent without sacrificing visual fidelity. That's pretty much considered drop frames. So that's what they're talking about when they say fidelity. Okay, so adaptive streaming, advanced routing, and data compression techniques work together to provide seamless gameplay. Adaptive streaming adjusts resolution based on the user's bandwidth, allowing uninterrupted gameplay during temporary bandwidth dips. For example, GeForce Now can lower the streaming resolution to keep gameplay smooth during low bandwidth and rise it back up when the connection stabilizes. Network routing is equally important. Most platforms partner with ISPs to secure priority paths for data, ensuring efficient routing. This reduces both the physical distance and congestion of the network, improving stability and reducing lag. Google Stadia, for example, leverages Google's infrastructure and undersea fabric optic cables to achieve a high-speed network backbone that serves players globally. Data compression in cloud gaming goes beyond traditional video compression. It also includes real-time input-output data compression. By reducing data packet size without affecting input responsiveness, compression algorithms allow commands to be sent and received faster, making gameplay more responsive. NVIDIA GeForce Now, Microsoft Xbox Cloud Gaming, and Google Stadia are pioneers in cloud gaming, each with distinct advantages. NVIDIA's GeForce Now uses NVIDIA RTX GPUs to support ray tracing, a high-end feature for enhanced visuals. Microsoft's Xbox Cloud and Gaming is integrated with the Xbox Game Pass library, making a broad range of games accessible. Google's Stadia was one of the first platforms to offer 4K streaming, backed by Google's robust cloud infrastructure. Emerging players include PlayStation Now, Amazon Luna, and Tencent Start, each offering unique features. PlayStation Now includes backward capability for legacy PlayStation titles, while Amazon Luna utilizes AWS infrastructure for its services. Tencent Start is a popular choice in China, optimized for the Asian market and powered by Tencent's extensive network and data centers. Now, ray tracing is something that I find pretty interesting. On my on Blender, whenever I do graphics on there, I've figured out how to set up ray tracing on that, and at one time I actually explained to my son about what ray tracing was, because I had messed around with it when it comes to playing around with Inkscape and photos, and then converting those into images that I could put on my Blender and make into like graphics and stuff. So it's pretty interesting how the structure of these of ray tracing is. That's actually pretty cool stuff. My son James was real big on it. He kept always talking about it, and I was like, man, I've been messing around with that for years now. Like, that's good stuff. So I have a really hard time, not liking the cloud gaming network, to be honest with you. I'm suspicious of it still, because it's reached so much clout that it's become something that's a political issue, you know what I mean? But other than that, I mean, it all really sounds pretty good, pretty solid. They're actually working on latency and things of that nature, so I think that's pretty cool. So now, the potential of cloud gaming is immense, and with advancements in AI, 5G, and edge computing, we can expect even more responsive and immersive experiences. AI can be used to enhance game graphics on the fly or improve adaptive streaming algorithms, further reducing latency. Additionally, as 5G networks expand, mobile cloud gaming will become more viable, allowing players to access high-quality games anywhere. Challenges remain, however, as not all areas have access to high-speed internet, and there are infrastructure limitations in regions without 5G or fiber optic networks. Furthermore, data privacy and security are critical concerns, as cloud gaming platforms store user data remotely, which could be vulnerable to cyber threats. Now, when it comes to a lot of that, I do agree on the whole point of the cybersecurity part, and I feel pretty suspicious about their motives behind it too, because why is it that they want you to get on this cloud and get these games instead of having it downloaded onto your computer? Because like when I have it downloaded on my computer, that's mine, you know what I mean? I don't have to go on to any kind of network to play that game. So if I turn around and I do something to where that platform, bans me, I'm screwed over on this game that I just paid $65 for. That's the one thing that I really don't. I don't. Well, unless they allow you to have the game on your computer and you can play it offline, maybe that'd be cool. But I haven't messed around with this cloud gaming at all, so I don't know for sure if that would be one of the options they have. But that would be something that I would have an issue with, and even when it comes to downloading games directly off of the internet, I'm seeing less and less game stores where you can actually go in and actually buy a physical video game that you can put in a console or you can put on a computer. They're becoming less and less. It seems like everything that has to go through the internet, and I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the VoIP on Discord because I'm pretty much a half an hour in and nothing is popping up. So let me go ahead and shut that VoIP down. So we're at 24 minutes, and with that, I'm going to read the last of it. So, cloud gaming has transformed the gaming landscape by offering accessibility, versatility, and convenience through powerful servers, adaptive streaming, and optimized networks. Companies have made it possible to enjoy high-end games across various devices without needing costly hardware. As technology continues to evolve, cloud gaming is poised to become an even more integral part of the gaming ecosystem, breaking down barriers and bringing games to a broader audience worldwide. Now, with latency, they mentioned up here, just right here, where they still have challenges and everything because of the limitations in regions without 5G and fiber optic networks. That's another thing. Like people who have internet through satellites, I can see them having an issue with it because latency is a really, really big problem. I remember the first time I tried to get satellite internet, it was through HughesNet. They actually told me when I got it that I wasn't able to stream on that with them as an internet provider because I wasn't able to do it because of the package that I had. And that pissed me off, so I went and I checked it out, and it had nothing to do with my package whatsoever. It was the fact that they just could not do it. I'm here in southern Illinois, I mean, the town I live in has maybe about 3,000 people in it, maybe more, but it's a small town, and we don't have very good internet. For me, I think the best I can get on internet is maybe 35,000 millibytes per second with upload speeds. And there's people out there, they can get a lot more upload speed than what I can, that are closer to the cities and they're closer to all of this. Are closer to access on a lot of these places. So that's one disadvantage. My nephew Jake, he finally built his own computer, and I was telling him the whole time, I'm like, what really sucks is you put all this money into your computer, you build it up, you get it all nice, and you're still screwed over because it all comes down to the internet provider. If your internet provider can't provide the amount of frickin' millibytes per second on the upload speed, then you're screwed. You're just completely screwed, It's going to cause you a lot of problems with latency and stuff of that nature. So with me, I noticed that I noticed that was a big issue that I was having, and I still work on that today, where I have to, and that's for streaming. That's not even for gaming. That's just getting on here and doing these streams. And drop frames is an issue no matter what you're doing. You have to really work on that and try to get something going. I will come on here and see if we've got anybody in the chats, which I usually don't, so it's fine. I can check that out. Now, Bob Dub put comments here in Skype, so I can read that. She was just mentioning whenever I brought that up. She said yes, and Rumble. That is true on Rumble especially. It's a big deal. But I mean, if they can make the process better, then that's fine. But like they're talking about fiber optics. I know, like in our area, AT&T, before they switched over to what was it? Now they go by freaking another company name. But before when they were AT&T, when they were laying down fiber optics in this area, for some reason they decided that we didn't need fiber optics laid down. So if we go through, it's Frontier. If we go through Frontier, they'll say on all these commercials that fiber optics is available in their services, but when you call up and you talk to them, you find out that it's not available here in my area, and I'm pretty sure that's the way it is everywhere when you actually take time to check it out, because before they were doing copper wires, and I believe it was in the late 90s where there was a big push to set down fiber optics from one side of the United States to the next. So they had crews going out putting this fiber optics down, and there was a lot of good jobs during that time period through that effort. And then when they laid those big fiber optic lines down, that's when they branched off and they started going to areas like here, you know what I mean? But when they did that whole branching off, they just completely avoided this area altogether. So I can see where they're talking about when it comes to that, and latency when it comes to satellite internet. That's where the big deal is. Also, a friend of mine within the vacuum, he likes to play music and on the internet, and I wanted to do a session with him and another friend of mine, Austin, where they were going to like jam out together, but the latency was so bad that they couldn't collaborate. You know what I mean? They couldn't hear each other's music in real time. So that's something that I noticed there. It's not just in gaming, it's an issue with people trying to collaborate with music and stuff of that in real time. It's not as great as what everybody's making it out to be, is what I'm saying. But to be fair, I don't have 5G. So if I had 5G, maybe I'd be cool. Like all these cool little gamers, out there that just play their video games on these platforms, and they've got everything going on, So I am finished with that topic. So I really want to try to make it at least over half an hour, which the recording is 32 minutes. Now, I made it there on the topic, and I'm gonna kind of go over some of the stuff that has been happening. I had a roadman competition, and I had some people that were interested in doing it, but like right at the last moment, every one of them backed out. So I win, you guys lose. Nobody gets any stream key. Competition is over. It's past the end of the month for October, so you guys go without, and I don't have to pay for a stream key for somebody to get for free. that goes back to what I said. You can't give anything away on the internet. People don't want things for free when it comes to the internet. It seems like they want you to say you can't have this so that they can steal it from you. You know what I mean? So I guess that's what I got to do. Instead of trying to give things to people for free, I got to tell them they can't have it so that they'll steal it from me. You know what I mean? And that's basically how it is. I might do another contest, but this is like the second or third challenge that I've put out there that nobody seems to freaking want to do. You know what I mean? So this pretty much is the end of it. I'm not doing that stuff anymore. Now, when it comes to home away from YouTube too, this makes my 14th stream. I've got freaking crap loads of interviews that I've already done on here from a lot of people, and I did enjoy the interviews, don't get me wrong, but I think I'm gonna have to call it quits on the home away from YouTube live streams. I could start up and do my gaming with Infamous podcast, but I don't know for sure at the moment. It all depends on where I want to go with it. To be honest with you, I'm getting really burnt out when it comes to video games. I've backed away from projects that I was doing with Rapid Glitch from Nostalgia Gaming Retro. I really am backing away from a lot of things. I'm not wanting to collaborate with anybody anymore. I'm probably going to start doing more when it comes to my my CGI and stuff like that. Maybe start doing some coding, because it's becoming an issue with me to where freaking, getting on here and being with people and streaming is fun, but it's not really fulfilling. You go through a lot of heartaches, you go through a lot of freaking emotional turmoil, and there's just so much shit going on where you just get really tired of it. And for me, that's probably what's going to end up happening. I'm going to back off more so that I can kind of do my own thing, start making some freaking animations and things of that nature, and see where it goes there. But I will be streaming. I have different channels and everything that I stream on, and I love gaming. Gaming is the first place where I actually learned how to do stuff when it comes to streams and even editing videos. This is where it all started, and I didn't start out with a halfway decent computer. I started out with a freaking potato, a toaster, whatever you want to call it. It was a shitty freaking computer, and everybody told me that I couldn't do it, and I did it. I didn't care what anybody said. I did it. I put these videos up, and they might have been crappy, but you know what? You try to get a video to stream or to even record on a crappy computer, much less try to go in and edit videos with just using an OBS and not having a computer strong enough to handle freaking like Blender or DaVinci, things of that nature. I remember I've done that plenty of times too, and it's not easy. And I did all that with freaking video games, and I got a lot of shit from it. I learned from it though. I learned how I could do this stuff, and it taught me stuff, even though it was what everybody considered crappy. So I still learned from it, and that's the one thing that I'm grateful for when it does come to gaming. Right now, I don't know what's going on with home away from YouTube. It's looking pretty quiet there. Like there's very little activity, and I was hoping maybe we could get some people in here and do some interviews and roundtables and stuff of that nature, but there doesn't seem to be any interest. So for me, I think the best thing for me to do is to stop, kicking a dead horse. You just when it's dead, it's dead. You know what I mean? So just kind of let it go. Now, if I change my opinion later on, I can come back next year and do it again. But I think I'm pretty done. I went over the dates and stuff, and this is still technically a part of the first year. So I made it to 13 or 14 videos. I was wanting to go check it out, but I have my live stream studio on, and I don't really want to go and check it. Here in a little bit, I will be coming out with more content and stuff when it comes to gaming. I'm still going to do my uploads. There's no way in hell I can actually give up on this stuff too much, and I'm backlogged on all the shit that I need to do. Like, I've still got videos that I need to upload that I've edited and gone through, so that's one thing that I do need to do. I just finished up on all of the retro games. I backed away from doing retro gaming with Nostalgia Gaming Retro. It's not anything personal or anything like that, but this goes back to the collaboration thing. When it comes to collaborating with other people, it should be a mutual effort. It shouldn't be, it should be a mutual effort that both people want to do. It shouldn't be, you do this for me, you do that for me, you do this for me. It should be both of them doing it. And I think a lot of people who stream have a hard time with that, because they start thinking, well, I have this person working with me, they can do this for me, and all of a sudden this person's doing their work and none of their ideas are being done. And that was basically what ended up happening. And I don't want to be mean about it or nothing like that, but that's something that I had to learn the hard way. Is like, when you get into collaborating with other people, you have to be careful, because there's people out there that'll take advantage of you. They will point blank take advantage of you just so that they can get what they need done. So it's always wise to go in with your head on your shoulder and make sure that it's a mutual agreement that you're both going to do collaborations that you both want to do. You know what I mean? And that's one of the mistakes that I made, because I had been doing that stuff for like 2.5 years, and none of my content was being put out. So I walked away from that hoping to save my friendship with Rapid. That it wasn't out of spite, it was to save our friendship, because it is an issue, and I've been mentioning it to him for a while, and it just, nothing was changing. You know what I mean? I wanted to do an arcade series on there, and he just took every single video I had and just took it down off the platform. And that was probably the beginning of the end for me, because I was under the impression, that I made these videos and I put them, or I sent them to him, and he would stream them, and I had tons of retro games that just never got done. I don't think there was one single stream or one single video that I had freaking told him that I wanted to put on my videos that was put on his channel. And that's when I started catching on that it was always, hey, do this, hey, do that, hey, do this, but it was never him saying, okay, I'm gonna put this on, because this is what I wanted. I didn't want to play freaking Mario Brothers. I hate freaking Mario. I hate Zelda. You know what I mean? And The only thing I did on there that I really enjoyed doing was freaking Elder Scrolls Arena, and that's because I'm a big Elder Scrolls fan, you know. So I mean, and that's the reason why I did it, because I thought I think of him as a friend, you know. I went ahead and I did those games, and it was good, you know, to be a part of his team retro, but when it comes to making a decision between, you know, me wanting to do what I want to do and trying to help somebody else, then I have to think about it, you know, because I don't want to sit playing video games 10 years from now and still doing the same thing. I want to kind of grow and do more things. I've got other projects that I'm into right now that don't pertain to gaming, and it's just like with everything else, you know. I'm gonna back down off of a lot of this collaboration shit. I've learned my lesson. I've taken my beatings, and I'm gonna be a little bit wiser with the people that I do collaborate with from now on. I mean, they're gonna have to freaking break my legs, you know what I mean? But I'm just not jumping into it, you know. So, and like I said, you know, I hope the best for Nostalgia Gaming and Retro. It's a really great channel. It really is. If you guys want to watch some quality freaking retro games, go check him out. Rapid takes time and effort into his editing. He's probably one of the best video editors I know, and that says a lot, because I'm telling you, man, there's not too many people I call good video editors out there. There's people that just downright freaking don't give a shit. They don't even like editing videos. They'll just slap it up there, you know. And he's one of those people that takes time and creates templates and makes an effort. Him and the Drew Gamer, those two are amazing retro gamers. Check those two out. So I have made it to 45 minutes and 35 seconds. I covered that. That was something that was needed to be discussed, and it's been lingering for a while, and I needed to say it, because, you know, we're both part of Home Away from YouTube, and I know that I know that me and Rapid has collaborated for a long time, and a lot of people that are on there know that, and they know that we've been working together, so maybe I need to fill in the blanks for it. But that's what happened there, you know. And like I said, it wasn't to be mean, it was to save a friendship. Because me and him got into a freaking argument about 2 years ago that freaking I felt really, really shitty about, and I will never do that to him again, you know what I mean? I will never get into a conversation where we talk like that, because I really do think of him as a great person. He's just a butthole, you know. That's and I'm a butthole too, so you can't have two buttholes in the same freaking room. They'll shit on each other. So Bob Dub wanted me to mention Mint Me. Okay, now Bob Dub, I am still doing the Mint Me thing. It's just I have been doing a shitload of stuff when it comes to other things. Like this is like the closing part of the year for me, and I had to get like videos, edited videos, like I was talking about. I had to get all the videos on every freaking channel I had up before the beginning of this month, because they were all needed to be done at the beginning of November. So I went through and I edited 2 months worth of freaking The Wonderful World of Weirdness, which has video posted every day. Then Gaming with Infamous, I had to come in here and I had to do a few games too here, 2 months worth of videos. which has a video every day. I'm still working on Earth, as well as working on the Storyteller, and narrating. When you use the narrator and you have to go through and edit it, that is the most excruciating, painful thing that you can do. So I've had a lot of things that I've been working on, like going through John G's story, the Wallhouse Curse. I've been doing that. But on the bright side, for Halloween, I was posting that stuff on WLC at home away from YouTube, so I've got some views started on that, and a lot of people on the channel supported me and went in and subscribed. So I do thank you guys for that. That was really great, and your comments are awesome. Just so you guys know, Bob Dub was one of the people that I did freaking hummingbirds and bumblebees with, so we both worked on that all through the year. She had a show called Duality, and we went through and discussed things like duality and freaking the feminine and the masculine aspects and things of that nature. And that's what inspired hummingbirds and bumblebees, with a bit of sci-fi thrown in there too. So that's that just so everybody knows, that's one thing. And if you need anybody that freaking that you want to narrate your stories and stuff, contact her. If anybody wants to know how to get in a hold with her, just let me know, and I will send you guys contact information. So that is one thing that I do want to say too. My reading really sucks, so if I messed up on that reading and it was hard for you guys to understand, please get in the comment section and say something, okay? Because I am better at talking with people in the comment sections of the videos than what I am doing live stream. As a matter of fact, I love to talk in the comment section. Just ask frickin' Maxie or frickin' Detective Fallen. I'll sit and have like an entire chain of comments with them about video games and stuff, and I just love it. When I go on my buddy Jaffe's show, man, I'll be sitting there staring at the frickin' chat just so I can talk to people in chat while we're having the show, you know. So hit me up in the comment section. I like comments more than I like the thumbs up and the sharing, you know. I just love it. I love to have conversations in there. You know, I'd really love to say that I feel bad about leaving and not doing any more of these, but I really am not, you know. I love to live stream video games and stuff and talk on the games while I'm playing, but I haven't been able to do that because of doing other things, you know. So eventually I'll get back to my games, and the only reason why I live stream is so I can do the WLC. And that's it. I don't care about like people getting on and freaking getting tons of views. It's just so my buddies at home away from YouTube can watch them and make comments, because it's a watch, like, and comment, you know. But in trade, I have to watch horrible freaking videos from Rockstar 1969. This dude is obsessed with freaking simulator games, dude. I've got to watch freaking NASCAR and FIFA and Talladega shit, you know what I mean? And then he gets on there and he's from freaking England, and he's playing golf, and he whispers. He's the whispering man now. It's Rockstar the Whispering Man, you know. I'm like, oh dude, you gotta stop that, you know. And then he does the train simulators. That's the worst one. That is so bad. It is so horrible. The cool part is he's got his brother on there, and his brother is like 5 times cooler than he is, because he likes the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, you know. Anybody that likes the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders is cool in my book. So, but yeah, go check Rockstar out. He's got a lot of good things going on. He doesn't cuss anymore. That's the only thing. He's turned into a gentleman. He doesn't get all mad and rowdy like he used to. Like, I don't understand that. So check him out. Check the Drew Gamer out. Check Retro Drew Gamer and Nostalgia Retro Gaming. Those guys are good. Now Zach is the freaking king of them all, dude. He's Mr. Walt Disney World. Everything about Walt Disney. If you guys want to know anything about it, check him out on there too. He started collaborating with Rapid as well on the Nostalgia Gaming Retro, so he's got some games coming out on there finally. This is pretty much filling everybody in on the channel about what's going on there. I am doing my project with Mint Me, where I've got my WoW coin, and I have been posting information about that token. I made the cryptocurrency. It's called the WoW coin, and you can find the information about that on Mint Me. You can either just go to Mint Me and check it out. It's called the WoW coin, or you can see the post on X, on my profile, or on my channel on X. If you guys are on X, then you already know, because I post like 5 million freaking things off of Mint Me on there. And just so you guys know, okay, it is not a scam. I am a real person, and I am not trying to scam you into getting into cryptocurrency. I'm actually making videos and creating content and sharing it on there, and then sharing it on X. And just to let everybody else on X know too, the same stuff that's on there is the same stuff that I'm posting directly off of X. They're on scheduled uploads, and it's also the live streams that you're getting now. So it's not a matter of seeing content that you haven't seen before. It's just a matter of, if you're interested in helping support me in my project, then you're more than welcome to come in and help me. You know what I mean? Because what I'm wanting to do is create a cryptocurrency that helps content creators monetize themselves. You know, instead of having to go and pay to promote your videos, have a system set up to where you can promote it for free. If you eventually, if it works out, I can probably figure out a way to get it to where you can actually get cash from it, like you do with the other tokens. We've been talking about it, but it's a pretty big project. You know what I mean? And I've been doing this stuff with Bob Dub and Within the Vacuum, as well as Minds Gaming, and we've been going a lot of directions. So right now we are working on a project. I've got to get the name of it, but it's a game actually. I have it in my bookmarks. Yeah, it's Block Madness, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, I already said it before you put it in the messages, Bob Dub. But don't apologize. But yeah, I know you were being helpful, Bob Dub. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how that works out, but it's pretty cool. It's going to be working through a blockchain like you do with cryptocurrency, but it's not actually currency at the moment. It's a work in progress. You know what I mean? Instead of there being RFTs, they're going to be virtual assets, and it's kind of like a mimicking of what blockchain is, but it's not blockchain. It's pretty interesting stuff. So, and like I said, it's just started out. It's work in progress, and later on, maybe if I do more streams of it, we can get into it more. But for now, I'm just going to leave it at that. because I want to have better information on it and stuff. I was gonna have Minds Gaming come on here and do an interview and talk about it and everything, but things came up to where he couldn't make it, so yeah, maybe some other time, you know what I mean? So I actually made it to 58 minutes and 21 seconds, and that's the way I wanted to do it, because I knew this was coming up to, this is basically going to be my last of them, so I am going to go ahead and end this, and I hope you guys got something out of it, because I learned absolutely nothing whatsoever. I mean, this has been like the most worthless freaking stream I've ever done in my entire life, especially with it being the last video game podcast for Home Away from YouTube that I'm going to do for a while. So if there's any interest that does arise during the remainder part of this year, I might come back and like do interviews and stuff, but other than that, this is done. We're finished. I don't see any reason to go forward in it, and I will talk to you guys later. I hope you enjoyed. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Gaming with Infamous. I'm Infamous OG 1973, commonly called Infamous, or Roger Hanson. Today I have Mark Edworthy with me, as well as Tan Hai Tran. If you want to say
hello.
Hi. There you go.
Hi. Hi.
Today we are continuing where we left off, and we had to call in the hard hitter. We had to bring Tan in so that he could kind of keep Mark leveled out and on task, because he's been getting rebellious and
yeah.
And like.
So what's the topic for today, Roger?
Today's topic is going to be about cloud gaming. Now, we have come some ways in it, but there are some parts that we'd like to go back over with you, because it's good stuff that I think you'd really enjoy talking about. Now,
okay.
We ended up starting all of this off, and we were going through. Let me get everything straight first. I gotta remember where I'm at in the talking points. Mm-hmm. Now, we started out really good, but then we got into cloud gaming technology, and that's when shit hit the fan, because Mark just had a complete freaking meltdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was
cloud technology rather than cloud.
And the one thing that he seems to be having an issue with is like all of these parts that are being put into cloud gaming in different areas where they could use them in a better area, pretty much to say like NVIDIA would work better in this area rather than the area it's in. You know what I mean? Or
Oh no, you were arguing that you were talking about NVIDIA's graphic division, where I was talking about that recently NVIDIA's gone into the more sort of AI processing division, nuke.
Now, he brought that up.
Can you catch me up, guys, on what you've discussed in the previous shows so far?
Okay, so what it was is we brought up the topic of the EU and the game cloud. Okay, and I mentioned the fact about how interesting it was that the EU made it a stipulation that Xbox and Activision had to include their games on the game cloud or cloud gaming networks before they would allow their sale to take place. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that's when we started talking about Mark's conversation where he had about like these different parts could work better over in this area rather than over here, because all of the people that he's mentioning are players in the work that goes behind setting up this cloud gaming infrastructure. You know what I mean? But they're not in the areas that he thinks they would be best in. You know what I mean?
Actually, I've got a few more thoughts about Microsoft as well.
You know, and I brought up the fact. Well, for me, like with the EU, do you think maybe that they're going according to like contract agreements? Like this company can do this work while this company can do this work, and so forth. You know what I mean? Rather than, you know, hiring people as they want to and putting them in areas where they're best suited, they're given contracts to do a certain function.
This actually goes into a further issue. This is all about the so-called technocratic socialist point of view, where corporations demand things from governments, and governments demand things from corporations, and removing the sort of laissez-faire sort of concepts.
I mean,
That's what you're seeing at the moment.
I'm just kind of bringing it back up so that if you have any kind of take on that, Tan, you can say something. But it's
Yeah, I still don't understand how does the EU come into like how.
Well, see, what happened was Activision was being bought, and they actually had a transaction that freaking consisted of billions of dollars. I mean, it's probably one of the biggest freaking acquisitions in the gaming industry, to be honest. Now, they actually, Xbox and Activision and Microsoft and all of them had to go before the EU's I guess it was court systems.
Competition regulator.
Yeah, and they had to get approval from them to freaking actually do the transaction. Well, the EU turned around and said, well, we will agree to this, but you have to put your games on the cloud, the gaming cloud.
I see.
Remember, you had specified, you were stating the cloud, as in there is a singular infrastructure there. Microsoft's, well, we know in the industry that more majority of games now are being sold as online, sort of either online direct distributions or downloadable products. So, and Microsoft's got their own cloud infrastructure. So, even though the EU is
Activision is now owned by Microsoft, right?
Right.
And Microsoft had
fully
this,
or partially.
I don't know.
Now, what happened with that whole transaction was Microsoft had there was a deal that was going on between Microsoft and Activision with Nintendo, I believe it was, where they can. All of this started over Call of Duty.
The game.
Yeah, Call of Duty 3, and there's a few other games that were high priority, and there's a lot of money invested into it. Now, when this acquisition took place, that meant that I believe it was Nintendo.
Nintendo and Sony.
Yeah, they would lose their rights to freaking be able to make money off of those games. And that's where all of this originally started from.
But historically, Nintendo's has always been sort of fairly insular. They will only promote their own products, and it's very little cross-platform collaboration.
Right, and that's a good point to bring up. I think we had a little bit of a conversation of that too, because like that was a big issue that I know personally from like playing Nintendo and playing freaking Sega or even PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't just interact within the 3 console systems.
No,
Oh, yeah?
what I mean is, sorry, I think I understand what my point is. Nintendo will release products, or the distributors will release products that are specifically Nintendo, so Mario, Zelda, blurbs, and they will not sell the rights to other architectures or of other companies.
Right. And
so if you buy, you can only get Mario and Zelda on Nintendo products. And if you want to use a x86 product, you wouldn't be able to use those games.
Okay, so now that he's said that, what's your take on it, Tan? Do you have any thoughts on that?
It sounds like it's a cool idea. What you mentioned that. So between Sony and Nintendo and what's the other?
PlayStation.
PlayStation. Yeah. Have they made any?
Sony, PlayStation, same company.
Yeah, you're
Sony,
right.
yeah. No, not the other one.
Nintendo.
Microsoft.
Yeah, Microsoft, and then Xbox. That would be Xbox.
Xbox, yeah.
Remember,
So they all carry Call of Duty on that platform, yeah.
Now they will if they use
Nintendo
if they use the cloud network, they'll have access to it.
Yeah, you mean like the Steam?
Yeah, but you won't be able to play Call of Duty on a Nintendo device because that needs further development. And as like I said, Nintendo has always been insular, and they will not allow that sort of cross-platform. Whereas Sony and Microsoft has. Remember, Sony, Microsoft licenses DirectX to Sony, but Nintendo wouldn't want to pick up a license for DirectX.
Well, see, that's because they're dirty bastards.
Well, it's because they are a very insular company.
Well, I mean,
it sounds like a good idea to provide interoperability between different gaming.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If history's any judge, but it's not going to happen. Or as far as Nintendo's concerned, anyway.
Nintendo has always been obstinate about stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that even goes back before cloud gaming and all this new stuff that they're introducing.
Yeah. They've been like that since they went into the electronic gaming market back in the late 70s.
Yeah, they actually slowed frickin' internet gaming down because of them actually being introduced into the gaming world. You know what I mean? Them and Atari, because internet gaming was up and going, and they were ready to go pretty far at the time. And that's when console games came into play, and all of a sudden frickin' the internet gaming fell short, you know.
We're talking about post 90, obviously post 94, but We're probably talking about post 2000 there.
We're talking about like 1980s.
Yeah, no such thing as no such thing as the web, internet.
Well, 80. What was it? 87, 88 when it first came out.
The web. I pointed this out on a Minds Canaries chat about a year or two ago. The internet per se has been around since '64. Arguably, depending on your metrics, 83, 84. Yeah, the web itself hasn't been around since, or has only been around since '94.
Oh wow. Yeah.
'93.
Yeah. Well, actually, Facebook came out. What was it in 2003? So.
Yeah, about that time.
So relatively, frickin' the internet was still young when Facebook first came out.
Okay, Google came out in 98, 99, 98, 97.
Yeah.
No, Google was a bit slow.
Mm-hmm. So for me, what I was wanting to know though is like, do you think like these corporations, the reasons why they're not using their best equipment for the job, it would be because they're having contracts where they're being told this is what you can work on and this is what you can work on and this is what they're making it to where these companies can work on just these projects and they don't allow them to use.
Yes and no. The other thing you've got to consider is sort of the perceived market need. I mean, as we've seen with recent games, especially within the last year, thinking of things like Dragon Age, the latest Dragon Age, there's the entire woke issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
These companies that the market wants this, when in reality, as proven by the recent Dragon Age game, it has flopped.
Yeah.
Because the companies have misled the market.
Your dog.
My dog's a Mirage.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, there we go. There he goes. He's a cute little guy, man. He looks like
cute.
He looks like one of those dogs you see in the movies, the cute fuzzy ones that give you the puppy dog eyeballs, and you end up like giving him a biscuit treat.
Yeah. He's not a Shiba Inu though. So
Okay.
No Doge pun. I don't know what breed it is. We think it's a Havanese. No. Yeah. Like a Cuban breed.
Okay, so since we've bored you with the whole thing about the server, the next thing I wanted to get from you is what's your take on hyperthreading?
Hyperthreading.
Yeah,
What sense?
for CPUs. I just want like your take off of what you know about hyperthreading when it comes to CPUs
And how it affects cloud gaming?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just about hyperthreading, anything that you want to make a comment about when it concerns hyperthreading.
It's just it's a marketing blurb, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, right.
And Intel technology is just being able. It's their way of being able to do multiple.
There is some technology concepts behind it, but generally speaking, yeah, it's a marketing concept, or it's a marketing term, should I say.
Well, you want to elaborate on it a little bit more? I mean, Dan?
Well, I mean, it's on a hardware level, a way to process multiple tasks in parallel.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know too much about this technology. Intel came up with it and then just branded it as hyper-threading.
Yeah.
We could dig into the internals of how they work, but I mean,
We've dug up all. We're just like, this is the reason why you're here, is because freaking you're the wise guy. You're the guy who breaks it down. You didn't even have to do research, and you just spilled it right out there. You know what I mean? I had to read an entire freaking paragraph on the shit. But it just
Well, really, you need to understand the concepts of CISC and RISC processors, and understand serial processing and compare with.
yeah, but I mean, so what if they have hyper-threading? Intel has hyper-threading on their CPU. How does it help with cloud gaming?
so what happens is, like, when it comes to these servers, okay, which are set up all around, they use hyper-threading technology to make it to separate responsibilities of the CPU, to where 2% of this is put here, 2% of here, and 2% is here, and they break it all up to where they have different tasks running at the same time. That would be my best way of explaining it. I'm pretty sure Mark can probably
technically,
do it
it
better.
is not running at the same time, because again, CISC processors, x86 processors, they can only do one mathematical equation at a single time.
You're getting way
It
too.
might be milliseconds, hundreds of milliseconds, but it's only one task at a time.
Right, and you brought that up
This
before too.
concept.
You brought that up too before. I know that much.
There's an article on PC World, pretty recent, October. It says Intel has abandoned hyper-threading technology. You guys know about that?
No, I did not know about that. That's interesting. So,
It says hyper-threading is dead.
Yeah.
Intel has banned hyper-threading on all new desktop processors. All new desktop processors.
so I wonder.
Send you the link. See if there's what the reason behind that is.
That is pretty interesting, because like they have been using this in like their Intel Xeon CPUs. That's what we were getting into, and that's what Mark was talking about. Like, freaking, they could have used a better CPU than Intel Xeon. You know what I mean?
Again, Xeons are mainly marketed to server and corporate workstations, and standard Intel architecture is marketed to the consumer.
And I found out the information that we had before. It says the Exxon Xeons, the processors are designed for multitasking and handling compute-intensive tasks like database management, scientific simulations, and AI workloads. It's supposed to have built-in.
Well, I'm not sure about AI workload, because the new generation APUs.
It sounds like hyper-threading is not real multi-threading, where their second core is like a virtual core. So, why would you do that instead of having real cores? Right?
Now, do you know?
In reality, when we're talking about threading, it's just talking about cores, really.
And
multiple cores.
And see, that's where
they be real, maybe they be virtual.
That's where I split with my son on that, because we've had this conversation about cores versus threads in a CPU, and I've always been a kind of guy who I'm more concerned about how many cores there are in a CPU rather than the thread amounts. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, the core is the physical hardware. The thread is just
not
the
necessarily.
software.
You can have virtual cores. As an example,
Other than other than
On this
virtual
machine
core?
that I'm using at the moment, I've got 4 physical cores plus 4 virtual cores, P cores. So in effect, I've got 8 threads. So each core, it's just a marketing term. It's. I can understand where your son is getting confused with. This language is deliberately there to confuse the issue.
To make them think that it's cool. Like
Yeah,
most
yeah,
of the younger gamers are the type that goes out and they get the most expensive shit because in their head they're envisioning making a computer with neon lights and blinking. You know what I mean? I mean, let's just be honest about it.
Yeah. As you know, I've been working in this industry for donkey's years now. And I've done a lot of retail repairs and not sales per se, but repairs. And I am astounded that I'm always astounded when customers will come up with me and ask me, they must get the greatest, newest machine, and when I ask them what they're going to use it for, and they will say, "Oh, a bit of gaming and a bit of
Yeah. You're getting excited.
I'm really using 10-20% of the machine's capability."
Right.
So
Now-
they're spending all this money on the up-to-date machine and only using a percentage of it.
Right. And see, this is where I ended up getting into my conversation about, like, there's a difference between gaming and like, with me, what I do on Blender. Okay, now, this hyper-threading thing would be perfect for doing Blender because I could do 6 projects at the same time, and it would only use a percentage of the CPU for each project. You know? Where that would be beneficial, but then, like, using it for gaming is just ridiculous.
Again,
Well, I mean, gaming-
we should ignore this sort of marketing hyper-threading terms because it's just mere cores.
Yeah.
So
It's just nothing more than another term for multiple cores.
yeah.
Right. Okay. So is that your take on it, Tan?
Yep. It's
Okay.
kind of this.
I'm
So, I
telling you.
mean, so if they're no longer shipping hyper-threading, they have something else equivalent or better.
So, in theory, rather than creating virtual cores, Intel, I have to check this out, but Intel must be creating CPUs just with actual cores, physical cores, virtualized cores then.
It is pretty interesting. I mean, when you think about that, you know what I mean? Because like I said, it's mostly the kids who talk about the threads, how many threads are in a CPU, and like with gamers especially, this conversation really is important because all these gamers want to build their own Steam boxes, which is a gaming computer. You know what I mean? They call it Steam boxes. So they'll go out and they'll grab these parts and put them into this computer thinking they're getting all these advancements in technology and shit that's going to be so useful to them, you know.
Really, the Steam boxes are just x86 machines in a different form factor. Just in a physical different form factor.
Speaking of Steam, let's talk about Steam for a few minutes. Have you used the Steam platform much, Roger?
I use
Or
it.
what we, the Steam store. Yeah, I got a couple titles.
I use it. I use it. I use it all the time. I actually, I agree with using Steam over this whole freaking web cloud thing to be, or cloud gaming, to be honest with you, because
Well, Steam is a cloud gaming platform.
well, it's an option. It's an option, but I also have the opportunity to download the stuff onto my computer, which
Steam is well, when you say cloud, it's two things, isn't it? It's generally speaking, it's a store where you can download. So it's a cloud.
See, he starts moving around like that, and he gets excited.
And it's not a way of saving your files, saving your saved files to external infrastructure, to their own infrastructure.
Okay, wow,
So
man.
in theory, you can have the game on two machines, and then you can use the same saved game files downloaded from the infrastructure.
Well,
And also
But-
in relation to updates as well.
It's two things, isn't it? It's a store where you can download games and install it locally on your machine to play, and two, you're able to interact with or compete with other Steam users on the Steam.
Oh yeah, there was the collaboration sort of friends sort of concept. Yeah.
So see, now we're going into territories that we were covering towards the end of the last stream, which I think you would also like. But before we get there, I want to ask you about ray tracing. What's your thought about ray tracing?
Ray tracing is a graphics terminology, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This goes back like 20 years when I was taking computer graphics.
Long actually. As I pointed out last week, I was creating ray traced images back in the 80s on BBC B.
Yeah.
BBC B Plus to be correct.
That was one of the conversations we got into. Like, everybody today seems to be all hype on this stuff, but what me and Mark both agree on here is, like, it's been around forever.
Exactly. Yeah, it's computer graphics terminology. But hey, I just did a Google, and look, Google Gemini came up with an answer on the Google page. You guys see that?
No, not yet.
Gemini answers, what is ray tracing? It's a computer graphics technique that simulates the behavior of light in the real world to create realistic images.
Yes,
It works by tracing the path of light rays from a virtual camera through a 3D scene and back to light sources. The light rays interact with objects in the scene, collecting information about the object's color, texture, and lighting. This information is then used to create the final color and illumination of a pixel on the screen. Ray tracing can simulate a variety of optical effects, including reflection, refraction, shadows, depth of field, motion blur, caustics, and ambient occlusion.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, I know all of that. Now, see, with me, I get on Blender and I play around. So
ray tracing can be computationally intensive. Yeah, I would imagine, right? Especially.
Oh, let me get back on there. I got to click on the link again. I got booted from my own freaking stream. Hold on, guys. Let me get this squared away. Yeah, sorry, I got cut. Boy, we miss Jitsi, don't we? We miss Jitsi. We miss Jitsi. This stuff happens all the time. We get cut off. I just literally lost my freaking thing. I had to come back in, so I don't know if you guys do that.
So I was reading along, and you got let me see if it dropped. That dropped from your stream.
Well, you actually said a lot of the stuff that we were talking about, and well, okay, there we go. Are you still there or not?
Yeah.
Okay. I seen some weird shit happen with my thing, so I'm wanting to double check. Okay, I'm still here. I'm just.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay. But yeah, you were saying when I started talking about the Blender thing, it was after I said that I missed the rest of it.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
Yeah. Okay. So I was just reading out that it says ray tracing is fairly intensive on the GPU.
mhm.
So you mean when you're doing the rendering on Blender, and you enable ray tracing, do you see that your like computer is like fuming up as it's doing its rendering?
Well, you see, that's the odd part about ray tracing when it comes to Blender. Now, if I take and I use my GPU, then yeah, I have problems with it. But it does better if I just use my CPU because it's strong enough to handle it. Okay, now if I had a CPU that was maybe less than freaking 8 cores, I wouldn't suggest that. But 8 cores and higher, the CPU can handle this on its own. Now, if I turn around and I use like my GPU on it, it would literally wear the shit out of my GPU, like you wouldn't believe.
Interestingly, going back to the BBC days, I remember doing a image back in the 80s, 7, 8. On what you would call mode 2, so 160 by 256 pixels, and the rendering on this particular image would have taken something like an hour and a half, 2 hours
Mm-hmm.
to complete.
Yeah, I do some that's on Blender that takes me 5 days to finish. I have to literally let my computer freaking sit for 5 days straight and render that freaking
5 days.
5 days, man.
Are you rendering in HD?
I'm rendering on freaking it. The settings are freaking 1920 by 1080, freaking 100%. I mean,
How long's the video? Why does it take 5 days?
well, some of them are freaking like 5-6 hours long, you know, but they don't have very.
It just depends on the complexity of the image.
And then, like, if I go in and I do an actual animation, and I do an animation that has a lot of complexity, like audio visualization is a big one. If I do that with the Blender, it slows down and it takes long too. So
What CPU do you have?
I have a freaking I've got this things on. It's an Intel what is it? i8.
i8.
i7. I believe i7 or i8. I can pull it up.
I said, bring up your task manager.
The actual model number to make a judgment. I mean, the i8, i7 is meaningless.
I have an i7,
Yeah.
8-core,
Yeah, that's what I believe I've got too.
and I render like a 30-minute video on DaVinci Resolve in about like 10 minutes.
Well, that's
Again, there's a lot of mitigating factors you've got to consider. Background tasks, the quality that you're rendering at,
Well, you better
the
kill
amount of information you're rendering.
See, it's taking 5 hours.
well. The thing.
That
The,
will
the,
depend on various factors.
the thing of it is like freaking Blender has a lot more functions involved in it. Like I go in there and I can freaking put different things on it that you can't get from DaVinci Resolve. You know, and like the one thing that I've had this conversation with other people like Darker Things off of YouTube and Zach and them about like the different programs they use compared. And I tell them straight out, I'm like, well, you know, you guys are using all these different programs. I only have to use one. I go to Blender and I can do everything from video editing all the way up to freaking computer graphics to all that stuff. You know what I mean? So,
I've always been a fan of the software concept of then using multiple. As an example, using a single Office application to allow for presentations, spreadsheets, and whatever, or having an IDE that will do multiple functions that will compile, will allow you to edit, or allow you to preview, test. I do like the sort of more integrated sort of concepts.
Now I have for my CPU. I gotta check it down. I'm finally there. It's a Ace. No,
What is it? What is
it's
it?
an AMD.
Intel.
It's an
What? Oh, it's AMD.
yeah. It's AMD. It's
AMD, what?
Ryzen
AM.
7 57.
All right, it's in 7. Okay, so
50.
it's similar to Intel i7. Yeah.
5700X8 core, 16 thread.
8 core, 16 logical cores.
Yeah.
It's
Unlocked.
similar to what I have.
Now, what else is there? There's a.
Sorry, what was your model number?
Oh, I don't have my model number on this.
No,
thing.
no, the Ryzen
The
7.
CPU.
Ryzen 7?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ryzen 7.
because
It's 1500 or 5700X.
okay, yeah, so
And
It's a fairly decent computer.
yeah.
Do you have plenty of free space left on the computer?
Well, I'm filling my 2 terabytes of storage up really quick. Like the other day, I hit 0 on memory because of all the bullshit that I freaking have on.
0 on this space? I mean, when you're doing rendering, it needs some of those space for
Yeah, I
virtual
know.
swap.
I know.
yeah, it's a solid state. Yeah, you're going to have to be able. Even though there is usually depends on the drive, if it's DRAM or something, there will be a small amount of space already proficient. But yeah, it's always good to have some space proficient anyway, because solid state drives.
Yeah, do you have an
Diane?
SSD?
No,
Roger?
I don't trust that shit.
Okay, it's mechanical.
Might want to invest in one, like
Well-
just a small one. You can keep your data storage on the mechanical drive, but on the OS, use the SSD drive for faster performance.
Everybody says to go SSD, but I mean, all of a sudden, once the SSD was introduced, now we have to worry about dropping it and shit. I remember the old hard drives, man. Them things get banged around all over the place, and they still worked. And you'll hear people even say today, "Oh, don't do that. That'll hurt your hard drive." I'm like, dude, I don't know what world you came from, but in my world, freaking, I put these poor things through hell.
As I've mentioned on previous occasions, a solid state drive will die after a time, but in theory, you can keep it well kept, looked after. A mechanical hard drive could last thousands of years, millions of years.
Yeah. I mean, I love them. It's like I might do it because we're thinking about maybe setting up an external hard drive, and they've got these adapters where you can plug in a cord and plug it into the USB.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking maybe of setting something up like that to where it could run off of that.
If you got a, I presume you went on an ATX desktop. If that is the case, then I would think about investing in a PCI eSATA, external SATA card. Because again, that would just increase the speed rather than using USB.
Yeah. Now, I got it up here. I don't even know if I like in my frickin' computer, I can actually pull it up, but I have it on my hard drive or on my Google Drives for my computer list. So that's what I've been looking at. But I don't know if I have my monitor listed on what I've got.
Tan, question for you. When it comes to external hard drives, is there still a good argument compared to, let's say, eSATA?
Good argument for what you cut out.
So it's got to be still a relevant
think he,
Yeah.
You got cut out.
yeah,
You got.
he keeps moving around, getting all rebellious and shit. And
Okay.
Say your question again, Smart. Say your question again. We got cut out in the.
Is still a viable option?
Oh, you mean so it's using an external like a detached drive, a viable option?
By a SCSI interface.
Oh, SCSI. Why? SCSI is an old thing,
Yeah.
isn't it? They don't use
Yeah, but
SCSI anymore.
is it still viable even now?
Oh.
Because it's still quite high. It can be quite high speed, and you can have something like 256 devices all daisy chained.
see, he's starting to do the shit I do on Tech Talk. Remember how you guys talk about my crazy talk?
Hmm.
Now he's starting to do it.
You'd
hear
have
that?
to, like SCSI controllers are not built into the modern computers anymore.
No, nor is eSATA in most cases.
No, eSATA. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know if it's viable. It's probably slower than. You mean you attach so it's an external drive, right? You're saying.
Yeah, that's what we would do.
I imagine it'd be slower than just the one connected in line into the board. I have tried using powering a Linux OS off of a thumb drive before. It's a little slow,
Yeah.
but
Again, depends on the USB interface.
Yeah.
Depends on the build from the USB interface. It can be.
Now,
yeah.
I've actually done it with just making the thumb drive into a freaking a bootable freaking memory thing.
Sure.
You just pop that baby in there, and you got Windows.
Yeah.
You know.
So you have these external hard drive, right? That you just plug into a USB.
Yeah.
I think it will be running a little slower
Yeah,
through
'cause
the USB channel.
Yeah, again, even USB, the latest USB 4 is still slower than SATA, or PCI, or PCI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you I mean, what would happen though if you take it and you anchored it to the freaking computer, to where whenever it was hooked in there,
Yeah.
Oh, you
Dock-
mean you
Yeah,
dock
that's
it.
what I mean.
attach it to the motherboard, but you leave it dangling outside?
No, dock it. You dock it. You dock it to the computer through a freaking.
Again, depends on what sort of bus you're using. If you're using USB, it's going to be slower
connector
than
are you
if
using
you're going
for
to use SATA over PCI.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I think, I mean, it's livable, but I don't know if it helps your performance if you're actually doing rendering off of this.
Yeah, I don't
No.
I don't think it
Would be better if you just install SSD drive as your main OS and use your normal drive.
I'm doing
data.
I'm doing good. Don't get me wrong. The only reason why I don't have all that much memory now is because I have all this freaking archived video that I'm trying to turn into an 8-hour block and put on YouTube. And then after
Okay.
that, I'm taking and I'm transferring all of that information from YouTube over to Rumble and then on X. So I have to get all of that stuff off there so that I can get my memory back.
Interestingly, I've been talking to Mr. Robot about NAS as some network attached storage. And in your case, that may be a good idea. Just pull backing off your storage.
Yeah, get a NAS drive to offload some of your videos. Keep it there for storage.
I've got 450 external hard drive that I've been putting it on, but that seems to take up. Well, it's weird how that works because I'll put the memory on there, or put the videos on there, but then it fills that one up.
You only have
I mean,
450 gigs.
in
What
the
do you
consumer
expect?
space at the moment, when it comes to mechanical hard drives, you can get up to 8 terabytes, but in corporate world, I've seen 20 terabyte drives.
Get at least a 2 terabyte.
But 20 terabytes, you're talking about thousands of pounds or thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I'll just do 2 terabytes. I can get that cheap off of frickin', off of Amazon or somewhere. Get one of those get one of those refurbished ones.
No, don't get refurbished.
Actually, no. When it comes to mechanical
Not when
hard
it
drives,
comes to hard drives. Jeez, crazy man.
no, not refurbished. Not when it comes to mechanical
You're
hard
just
drives.
putting us on.
No.
Just trying to make sure we're awake.
I knew that would get a reaction from you too. It's like refurbished. Oh no!
Because you
Oh,
don't know
no.
what condition that hard drive is. They could have sticky platters. They could be scratches in the platters, sticky heads. Who knows? You are gambling a bit there.
Hard drives are cheap, man.
They're too. Yeah, they're too cheap. Like Tan's saying, for me to be getting a refurbished one. You can get good ones at a good, decent price. So I wouldn't do it. But what we're actually talking about is ray tracing, guys. So,
Oh yeah, back to ray tracing.
What's your take on ray tracing, Tan?
Definitely, I think it helps with gaming. As far as cloud gaming, I'm not sure it makes a difference either way. I mean, it's good for normal non-cloud gaming.
It enhances the visuals, and it reminded me too of something that we were talking about the last episode as well. My son was showing me this thing because you know how Mark's into the retro games and everything. I was telling him there's games that are retro where you can actually play it the original way, the way it looked when you played it, or if you wanted the more updated look with graphics, you could switch it over to it. You know what I mean? And it would be nice looking freaking textures and everything, up to date looking kind of game experience.
Interesting. Can you find some screenshot of that? Of what an example of that?
No, I have
So
no.
they basically ported the game and they modernized it, right?
Right. The
Yeah.
same
Not
exact
the
game.
original anymore.
It's the same game. You can choose between playing it with the original look or the new updated look.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's
So these games are way too old that copyright or legal implications are no longer an issue, right?
Depends on ownership. The old abandonware concept. Again, depends on copyright of the proprietary license. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna Google retro game with modern look.
yeah. Now, actually, let me see here if I'm missing anything. I'm going through the notes to make sure we didn't miss nothing. Those were really the topics that we found to be the most interesting and everything that I thought you would really like to have a conversation about. That's the gist of what it is, until we got to Mark and his angered black soul when he heard the word marketing.
No, right. So so cloud gaming to me is like also, I think Mark's gonna like this. It's like also a marketing thing. It's a marketing term because most of the games that are on the cloud, you actually install the game locally, right? You go to the cloud store, you download the game, and it installs on your local computer, and then you play it, but then it interacts with other people's on the same cloud. Okay, so that's a good thing. But still, it's installed. So I guess that's where you are. Local
it's just a distribution method.
Yeah.
Yes, just a distribution method.
Right. So so with those types of games, that's where your local graphics capability and CPU power makes a difference. Because if you have a more powerful PC on your local machine, you will outcompete other players on the network with a slower machine, right, or slower
Right.
graphics rendering engine.
Right. Now see,
I
you're actually
um
up to task on this because it's like this is something that Mark keeps fading away from when we talk this because he
I
gets caught up into the thing.
I'm going to actually make a cafe out there. I have seen projects such as I think it was Ultra, which is a sort of cloud-based, well,
Yeah, yeah.
external
There is.
infrastructure operating system environment. So,
Right.
in effect, you've got, let's say, Microsoft Windows installed on a remote machine, and
Yeah.
all the computing processes are being done by that remote machine, but you're accessing it from a client on your own
I
And
machine.
now he's back on track.
I have heard of it. I question the performance of that type of a setup. Like it's basically you're connecting to a remote desktop, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Or a
Yeah.
Citrix client.
now remember, we're
But
talking about data centers too. Okay. Now a lot of the stress that's being put on these computers in the ordinary world of computing is being taken off of our computers and they're being transferred over to these data centers that are equipped for cloud gaming. And they're doing some of the responsibilities that our computers would regularly have to do.
So we're going back to the old concept of terminals, back to the
yeah,
old 1970s ideas
I
of
don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen.
dumb statements.
I still wait to see that kind of a setup to see if the performance. I guess with modern technology, they can make it possible now. It would be surprising. And so
Yeah.
basically, you are a dumb terminal playing. It's a thin client on your local computer, running games that are actually
Yeah.
running on some server somewhere.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Now, they make claims that cloud gaming is housing like thousands of servers with specialized hardware that is supposed to support, the intense requirements of what they considered modern day gaming. You know what I mean? So
Specialized hardware. Actually, I did back in my just trying to look for it, my cloud computing services blog article. I wrote a bit of information about the history of dumb terminals and the entire cloud concept, and going back to things, and that did describe things like telescript devices that were around in the 70s and 80s.
now, the one thing that comes to my
Those-
the one thing that comes to my mind about that whole thing is, I mean, they talk about like having sufficient resources, which includes power and everything. But what about cooling? You know what I mean?
well,
Not-
they have data centers, so it should be taken care
Yeah,
of.
if you're in a data center, you've got a lot of cooling. Well, a properly set up data center. I've been in some and in class, and some of them are like fridges inside.
yeah,
Now is Xbox a pure cloud gaming platform like what like that?
now,
They
Xbox.
came up with this cloud gaming beta,
Now,
but
The
I mean,
latest-
you have an Xbox on your local at home there that you're connecting to this thing to play.
Yeah,
So-
but again, it's just a distribution method. You're still downloading the binaries to
I don't-
your
yeah.
machine.
It could be doing that virtualization or virtual desktop, like you said, Mark.
now
Uh,
that right there would make sense why it would be so much, because they're going to have to. Well, first you got to think about the multitasking. That's going to cause a lot of heat. You know what I mean? Like, and this isn't just like me, you, and Tan playing a video game. This is like millions of people on this freaking on this system. You know what I mean? So they've got to work with all of that.
Mhm.
You know, so when you think about that, and then like the whole the computing, the computer
Cloud computing.
cloud computing and everything,
Mhm.
And then what about the freaking, database management? That's all apart from.
Again, this is. I'm. I'm going to
Database
say.
management. So I mean, yeah, you have to design your game. I guess you'd have to design your game for the purpose of cloud,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Remember, we aren't talking about a single host server. We're talking about multiple bare metal hardware here, all running separate virtual machines on top of. So you might have your authentication database on one server, may that be an actual physical bare metal or a virtual machine, and then you'll have your the specific game stored on another virtual server or another server, and you have different elements stored in different parts.
Now
Of
that
sort of mesh network sort of concept.
that would bring us to something that we got into before too, Mark, which I think Tan would probably want to have a say on now. Like, Tan, have you ever heard of NVMe, non-volatile memory express?
no,
Yeah,
They're
just so
I
SSDs.
might have.
solid state storage.
No,
No,
Technically,
might have
the
heard about it in
M2
passing, but
M2
not in detail.
what did you say, Mark?
M2 sticks. So, as an example, and the green one up here.
You got one?
Yeah, got one to hand.
Now,
Um,
what I've read so
Yeah, it's like another memory stick, isn't it?
yeah.
But how's that different?
it's
normal RAM.
yeah, solid storage space, storage,
Oh yeah,
Now,
so hard drive.
from
it's a form of an SSD.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And what it's supposed to be able to do is for this type of setup is it reduces latency and it increases data transfer speeds.
NVMe's are generally a lot quicker than the sort of 2.5-inch 3-inch solid state drives. Generally, I would say, because again, depend on the company, depending on price point.
Now the NFBMEs they rely on the PCIe. Have you ever heard of that? The
Technically, no.
It's
PCI bus, and then there's a specific N2 bus interface. So depending on the drive itself, it could either fit in a PCI slot and empty, and as an example, this HP machine I've got in front of me, a 1 and 2 slots plus 2 PCI slots of the same form factor. So, the N2 will only allow for NVMe drives in, but the PCI can also allow for PCIe based NVMEs, as well as other devices such as Wi-Fi cards, or there's quite a few different kinds of cards that you could stick in there.
Now, what I've been finding out is when they talk about that, what they're saying is these NVMEs utilize the PCIe, okay, and it allows for faster direct communications between the storage devices and the CPU.
okay. It's just a different type of bus on the motherboard that you need to plug this.
Technically, SATA utilizes PCIe interface. SATA is just the sort of it's not really an interface bus itself, isn't it? So more of a connector.
Well, you got to use it for like big data analysis too, and high-speed trading. Like people who have to trade on the stock markets and shit, they would want that. You know what I mean?
I mean, to argue that it's a bus itself, it's like arguing Ethernet. Is Ethernet the entire cable? Is it the port, or is it just the connector?
Well, I'm guessing
Which
it's
is
just
an
a
argument that has
bus.
been
You know what I
going
mean?
on for ages,
It's like,
yeah.
now, that was the stuff that we were getting into right around the last part, and then we started talking about H265 or HEVC.
H265.
Yeah,
It's a video format, isn't it?
yeah.
It's a transcoding codec. It's a hardware-based transcoding
It's a
codec.
video encoding format.
Yeah.
So
The difference,
H265 is what you need
or
to encode
X2,
4K.
or
That's
or
what
X265 for software.
that's what they're
based
using.
codec.
That's what they're no. That's what they're using when it comes to these data centers. Let me point that out. So we kind of keep things into perspective on that. You know what I mean? For the data centers, they're using H265.
Only
You
in
mean to
certain
stream videos to the client?
Right.
That's cool. That's high
No,
quality.
to transcode. No. That's just a transcoding technology.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I
it's
see.
not an
Okay,
actual
so they will
distributing
they will transfer the video into the client in H265 format, and the client expected to
X265.
decode it.
Right. And you see, like in gaming, whenever it comes down to like you're sitting inside of a game where there's freaking like huge battles taking place, and instead of the monitor freezing up on you because of all that, they're transcoding it and sending H265 into your computer. You see, for it's about video compression.
I will make a distinction. I will make a distinction here. H265 H represents that there's a piece of hardware. There's a chipset that actually does this independently. X265 is software, so it's being done by software means.
Well, H265 offers better compression than H264.
It can actually
So,
compress. It can actually compress video files half the size that the
Just explain why they would
In
use
theory,
that format.
again, it depends on the actual source of material.
It's to improve
it doesn't have a
efficiency.
blanket statement.
Yeah.
You know, and you got to think they're also streaming high resolution content.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're going to have to compress all of that down and still keep the quality.
Yep.
You know, so
Not necessarily now that we're seeing faster, well, in theory, faster and faster network connections.
4K and 8K, I believe, isn't it? Like,
You know, it's
No.
interesting.
Streaming
My Pixel 9 records videos using H265 format. When I transfer it to my PC, the Windows Media Player is not able to play it. I had to buy an H265 encoding or plugin onto the whole system, onto Windows, in order for any of my video player apps to be able to play that.
that's crazy.
It's
See,
crazy.
Is your machine is capable of H265, or is it doing it via software? If
guess
it's software, then it's H265.
I guess it's doing it by software because I needed that software.
So
to
yeah,
play it.
X265. X265.
so with with this, what we got to also think about is freaking CDNs, okay, controlled delivery networks.
Cloud delivery network.
Yeah, or content delivery networks.
Yeah.
And streaming services. You know what I'm saying? When they started implementing this and everything, they were thinking about delivering this data from these freaking from these freaking data centers to the client.
CDNs are, in fact, just a redundancy model, which in reality means that rather than you've got data centers mirroring other data centers.
Mm-hmm.
So you might upload your content to one data center, and then that and another data center will mirror that content.
Right, and from what I'm taking is like when these data centers they deliver this content, okay, to the client. It's just a smoother streaming experience for everybody, even the ones with limited bandwidth. You know what I mean? Like everybody is getting the same quality of content when they get on these games and they play the video games.
In theory, there are some caveats.
You mean like it for clients that have lower bandwidth,
Right.
it will downscale
Yes.
the graphics?
Yep.
So
They're
not the
getting
same quality, but same
Speed,
experience.
same transmission, rate.
they'll have a smoother streaming experience is basically what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
It is a good example. Let's say I upload a content to Minds.com, and they've got data centers in the US. By whatever third-party hosting that they're using at the moment. That information may be duplicated in the host's UK data centers. So as far it's a UK data center than it is to access a US data center, at least in theory.
Okay, so
But so cloud delivery or content delivery network, they would still have to have one central kind of a load balancer that the initial contact is made, right? And then from there, it determines where's the best geographical server that can serve this request, and then it'll redirect the request to the closest server.
Now, they brought it up somewhere in these notes. I can look for it and everything, but they were talking about where they had a system set up to where, well, actually, I think it would be for the whole purpose of having these data centers set up where they're at geographically. Because not only do they want to reach people from far away, but they want to also be able to reach people within the local area. You know what I mean?
This is also where VPNs could be a downfall, could be an issue, because not only are VPNs traditionally slower than direct connections, but if let's say I have a VPN that's connected to a US node, not only am I getting the VPN is slower, but I'm actually accessing the US CDN. Therefore, I'm not getting the same speed. In theory, I would not be getting the same speed as connecting to a local data center.
Right, and we're talking about adaptive streaming, okay? That's where high-end games require robust streaming. And what they do is they adjust the quality based on the available internet bandwidth. You know what I mean?
YouTube is a good example of this. If you ever look at a YouTube video, you've got a little box in the bottom saying what resolution you want to look at it, and they will, and if you leave on the automatic setting, they will adjust it depending on your bandwidth.
Now, what they've got going on apparently is they're allowing smooth gameplay despite the fluctuations in the internet connection.
Okay.
So on YouTube, where you start seeing the resolution drop and shit, that doesn't happen in these games.
But that's also related to localized caching as well.
It's really interesting. That's what I was saying the last time when we were talking. Like I started out doing this where I wanted to actually hate cloud gaming. You know what I mean? But the more the more I'm reading this shit, the more I'm actually starting to like it. I really hate saying that too, because I wanted to find some excuse to say that the EU is screwing people over and shit, because I love talking shit about the EU.
The EU.
You know.
I would really ignore the EU. Remember, in the EU EC, European Commission, we are talking about a load of old people not understanding the technology and just ticking a box or pressing a button whenever a vote comes up. But this distribution method, cloud distribution method, is being used anyway. When was the last time you bought a physical medium with a game or software on it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's an example.
Now, the one thing that they do mention is like Twitch and YouTube. Okay, they do use adaptive bitrate streaming. So
that's my example on YouTube just now.
Yeah, they do use it, but I still see flaws in theirs because, like I said, if it was truly that way, you wouldn't see the resolution dropping like it does. It would still be smooth, you know.
Yeah, but we've got other sites like Odyssey and Mumble that doesn't use these techniques, and and you could have just breaks in. You could be watching content, and then the content will made to stall just because it's streaming or it's streaming at a single resolution, and there's no adaptiveness in it.
Well, the craziest part about this whole gaming thing, man, the gaming cloud stuff is like their requirements for cloud gaming, and it's not really for like high amounts of freaking things. When it comes to like their stability, they want like what they recommend for low latency connections. They want it to be under 20 ms.
Milliseconds,
you know,
which is, I don't know, the standard. You argue that the standard ping rate, unless I'm pinging Google, would be around 50.
Yeah,
millisecond,
and they're 120.
So again, this is down to, or this is also down to localized infrastructure. Funnily enough, I've been thinking about upgrading some the workstation I'm using at the moment. It's got a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet port on it, and I'm only using a 1 gigabyte bit Ethernet on my entire infrastructure is 1 gigabit at the moment. So I've been thinking about actually expanding, getting PCIe or USB 3 Ethernet data to increase my entire infrastructure into 2.5. But we are already seeing the advent of 10 gigabit Ethernet devices like that, adapters on the market, which is in the last couple of months, last year.
It's pretty crazy. What are your thoughts on that, Tan?
I don't know. No thoughts.
20 milliseconds. Do you think when it comes to
Also, remember that a lot of people use Wi-Fi connections, and the maximum speed at the moment is on the Wi-Fi 6E is 300 megabits per second.
Only?
So yeah, so it's still relatively slow compared to the newest sort of internet technologies.
the ISP, okay, to something that I think that people need to take into consideration. Like your internet provider may not have everything set up.
Yeah,
You know, so
it's you've got to consider a localized infrastructure, and then your ISP infrastructure, and then your the hosting infrastructure. So it's a sort of, and also the cables, or the connections that you're making between those infrastructures. So if you are using if you're using just cabling out in the street, that will affect all. If you're using 4G, 5G, 3G, or 3G, 4G or 5G infrastructure, then yeah, there are a lot of mitigating factors within that.
I always get a kick out of they're always focusing on the download speed. Whenever you also have to take in the upload speeds. That's one lesson I learned really. That I learned that the hard way.
Not
I'm checking my Wi-Fi setup to see
not
what
so
it's
much when it comes to the sort of gaming industry, because when you're considering upload and you're looking at save files and relatively small files anyway.
Maximum download on my Wi-Fi network is 958 megabits per second.
Wow.
Max upload is 856. So it's still higher than 300 megabits right now.
Now,
it's
now with 5G,
next-
5G,
next-
the average download speeds are supposed to be like 200 millibytes per second.
it depends on
Wi-Fi 5.
that.
Wi-Fi 5 is what's enabling higher speed.
Yeah, that depends on the.
Actually, no, it's Wi-Fi 6 is what I
When
have.
we talk about 5G, yeah, when we're talking about 5G and 4G, there are different bands within those concepts.
Yeah. So see, now we're
and
breaking
depending on
into
which band you're on.
we're deep. Now we're breaking into the deeper parts of the dark side right there. How these internet providers are lying to us. Okay. Because
Yeah, especially in the US. The US is full of misinformation as
horrible.
provided
Full
by
of disinformation, yeah.
those damn Americans.
Americans.
yeah, not only by the sort of
Canadians as well. Nicer.
He has
he
he has a nice guy attitude towards Canadians. You're okay, Tan. It's us.
Yeah.
It's us dirty
Canada is
Americans.
actually Canada's average infrastructure, internet infrastructure is actually faster than both the UK and the US.
See.
The average speed of internet Canadians get is something like last time I checked, it was something like 32 out of a list of all countries, so 270 odd countries, and whereas the UK was ranked at something like 34 out of that, and the US is ranked at something like 36, 37, with the UAE being the fastest country.
Now,
I think I have 1 gig.
the whole reason why all this is important for cloud gaming, what we've just been discussing, is the responsiveness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
whenever you're in a game that's like a fast shooter game.
Again, if your network or your uh, graphics is better, then you have an edge over the other players.
Right. And
Not necessarily. It's also, again, this goes into wider sort of points of things like CPU usage, caching, the general infrastructure, the general
Right.
communication infrastructure.
well, the
There's a
geographic
wider
distribution.
point.
You know what I mean? Like geographically distributed data centers, like what they were talking about. They have to be in a geographically placed to where freaking it helps with the low latency. Plus the
My
fast
son
internet.
has my son has this add-on or this program that he installs when he plays games that lets the game run in higher frame rate than without it. So it's interesting how they can make that possible. I don't know.
Would that be through like advanced network routing?
Probably,
Or
yeah,
or
possibly
it
concession
suppress everything else
method.
and give this game all the graphics resources that it needs, I guess.
Like
Again, we could talk about compression. We could talk about caching. Yeah.
yeah. Now
Pre
this
sort of rendered caching.
this is getting into the cool stuff that we're actually supposed to be doing tonight. Like I think we were just getting into edge computing.
It's just 2 hours after your stream. We're only starting to get into the interesting stuff. We'll be here all night.
Well, we
Let's
actually
get a coffee or get some beer, liquor around here.
we actually did a lot better with the conversation here because Mark's freaking tiger tonight, dude. He's tearing it up.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
he's on fire. He loves you being here, man, because then he can just bring it out like a wild man. You know,
I'm the catalyst.
he freaking he is the man, dude. Like the
Yep.
man.
Remember, I've been dealing with network and infrastructure since 94, 95. I was using coax T
Jeez.
network.
Bring back war stories, why don't you?
The reason why he gives a jittery there is because he gets real excited on his thing. Like whenever he cuts in and out, it's because he's getting real excited. And
You know,
he's moving
is
around.
it better on Skype? I'm wondering.
Well, I would say yes in some aspects, but it's
Wonderful.
not. They're
Does
having
does Mark lag also on Skype?
it's not just Mark
I
lagging.
have been over the last, but the stream that we did on Wednesday was okay. But I think that was actually down to my own infrastructure. The previous couple of episodes where I sort of cut in and out a couple of times.
You need to optimize your infrastructure.
Well, I have actually played around with it since, and it seems to be working fine at the moment.
Man, you know what you just said to him.
he just went right past them.
No, it's just like you just opened up a can of whoop ass, dude.
The can of whoop ass. That's right.
Like freaking telling Mark to work on his infrastructure and shit. Oh my god, dude. That dude's gonna be up for the next week without sleep, just thinking about shit he can do on his computer, man. He's a wild.
Actually, as you both know, I am thinking about. I still haven't done it, but I'm thinking about reducing my VPS contract costs and hosting more material from here. So yeah, this is what I'm thinking about. 2 gigabyte, 2 gigabit Ethernet connections and stuff.
So one thing I do want to find out from you though, Tan, because me and Mark's already started talking about this, and he went nuts. but it's edge computing. Okay, have you had any experience with edge computing?
No. Edge computing. Yeah, man. All these guys.
Now, it's supposed to allow the processes to occur closer to the user, reducing the distance from data that data has to travel. Now, companies like Amazon and Microsoft have invested in edge computing facilities, and these cities are like facilities within major cities, and they're aimed at cutting latency by routing data through nearby servers instead of distant data centers.
Similar sort of concept as CDNs, but on a much more localized idea.
Don't believe I've heard about it too much. Okay. So who uses this right now?
Right now, it's Amazon and Microsoft mostly. So those are actually two of the biggest people who are into the whole gaming industry too.
But Amazon doesn't do gaming.
Oh yeah, they do. They do third person, but they're there. Trust me, they are
again.
there.
Yeah, this is related to CDNs, generally speaking. But rather than having, let's say, 1 or 2 data centers in a country, you may have multiple smaller data centers popping up in each major city or something.
Again, hang on. Let me just see what Google Gemini say. Edge computing is the distributed computing model that moves data storage and processing closer to the source of the data. This is done by storing and processing data on the server that are closer to the network edge, where the user and the devices access the data. Okay. Yeah, like Mark said, is similar to the content delivery network thing.
Now, have you heard of Quick?
QIK?
QUIC, I believe.
It's a protocol. It's not. It's a protocol. It's a UDP protocol that sits on top of UDP.
Really?
So it's a sort of middleman sort of protocol.
Now,
it's a Edge protocol?
no, actually,
No. Edge is more of a distribution method rather than a protocol per se.
No, this with programs like Quick, you have what that's for is just to optimize data packets and how they travel. You know what I mean? Like network routing protocols and stuff of that nature.
Okay.
So in just trying to think of a good UDP protocol that is common.
Isn't UDP slower than a TCP/IP?
It's dependent because certain
it's pretty obsolete.
Top tier protocols will use UDP. Some of them will use TCP, depending on requirements, depending on what they are meant to be doing.
Yeah. Now these are usually set up to like reduce the distance and time data needs to travel. Between us and the data centers, basically. So.
Okay. So, but how does Quick help in that manner?
Well, it speeds up the process for one thing. It reduces the packet sizes, and then it determines what's the fastest route that it needs to travel in order to get from these data centers to us. You know what I mean?
Okay, so is gaming servers using Quick then?
Yeah.
Problem is the Quick protocol is not ISO IEEE approved. It's a proprietary protocol.
Like
There's
Google.
there's no open standard for this.
Oh man.
It's,
So again,
it's standardized. says here developed by Google in 2012,
Yeah.
standardized in
It's
RFC 9000.
Oh yeah.
okay.
It says it's faster than HTTP because it doesn't require many round trips. More secure
HTTP is
because
the
it
top
mandates
level.
TLS 1.3.
Actually, HTTP is based on TCP top level, whereas UDP is not really relevant in this case.
But Quick is a UDP protocol, right?
Yeah. So the entire it's faster than HTTP is irrelevant. It's not relevant at all.
It says it's suitable for IoT devices.
And what this
In what sort of?
I guess IoT device, they are like more on a low bandwidth capacity.
exactly, and let me also point this out. This is supposed to be for adaptive streaming, and it's also supposed to provide seamless gameplay. So while you're playing, it's supposed to be seamless gameplay. You know what I mean? No interference whatsoever. So
Gemini also says that Quick can be used maliciously to carry out DOS attacks.
freaking, it's going to be the rise of the machine, dude. The Terminator. The Terminator. That's how he's going to take over. And you guys know my thoughts about the Terminator. It will happen. There will be a rise of the machine.
What? And Google will be the next Skynet.
Yeah.
No, Google will become Skynet. They will literally change their name to Skynet, and all of a sudden, these robots will come up out of the freaking ceiling.
You can write a book about that.
Yeah.
It could be cool. I think it would be. Now, the things that we were getting into was this whole area with adaptive streaming, and we were talking about Quick the last time, and we decided to cut it off. But the one thing that we haven't mentioned to you that I think is something that Mark hit upon before was we were talking about what was it? It was PAAPs and SAAPs, I believe is what they are.
And again, I'm going to give you a reference to this blog article
PBR.
I wrote in 2019. Because
SAS.
PAAP.
No, it's PAS and SAS and PBR.
And IaaS, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service.
Oh, those things.
Yeah.
Yes. So the question I had with Mark is this, and I want to know what your thoughts of it is. Now they say that freaking they have to have subscribers pay monthly for their services. Okay. So take the platforms as a service.
Okay.
Now they say that that's to ensure quality and blah blah blah. Now the whole premise behind that is the fact that you get on this network and you play these games and you don't download anything.
Yep.
Okay. Now, one issue that I had was, what happens if you do something that goes against their terms of service and you have these games and they ban you from being able to use it? You don't have access to those games. That's one thing. But then another thing that occurred to me whenever I was going through this stuff and I was checking it out was like they're claiming that they need to charge you monthly for it, but when it comes to SASs, you just download the file onto the computer and you have the same services, but you have an actual download on your game.
No. You may download a client, but the actual software is still within the cloud infrastructure.
Yep.
But yeah, generally speaking, all these cloud technologies are related to things that are stored or provided by an external.
Well, another issue that I've been having too was the fact that, like, well, I don't have the issue, but one thing that I've had an issue with when it comes to internet games is the fact that if I'm not on the internet, I can't play the internet. So if my internet goes down, it's I can't play that. But if it's got an actual program sitting on my computer, I can get on that game and play it offline. So
Yeah, well,
so
cloud gaming is part of that nature. You have to be on the cloud to play.
right. And but what my real question was to Mark is they claim that it's because they have to maintain this proper maintenance and everything on the servers for platform games. Now, is that really unnecessary? If frickin' they go like Elder Scrolls, what they do, you download the file and then you can still do the same thing, but you have patches that are put onto your file when you come onto the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
Which would be
different
more
form of-
efficient.
That's a good argument. Again, it all depends on the infrastructure. I mean, as an example, a game like Cyberpunk, where an update might be 2, 3, 4, 5 gigs.
I can see
Not
I can see the point of the argument about ease of maintenance, right?
Mm-hmm.
If all the gaming software is on the cloud server, they can deploy update to their server whenever they want on their own schedule. Instead of if you have a client or the actual game installed on your local box, and there's an update come out, you might not decide to update it to the latest. It's up to you.
But then you're subject to their willingness of allowing you to access the software.
And then they have techniques to mitigate that, like not allowing an out of date client to connect to an out of date and hence insecure client.
Yeah,
Connect
well,
to the server.
insecure. A lot of companies will use that as an argument. In reality, in some cases, that might not be true. But it also reminds me. I keep harping back to the Ring example, where before Amazon bought the Ring doorbell company, the company that produces the camera-based doorbells.
Yeah.
Ring produced hardware, and that purchased the images, the content to a cloud server, and within a year of a specific product, they just cancelled. They just discontinued the cloud infrastructure. Therefore, you've got a physical doorbell that doesn't work anymore.
Well, you don't get updates for it. It might work, it might not. It might actually halfway work. It might be
in this specific case, the entire infrastructure was discontinued.
It's shut down. So I mean, without the software to operate it, it doesn't work.
So
yeah.
That's messed up. That is so messed up.
And because the infrastructure software, the cloud software is all proprietary, they didn't have to release it to the public. So in effect, those customers that have bought this device are now sitting on a piece of metal that doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Now, to kind of bring a little twist to this, I have my take on that. Okay, and it has to do with synergy. Okay, and that's that's a word that's used in your guys' industry a lot. Okay, I know you know what I'm talking about there, and like when it comes to using PBR with SAS and PAS, you also have to take a look at what you guys have just discovered or talked about, but you also have to look at it from the eyes of the developers who are using PBR. If they're using PBR, they can store assets and collaborate on projects in real time. You know what I mean? And they can do it behind the scenes, and at the same time, they can deliver the application hosting for through PAS. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So you got
when you say PVR, what do you mean by that?
That's I forgot the name of the freaking abbreviation. It's
Right.
we went through it earlier and said it. It's I want to make sure I've got this right. Let me pull it.
PBR.
PVR. That's
PBR,
like
PBR.
PBR.
Yeah.
Sorry, as soon as I type in PBR into Google, it
PBR.
comes with bull widers.
What
The one before.
I had it before. It's a public something. No, it's physically based rendering. PBR, a realistic approach to digital rendering.
Physically based rendering. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to do this horrible reading because, and it's gonna make Mark mad because he doesn't like.
Heard it 50 times. Yeah.
He doesn't like hearing the word commercial. Commercial marketing.
I remember that was my
Very similar
conclusion
to
on
ray
that.
tracing, isn't it?
Right. Okay. Physically based
Yeah,
rendering
yeah.
is a method in digital graphics that seeks to create highly realistic imagery by simulating how light interacts with surfaces in the physical world instead of relying on traditional shading and texture techniques. PBR is grounded in the physics of light and energy conservation, making it particularly effective for industries that require precise and lifelike representations of objects, materials, and environments. So,
All right.
so
Okay.
the key concepts to PBR.
So again, it's just another form of ray tracing,
Now,
and or similar to the concept of ray tracing.
yeah, and this is where we got into it, where we were talking about the surface microstructure. This is the part that I got irritated about. Like, they come up with this term, surface microstructure. You know, PBR.
Apparently, the Unreal game engine
Yeah.
uses PBR.
hmm Now, PBR models a materials microstructure.
Blender uses PBR.
Right. Right.
PBR.
Yep.
All right. Roblox uses PBR.
Yep. All of them. It's all big time. That's what the big deal is when it comes to ray tracing and all that stuff in PBR.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So
And then there's also the other thing, NPBR, isn't it? Non-photorealistic rendering.
that would be me. That's what I have a problem with trying. I don't like this whole thing about trying to make everything look realistic. You know what I mean? Why do I have to make a computer-generated CGI of a freaking lake with water, dude? You know what I mean? And a mountain in the background that looks so real.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
If you want to have a look at a realistic mountain, go outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. We're on the same page there. You know what I'm saying? Why do I have to do that shit when I can just go somewhere?
Yeah.
You know, take a picture.
Well, it's part of virtual reality gaming, right? You want to give the closest experience to the real thing as possible.
I want to see neon lights, dude. I want to see freaking a laser beam that freaking blows the demon's freaking brains out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want to see a beautiful freaking mountain. You know.
All that's possible.
So, I mean,
I'm thinking games like
Skyrim.
I'm thinking of games like Skyrim, where you can just walk around and have a sort of realistic.
Right.
It's insane.
Now, I do have to give them credit, though. They did wonders with their game when they upgraded from 32 bits to 64 bits. Like, it's just a world of difference. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But all that extra shit, they don't need to do all that stuff. I mean, being honest, I like it just the way it is. They've added mods and everything onto it, you know, which that's really controversial in my opinion, but
Mike?
mods.
Allow the user base to either patch or improve a game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, it's been a part of Elder Scrolls forever. They've had mods.
Yeah.
They were one of the first ones to start modding.
Bethesda is well known for
Yeah.
their sort of modding communities.
It was just weird that they added it into Skyrim, that one specific game. So.
No, all of Bethesda's games since, well, at least Morrowind, at least. So Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, even though technically that's not a Bethesda game, but Fallout 4, Fallout 76, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim.
Yep.
Now, is Elder Scroll cloud gaming infrastructure?
No, they do a one of their additions is a online service, but for the majority of the games they are desktop client or actual downloadable or locally installed games.
Right. Now, I believe that we have freaking actually covered pretty much everything, to be honest. We were pretty close the last time, so I'm kind of glad you came on here so we could do a dignified episode of this, because this is cool shit. But to be honest, I mean, Tan, you really needed to be here in this conversation. This is some good stuff. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Now, NVIDIA's GeForce, okay, is what they mentioned on there, and I also pulled it up. It's Xbox Cloud Gaming, and then Google Stadia. These are the
Stadia,
yeah,
Stadia, yeah.
These are the cloud gaming.
Yep.
No, Google Stadia is not a big project.
And Mark.
Yeah, Stadia is a big project. When Google did a load of cuts last year.
Yep. NVIDIA GeForce now uses NVIDIA RTX GPUs that supports ray tracing.
Yeah, that's the most recent brand and name. That's the most recent brand.
Now,
but again, I argue that NVIDIA is now slowly, is reducing their GPU commercial operation and gone into things like ARM and APUs.
Right.
By the way, Stadia got shut down in February.
Did it?
Yeah. I remember over the last year or over the last 2 years, Google has been
not enough users.
People just got tired of their shit.
A lot of their
Google has turned into freaking the company that wants to take over the world, man.
Well, they do this all the time. They experiment with things, and then when it doesn't work out, they move on. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're crazy though. You gotta.
For that, we should really say, because Google itself, if you're talking about Google LLC, that's just a company, but you've also got Google DeepMind, which is another company. You've got various other Google subsidies, which are separate companies in their own right.
Mm-hmm. Now, Microsoft Xbox Cloud Gaming is integrated with the Xbox Game Pass library.
Mm. Okay. Do you have an Xbox account, Roger?
I have one, but I never use it.
You should check it out and see what their cloud gaming is like. Are they? I'm gonna sign up and try it as well.
I've got.
Are they running the games on the cloud, or are they actually downloading something?
Well,
I think it's
just another downloadable distribution. It's just another store distribution.
They have both options. You know what I'm saying? You can download
Depending on the
games.
game. I
and-
presume it depends on specific
Yeah.
games.
Like
I want-
you have the option of doing one or the other.
I want to try the cloud one to see what the performance is like.
So
You know,
that
run the game, play the game with nothing downloaded onto my local PC.
I'm trying to do all this without doing the commercialism. You know.
Well, unless it's a browser-specific game, user in a browser, web browser interface, you're going to download a client of some description.
Yeah. Well, you know, even for the games that are running on the browser, they're actually JavaScript
Yeah.
code that is
JavaScript
running on your
or-
local PC.
Or .NET ACES, or another sort of similar sort of technology.
Now, Cloud Stadia too. They were one of the first platforms to offer 4K streaming, if I remember correctly. You know,
I don't know that one.
and besides them, what I just mentioned, there's also new ones. There's a PlayStation Now, and then there's Amazon Luna, and then Tencent Start. So they've got a lot of unique features too that are kind of separate and away from what the other ones are. Like PlayStation Now, it includes backward capabilities for legacy PlayStation titles. And I believe the backwards compatibility is what I was talking about before, where you could actually play it the way it originally was, or the more modern look.
Not necessarily backward compatibility. It just means that if you could play on a x86 32-bit machine, or run it on a PPC architecture, or you could run it on a, I don't know, an 8-bit.
That's kind of, yeah, that would be kind of like PlayStation 2 with PlayStation 1.
Yeah. You can play a PlayStation 1 on the latest PlayStation 4 or 5 or 4. 4.
Yeah.
5, 4, whatever.
Okay. So then they have Amazon Luna, which utilizes AWS infrastructures for its services. And then Tencent Start is a popular choice in China, optimized for the Asian market and powered by Tencent Extension Network and data centers. So you don't want to hear about all that. That's China. We don't want to get Mark riled up. It's bad enough that we're talking.
Relevant in Western. After all, what's the Tencent social media platform that is quite popular at the moment? Not Twitch.
TikTok.
TikTok, yeah. That's still relevant.
So now I believe we have achieved this whole thing where we're talking about the gaming cloud, or cloud gaming. So I want you two to give me kind of like your thoughts on the whole thing. What do you think about it? One at a time. Don't get crazy on us. So first we'll start with Mark. Go ahead, Mark. What's your whole thought?
For the majority of it, I don't know. For the majority of it, it is just another way of distributing. Well, it is like distribution network. Again, you're talking about cloud, and cloud is quite a wide sort of buzzword. As I've demonstrated in that article they just linked to here. There's several different factors in that, and the cloud itself, the term the cloud, is just a marketing buzzword. You've got to look at each individual principle, each individual tier, to get a better understanding of what is meant by the cloud.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
So we've got you covered. What about you, Tan? What do you think?
I think cloud gaming is an inevitable evolution to gaming, I guess, where just like with normal, you used to have stuff stored on your local network, moving on to
Yeah, I almost
offloading that
messed up
storage
on this
to
one too.
somewhere on the cloud. With gaming, I guess the makers are trying to solve the problem of not needing advanced hardware in order to play the game on your local machine. So you basically, in pure just cloud gaming, basically you would just connect to your machine would act as a dumb terminal connecting to a gaming server somewhere, whereas it's a thin client that that you can play the game, but all the gaming logic is happening on the server side.
That's one factor, because again,
I want
we've
I
still
want to
got
say
the
that's
sort of
Hold on now.
cloud.
I want to say that's the purest sense of cloud gaming. If you have a game where you install the local software locally on your machine, and then you play the game that runs on your local machine, but it still communicate to a cloud server to interact with other game players on the network. That's kind of like a hybrid kind of cloud gaming. So, so to address the pure gaming where you don't need any hardware on your local PC in order to play advanced game, I think that requires a lot of technology innovation. All of the stuff that we just went through, we talked about all these technologies with minimizing delivery bandwidth, making use of low bandwidth. All those technologies needs to be in there for this cloud gaming solution platform to effectively provide a pleasant gaming experience. And I haven't tried the Xbox platform. I want to try a real cloud game where everything is running off of the data center on the cloud gaming server, just to see what the performance of it is. My hunch is that it's not up to par as running the game locally on your local PC. So I don't think it's there yet. This cloud game.
Again, I would argue that it's dependent on infrastructure, but I was also thinking other cloud-based software such as Microsoft's 365 or 360 Office, or Google Drive, Google Docs, or as you know, I've played around with Nextcloud and Calibre Office, so a software as a service storage or platform as a service storage and software as a service Office applications.
Yeah. Now another thing too that with my looks on it, like I said, I've already said it before, and I'll say it again. When I first started getting into this, I really wanted to be against it. But I do see that there is progress there, and a lot of the stuff that they're talking about and they're putting into this system is actually beneficial in a lot of ways. So I can't really say that I hate it as much or even worse than what it was when I first started doing this and getting curious about it, because once I started looking at this stuff, I'm saying, man, this is actually beneficial. It could actually make not only gaming but computing better. You know what I mean? It really could. So I mean, if they can pull it
In
off,
theory, in
Plus, you
theory, but
know,
it's
there's
the
one
implementation again.
one
Do,
factor.
do, do, do you want your do you want your
hello everybody, and welcome back to the Storyteller. I'm Roger Hanson, and this is the first video for the second season of the Storyteller live stream. Today I am going to continue where I left off from last season. Now I did do some live streams on different writers and everything, which I did get positive feedback on, and I mentioned before the recording started, and I gave thanks to Miss Aries 23, who is the granddaughter of Duncan Williamson, and I did some stuff on here with his writing, and I wanted to say thank you for your comment, and it was a privilege doing the narration and everything that I did. I left a message. If there's anything that I could possibly do, like write or do more narrations on the stories, whatever, feel free to leave me a message in the comment sections. I'm also on Skype. I have a group set up called The Storyteller, so you can join me there. I'm on minds.com as well as Roger_Hanson. So feel free to hit me up on those locations. Plus, I'm on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble. I'm also on X as Infamous, and Discord as well. So feel free to contact me in any of those locations. I've pretty much been streaming everywhere for the last year or so. And thank you very much for the feedback. That really helps me out, because this is one of my smaller channels, and like last year what I had said, I'm doing this for myself, you know what I mean? I don't expect too many people to get excited because I'm getting on here talking about writing, you know, so I already understand that, and I know that's probably going to be the way it is. So I have no problem with that, and the reason why I have no problem with it is because I'm doing this for myself. You know, I've always loved writing. I loved writing since I was a kid, and here lately I haven't really had a chance to do writing because I've been caught up in live streaming and doing stuff with computer graphics and things of that nature, and not really able to get into much writing, just sitting down and writing a story, you know. So last year I started doing this. I came up with a live stream where I would go through and create a short story, and one thing I wanted to do, which I'm still doing now, is I wanted to do, well, two things I wanted to do was I wanted to write short stories, because that's one of the biggest problems I had, or I have still. Now I'm one of those guys where if you ask me to write a story that's 300 pages long, I can write a 300 page story, 600 page, it doesn't matter. I mean, I can do it. I love it because I love writing, you know. But the one thing that I had a real hard time with was writing a short story, and the reason for that was because I couldn't compact it and get the story to where it was short, you know what I mean, maybe 10, 11 pages long, if that, you know. And that was always a problem I had. So when I started doing stuff last year, that's what I wanted first off do, is get into trying to write short stories instead of long stories, and do something with that. And that's where it took off. I went through and started working on a story, or a series that I've been working on. It's called Clash, and the first short story was about a character by the name of Zuthra, and went through last year and did the plot, explained the plot for it. I also do. I kind of do things different than what a lot of people do, because like besides doing plot, doing plot now, which I've always done this before. I'd always make an outline of my story, and when I do my outline, it's kind of like whenever college students are writing a thesis or an essay, you know what I mean. I come up with a topic, and then I start breaking down that topic into different sections and things like that. So that's one thing that I did last year, and I've always been comfortable with doing that. And I mean, when I say always, I'm talking about like when I was a little kid in like junior high. Always, you know. So I've always been really good at writing, from what everybody tells me. It's been something. This is probably the only thing that I've ever really been good at, to be honest with you. I love to write it. So that is basically what I did with my with my streams. I went through and I talked about the plot, and then I did the outline, and I started putting it together and creating this story of Zuthra. And it really took off in my imagination. It got me going on this story, and from there I am moving on to this one. Now, in last year's story, it was about Zuthra, like I said before. And one thing that I did want to do is go back through and kind of hit upon some of the stuff that I had done in the old, or in last year's short story. And that way we can kind of catch up on some of the stuff that I need to go forward with now. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I did my outlines, my plots. Now, my plot last year I did according to the Save the Cat beat sheet, and I've kind of stuck with it too, but I've changed it around a little bit in my my plot. So it's not as cool as what, you know, that Save the Cat beat sheet is, but I'm finding out that it's a little bit more simpler. It's not as complicated. It does have the same kind of outline, don't get me wrong. It's just there's some things that I don't have to do, you know, like theme stated and things of that nature. That's something I found out that really wasn't necessary. So I decided that I was going to cut that out, you know what I mean? Now, what I did is I started out with Lycia, or Lycia, however you want to pronounce it. I'm kind of iffy on how I want to name it, because like Lycian or Lycian with the name of it is either way. But I went through and I set up my own outline for it, and I started out where Zuthra actually is the main character of the story, okay? And it opens up with the opening image, and I made it one page, which I'm going to break this down into pages to where I can keep it straight. And then I kind of described Lycia and what it is all about with, and I made it according to the outline to where people knew, or to where I knew what order I wanted it in, you know what I'm saying? So I did do that, and whenever I did the outline for it, I started out describing Lycia, like I said, and here, I'll pull this up, that way I can kind of go over it and look at it before I start jabbering. And how I started it was I went over the Overking Zuthra, which that's what I called him. I called him an Overking. And the opening scene starts out with Zuthra sitting on his throne, and I explained that the throne was set up on a dais, and it was surrounded by pillars that stretched high up into the ceiling. And I described this this throne room, which is named the Divine Throne Room. Okay, and after that, I went into describing the known planes of existence, which there's only 6 known planes of existence in this story, and that's the higher planes of Lycia, the planes of Proteon, the cardinal planes, the Orphidian plane, the Serpentine plane, and then the Saurian plane. And that's what I did there. Then I had to do this theme stated, and that's what I took out this time, or I'm taking out this time. In that one, they had me have like some random guy freaking make a statement in the story about the theme, what the theme of the story is, and I found out that that's not really necessary, so I decided to take it out. Now, in the first one, I made the theme stated the act of providence is knowing of things to come before they happen, which is cool. I do like that, but I'm not going to do that in this one. Now, how I did that one was there was a group of priests that were around him, like magical priests, I guess you could say, and every hour or so, I believe, according to the story, this guy would come out and he would say something, you know what I mean? I forgot how I said it exactly, but he out of nowhere said this, and it stuck into the story at that time. Now, after that, I started talking about Zuthra and his relationship with his wives and how he ended up marrying them, and how he ended up marrying them was through what they called the Great Seduction. So basically, he would seduce his wives into marriage, you know what I'm saying? And I know that sounds weird and everything, but the reason why I did that was because I'm trying to put together aspects of research that I've done for this story, and that part kind of goes into the ancient Sumerian lore, where it talks about Enlil and how he ended up seducing his wife, and who he ended up marrying, and I incorporated that into the story. So that is where that comes from, just so you guys know. But anyhow, I went into that to where I started talking about that, and I also went through and I discussed this divine throne room, the throne, the dais, the pillars, and then he had a pool of visions that was down under the dais, which he would walk down to, and he would look into this pool of visions, and he would see things, you know what I mean? And when he did, all of these priests that were around him would come together with him, and they would hold hands, and energy would be released, you know what I mean? And it's pretty cool. I actually got that finished, but that's basically the gist of it. That's how I did the opening image. That's the first image that you see when the story starts, and that's how I set that up. Then I went into the second part, which is called the setup. Now, with that one, I did one and 3/5. It was like 1 3/5 of a page long, because I think I might have went to 2 pages. I'm not quite sure, but I ended up doing that, and that's where, after I was talking about the throne room, I started describing, the known planes of existence, and I started getting deeper into the Great Seduction and consummating the marriages. He ended up having three wives, maybe 4 wives, and then I started explaining why he was doing this. It's the responsibility of the Overking of Lycia to preserve the bloodline, the royal bloodline, and in order to do that, his job is to pick out his wives, and then he has to consummate the marriage. Now, he can do this in a lot of ways. It doesn't have to be like physical contact, like sex or anything of that nature. He can do it telepathically and stuff, because he's got these abilities and things. Like, he can impregnate a woman by just thinking of it, or he could impregnate her in a dream, things of that nature. So then he had 3 wives, is what it was, and their names was Alubu, Sinti, and Tiana. I believe that was the only 3 of them that I had. Now, Tiana is the story that I'm getting into now, because it's actually going to start getting interesting at this point. And last year, when I ended that story, I wanted to just go on to the Draco, because you have humans and then you have Draco, and humans were in the higher planes of existence, which was Lycia, and then the Draco were down in the lower planes of existence, the darker planes. So you had the darker planes of down in the bottom, and then the planes of light, which was Lycia, above it. And I wanted to go from Zuthra's story to the Draco's stories with a character that I created called Obtu. But instead, I decided that I wanted to continue with Tiana's story, because last year I was having a hard time trying to fit her into the story. Her character didn't match up with what I felt the story should be, and as time went on and I was writing about it, the story kind of evolved, basically, you know what I mean, and it became its own creature, which I thought was pretty cool. And this year I've rethought about it, and instead of going straight into the Draco and starting to explain it, I'm going to explain Tiana. And the thing that motivated me to do that is because last year, when I was doing these streams, my partner Karma, who was on the shows with me, got really excited about this character. You know what I mean? She really liked her. So, and see, each of the wives had different characteristics. Now, Alubu, she was more of like a, well, if you want to check it out, just go ahead, or maybe I'll actually read the story. But Alubu and Sinti had different characteristics from Tiana. Now, she was vicious, okay? She came from a society that freaking that was female dominant, you know what I mean? And when it comes to their men, they used them as slaves, and they used them as cannon fodder in battle. And if they didn't have any use for them there or working in the mines as slaves, then freaking they would take pleasure out of torturing them to death. You know what I mean? That's just how brutal this woman and her society was. So, it became a very interesting story to have to cover, and as time went by, her character began to develop. Not only her character, but her upbringing and the society that she was raised in and things of that nature. So I ended up going on ahead and deciding that I'm going to do my next short story on her as the wife of Zuthra and the things that took place there. In the last story, she ends up betraying Zuthra for the Draco, and I want to go off of that and dive a little deeper in there. Now, for me, I need to kind of get into it a little bit. I could pull up the story actually and just kind of read the last short story, and I could do that. I'll go and read the story for you. That way you kind of get an idea of what has already taken place. Now, actually, I thought I had a PDF of it or something like that made. Yeah, here it is. Now I can pull it up. I'll read the story to you. That way you guys can kind of get an idea of where it came from and the story that comes before it. And it'll help fill up this time so that I can cover at least an hour. So here goes. Within the land of a far-off place, Lycia is a kingdom that spans three spheres of the unknown plains. Within it are streets of jeweled splendor and golden sunshine. These are not only lands of Lycia, though. There are many these are not the only lands of Lycia, though. There are many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations that dwell here. Among the different planes of existence, lands that are unforgiving, primal, and filled with wild beasts. Jungles that reach up to the sky can take a person without ever leaving a trace that that person ever being there. Planets so unforgiving, the ground itself has the power to kill. Within the center of the divine throne room, a throne sits upon a dais. The dais rises about 2 feet above the floor, and each side of the dais has steps that lead up onto it. Transparent crystals were used in order to create most of the things within this throne room, making the environment bright and full of reflections. Pillars stretched high within the room to a ceiling that is so high it can barely be seen. Rumors have it that these pillars don't even connect to the ceiling, and their mysteries are but a wonder. They too cast off reflections of a mystical blue aura of beauty. Strange symbols are carved into these pillars, and the dais is as well. Energy flows along the surface of these pillars, swaying like snakes swimming upon the surface of a stream. The bright reflective glow of the throne, dais, and divine pillars cast off the walls and down onto the mysterious pool of visions below. Visions bounce in and out within the waters of this mystical pool. A blue aura hangs over it, and the water itself never sits still, as if it is boiling in low temperatures. The water itself, though, isn't cool at all. Still, it produces a mist that rises above itself into the divine throne room above. As energy springs up from the mystical pool of visions, an astute, discerned watcher stands above it. staring down into its magical waters, watching the visions as they pass in and out, as if he is watching and deciphering those visions as they happen, harnessing the great secrets that this pool brings, by deciphering its hidden messages. His name is Zuthra, and he is known as the Overking of Lycia. Zuthra's eyes glow a bright blue, with a gleaming transparent tiara upon his head. His long curly hair and a matching beard hang down past his shoulders and chest. As Overking, it is his responsibility to secure the future of his bloodline. That is his utmost responsibility above all others. Even more important than the responsibility of being the Overking. Seclusion is the only life that the Overking knows. He must live his life alone, so seduction is part of the role he must play. Energy spills upward out of the pool of visions as Zuthra raises his arms into the air. This energy flows through his body as Zuthra closes his eyes and visions of the past enter his mind. The pillars begin to glow as priests dressed in shrouded cloaks gather around him. Zuthra places his hands into the water of the mystical pool of visions and opens his eyes as he raises his arms into the air. Lowering his arms, Zuthra takes the hand of one of the priests standing beside him. They are all now circling the pool. These memories seem to transfer between them like a conduit transferring energy from its source to its outlet. Afterwards, the priests return to the corner within the throne room, and this ritual is then repeated over again. When Zuthra raises and lowers his arms. At the end of each ceremony, a priest will then announce in a loud voice that is heard across the entire throne room. The act of providence is knowing of things to come before they happen. And that right there is the theme stated that I was talking about. All intelligent beings live within the known planes of existence, and there are 6 known realms within these planes. The first 3 are ruled by Lycia and are called the higher heavens of Lycia, Protean, in the cardinal realm. Then there are the 3 darker realms ruled by the Draco, a reptilian race of beings. These are the Orphidian, Serpentine, and Saurian realms. There's a lot of diversity throughout all of these realms, with many environments, cultures, civilizations, and beasts that run wild within them. Within these cultures and civilizations, some people live basic lives day to day, while others travel the stars. Some travel between the realms, while others know nothing outside their own world. Some realms are uncivilized, primal, and filled with every kind of crawling thing, but some are more civilized. Tribal beings are spread within every realm, culture, and civilization abroad. Civilizations travel the stars and have advanced civilizations. I messed that up. Civilizations travel the stars and have advanced civilizations are everywhere too. I need to fix that. Some with a moral outlook on things, while others can travel the stars and have advanced technologies, but have no values for life. Some with a moral outlook on things, while others can travel the stars and have advanced technologies, but have no value for life. Dominant species within Lycia are humans, while the dominant species within Draco are the Draconians, of course. Slavery is practiced throughout all of the realms except for the higher heavens of Lycia. Not every culture and civilization within each of the realms practice the use of slaves, though, and are against it. Others destroy cities and villages for the single purpose of collecting slaves. It is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong shall survive in unforgiving and barren environments that are able to kill. Just as much cruelty is committed by humans as well as by the Draco. The Great Seduction is the esoteric teachings handed down through generations of overkings. It can be performed while the target is asleep, awake, in the real world, or in some illusionary world created by the overking. Survival of his bloodline is the most important thing to an overking. One of many who came of the overking, one of many who came before him, each responsible for finding wives, performing the great seduction, and consecrating their marriage to them through impregnation. And that's what I'm talking about. Memories of consummating his marriage with Ilubu entered Zuthra's mind. He would watch her through the pull of visions and thought she was the beautifulest creature that he had ever seen. His desire to have her overtook him, and he committed the great seduction, making her his wife. Zuthra waited until she fell asleep, and he visited her in a dream. Ilubu was from the plains of Protean, and on an unforgiving planet called Lucius, and was a Cistercian maiden who survived in the tunnels below her planet's surface. Her desires were simple. She was only interested in the sight of a beautiful masculine man, one with the eyes that would hypnotize her and the hands that would caress her with ecstasy. Zuthra was exactly what Ilubu desired, so seducing her wasn't too hard. Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil. She did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind, until finally she was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation she became his wife. Zuthra remembers how hypnotic she was, with her slim but muscular body. Her hair was a bright golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Every night she would sleep over a torture chamber as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sound of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguising himself as her slave, and she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife. Imams were responsible for ruling over the Overking's ruling in the Overking's place when he wasn't there to rule himself. Eventually, mistrust among the people, with whispers of draconian infiltrators uh, infiltrators influencing the imams began to emerge. Zuthra, aware of the rumors, investigated and found to his dismay that some of the rumors were correct. Dealing in illegal trade and emergence of a drug created by the Draco called Soma quickly spread across the realms. Eventually, the only responsibilities of the imams consisted of trade negotiations with the merchants. By the time this took place, though, the merchants were already being influenced by the Draco, conspiring with them in illegal trade. Merchants and warlords are never to be trusted. Unethical dealings among each other in slave trading and illegal dealings with the Draco. The merchant class is built up with their own federation, dictating to the people who they can do trade with and who they can't. In order for its citizens to do any trade, Lycia has to trade within these federations and no one else. This is proclaimed by law. While enforcing trade agreements, these same people deal with the warlords who travel freely within the realms, plundering citizens and taking slaves for trade, forcing citizens to pay tribute for protection. Warlords make big profit off of being the middleman between the merchants and the Draco, too, trading in slaves and genetic research material. In these lands, most of its people didn't see good or evil, and right or wrong. The ones who did believe in something, though, believed in darkness and light. They believed that there was also a balance in all things, too. Most believe in survival of the fittest, though, and only the strong survive. Perhaps to sacrifice his own life for the Draco. Prepared to sacrifice his own life for the Draco, Obtu ventures into Lycia by way of transport ship. He made his way to the Cardinal Realm and established contact with thriving Draconian tribal settlements in that realm. From this point of operations, Obtu began to teach the ways of the Draco, converting humans into followers, sending with him an exotic drug, eventually known as Soma. The intentions of the Draco were clear. Their eventual takeover of Lycia was well planned, and with the use of Soma, it didn't look too far off either. Soma had the ability to control the person using it utterly and completely, turning them into mindless slaves. Obtu began in the Cardinal Realms, converting underhanded merchants and its inhabitants into followers. Soon a cult of followers grew up around Obtu, and as more followers came, his influence grew. He was soon moving into Protean as well. Eventually, Obtu had a tight hold not only on the merchants, but he also had control of imams as well. Most of the merchants were controlled by Soma, but not all of them. The ones who actually weren't controlled by the drugs and still traded with Obtu did it out of pure greed. As time went on, Obtu was finally captured. Not in time, though. The damage was already done. Zuthra's enemies were close at hand, and the final episode of his kingdom's demise was within sight. Obtu was placed under close supervision of Zuthra's faithful sentinel guard within the lower levels of the divine palace, close to both the sentinels and Zuthra himself. But as I mentioned before, this was only the beginning of the end for Zuthra. Ilubu was from an unforgiving planet within the realm of Protean and had to survive in underground tunnels in order to survive. Ilubu was from an unforgiving planet within the realm of Protean and had to survive in underground tunnels in order to survive. She was honored by the act of becoming the wife of an overking, and she didn't really have much for a future on the planet of Lucius, where she came from. Senti was a beautiful blonde huntress who was desired by every man who encountered her. Marriage wasn't that big of a deal to her. The hunt was of more importance. Besides, her people were the honored guard of the Overking themselves. So becoming the wife of an Overking only seemed logical to her. These two wives loved the idea of being queen to a certain extent, considering one was a huntress and the other a Cistercian maiden. Tiana, though, was from a world that was harsh, whose society was ruled only by women and saw no value in men other than reproduction. Men in her world were nothing more than a subspecies, so becoming queen infuriated her. She vowed vengeance on Zuthra for what he had done, swearing to herself that she would be avenged for the treachery that was done to her. As Abtu was taken into custody, Zuthra had no idea that Abtu and Tiana had allied together against him. The moment of clarity comes to Zuthra when the reality of his wife's betrayal comes into light. Tiana was in league with Abtu and his cult of followers, preparing to move against Zuthra in an all-out assault on the throne of Lycia. The Imams had been divided: the ones who were still loyal to the Overking and the Imams who betrayed him. These were the self-proclaimed satraps, now working hand in hand with Tiana, Abtu, and the Dracon. Merchants and warlords followed the assault on Lycia as well. The Imams, who stayed loyal to Zuthra, gathered their forces and quickly fortified the king's divine palace. Abtu was then subdued at this time and taken into the divine palace, where he was placed within its lower levels. The news of this uprising was swift, and there wasn't much time in which to act. Not all of the sentinels and imams were able to rally. It was too late, it seemed, for some, as Tiana and her forces had finally gathered and were ready to move on Zuthra and his forces. Soon mighty cities within Lycia began to fall, one after the other. Fires raged as flames fell from the sky from the assault. With help from the Draconians, the final assault and destruction of Lycia was swift. Warlords, merchant ships, satraps, and Tiana were able to move quickly through the empire effortlessly. Armed by the Draconians with battlecruisers, Tiana moved through the barriers between each plane with ease. As she did, Tiana and her forces destroyed everything within their path. Nobody could ever guess the amount of guilt and shame that Zuthra felt in those final hours, as the enemy forces and his wife moved in for the final blow. With the death of so many of his people, all must have seemed lost for Zuthra. Now only crumbling remains of those great cities remain, but there is a twist to the story. The closest of the Imams, the more powerful ones, near to Zuthra, sit in the divine throne room with him. They devise a plan that Zuthra is forced to accept. With the sentinels who protect Zuthra, the palace, and the higher heavens of Lycia, the Imams transport them into separate planes of existence, created just for this higher heavens of Lycia, the palace and divine throne room, Zuthra is protected by the barrier created between these planes and the others. See, I've got to go through and straighten up this. A lot of it is kind of. That's why I needed to take a break from it so that I could look at it again. And I'm glad I went through and read up on this, seeing what it sounded like after I took my break, because I do know I have to go through and rewrite this out. Now, there was yet another twist to this solution as well. Abtu was in the lower levels of the divine palace, held prisoner and transported to this plane as well. So basically what happened was these loyal imams went and transported Zuthra, the divine palace, and the higher heavens of Lycia into another plane of existence separate from the other ones. But what they also did was I don't know, I should make it if they forgot or if they didn't know. I'm sure they did, but Abtu was held prisoner in the lower levels of the divine palace. So he was transported into that plane of existence as well. And he was okay. So through vision, Zuthra sees his people gathered up by the Draconians, like a herd of animals. They are used as food in genetic research done by the Draco, who are truly in power over what was once Zuthra's empire. He grieves for his people with tears that fall from his eyes into the pool of visions below. Shame and guilt shadow self-pity. As these visions enter Zuthra's mind, he covers his eyes and shouts screams of anguish for the lives lost. Tears fell from Zuthra's face as he pulled his hands away from it. The scene had all changed around him. The imams were toiling as they did before, and the divine throne room was as it was before the attacks began, and with the divine pool of visions below his feet. Zuthra soon realized that he had just had a vision, and all the things he had seen had not happened yet. Zuthra knew that these were visions of the future, though. He had seen visions about the future before, and was familiar with the emotions that he was experiencing at that moment. He not only knew that the events he saw were going to happen, but he knew that they would happen soon. Out of nowhere, familiar words from the nearby imam filled the room. The act of providence is in knowing of things to come before they happen. Sentinels were given the order evacuation of the terrorist capital of the Divines and the Divine Palace at once. Zuthra also ordered all major cities of all planets within the realms to evacuate too. After the evacuations, the terrorist capital of the Divine was then separated from the other planes of existence, like what Zuthra had seen in his vision. All of the people within the empire were told to evacuate. So fleeing in a mass exodus, the citizens of Lycia were scattered in all directions within the realm of existence. Forgetting Abtu was now a prisoner in the lower levels of the divine palace. So yeah, I made it to where they forgot that he was down there. Sent into the same plane of existence as Zuthra, who was in the divine throne room, while he was prisoner within the lower levels of the divine palace. Merchants loyal to Zuthra still assisted in the evacuation of Lycia with passage aboard their ships. The deceived followers of the Draco remained, staying behind and waiting for their master's arrival. Zuthra made quick plans for the destination of his people, allowing them to flee to far-off places on the boundary of the known realms of existence. hidden away from the Draconians as well as possible. Places were established eventually where Zuthra's people could resettle and start their new lives. Routes of escape were kept open so that stragglers could someday find their way back to the people that had resettled in these far-off places. Interstellar battle cruisers were en route to Elysia as the invasion began. As they fell out of hyperspace, though, they were intercepted by the Draconian fleet, who had arrived first. Quickly they were destroyed as Draco forces began to bombard the planet of Elysia below. Thankfully, the cargo vessels full of refugees had already left on their way to safety in far-off destinations unknown. Zuthra remained within the Divine Palace and throne room, separate from his people, separated from all the other planes of existence, and waiting for the day when he will be able to return to Elysia and take back what is rightfully his. The cities of the Elysian Empire lay in waste, though the treacherous satraps remained behind to rule. Followers of the Draco stayed behind too, as the Draconians quickly seized power, placing Tiana on the throne, making her their puppet while they spin their sinister deeds. The Draconians had no wish to eradicate the human race, just the opposite. They wanted to enslave them. Genetic research soon began, and the followers of the Draconians soon discovered that they were betrayed too. Through gene splicing, the Draconians wished to mix their genetics with humans. This has always been the desire of the Draco since they first discovered the existence of humans. For generations, the Draconians had searched throughout the plains for genetically suitable specimens. With each failure, they left in their wake, destroying civilizations until they found humans, that is. Within their society, they hold genetically mixed beings at high regards. These creatures are looked up to from the regular reptilian Draconians. The dream of the Draconians to create a civilization that is someday mixed with human DNA, but that was a bit harder than what they had estimated. They discovered over time that humans are very cunning. While the Draconian admired human and Draconian mixed beings, they held little regard for humans themselves. Other than being useful in experiments, the Draconians used humans as a food source too. The human population that remained behind were turned into mindless slaves to do with as the Draconians wished. Some were used as cattle, while others were turned into unthinkable cyborgs for battle. Then there was the genetic research which took place, changing humans into all kinds of hideous reptilian mixed creations. Placing Tiana on the throne, they used human female slaves to communicate with her from a distance. The Draconians were capable beings, able to use telepathy as a way to communicate from a distance. All of the human slaves under the control of the Draconian could hear only their master and nothing else. Tiana began to fall further into the darkness after offering millions of her own kind to the Draconians as payment for what they had given her. Soon, all she wanted to feel was the pain that was given to others. It didn't matter if it came from males or females now. As time went on, the numbers of the Draconians' occupied areas became desolate. As time went on, the numbers of the Draconian occupied areas became desolate. As humans began to realize what was happening to them and others around them, they too fled to far-off places, leaving behind the nightmare of what they had experienced. Soon, Lycia became a desolate memory in a lost no, it became a desolate memory of a lost empire from long ago. This, though, is not the ending, but the beginning. Long after the Lycian Empire had fallen, the great houses still thrived. Many of the refugees who fled retained the lessons of their past and continued forward. Great civilizations began to emerge in place of the old ones, and soon there was a new world. Many things changed, but many stayed the same. These houses would be what was left of that which was before. The battle between humans and the Dracon persisted into the far future, too. The history of what the Draconians had done was passed from generation to generation. Humans knew of the Draconian plot and what they wished to do to them. As time passed, slaves fleeing the old lands of Lycia told stories of the horrors done. These are just some of the things to be told, and there is much more to be said. Zuthra still sits within the divine throne room upon his throne. Many cycles have passed, and he is still bound within a plane of existence separate from the rest. He sits staring down into his throne. No, he sits staring down from his throne into a pool of visions, watching his people thrive and grow. He sees the pain, the agony, and defeat that his people have endured, and still he sits, watches, and waits for his moment to claim what is rightfully his. Alright, yeah, I need to go through and do some edits on that, but that is the first story that I did with this, so it looks like I have some issues with Twitch. I swear this stuff gets ridiculous on here. Let me see, I bet you anything it cut off. Yeah, most likely. Now I am checking everything, make sure it's still going. I did quite a bit of reading there, so I don't know for sure if anything's still working. So it doesn't look like any kind of activity is on the stream, so I'm good there. And it's like I said, I don't really want to do this for any other reason than just for myself, you know what I mean? But this is the story that I had set up, and I'd finished. I need to go through and I need to edit. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off on doing Obtuse story and the Draconian plot, which that's what I wanted to do this year, and instead I want to focus on Tiana, starting with Tiana's story before delving into Obtuse can be an effective approach, especially considering, you know, a couple of reasons. You know, you have to think of the character's depth, you know, the depth of the story and everything. Introducing Tiana first, it'll allow the readers to understand her motives, struggles, and descent into madness, because she goes crazy, you know what I mean? So, and what I want to do is I want to make it to where she's literally from a society that are like a bunch of psychopathic women who torture and kill and enjoy bloodlust, you know what I mean? So I want to go into that area, and I want to kind of go in depth on it, you know, and kind of get into her going mad and stuff like that, and her eventual fall, and the chaos and everything that's involved with it. Then I also want to also point out that Tiana's story revolves around ambition, madness, and power. You know what I mean? So if I explore these kind of themes early, I can set a strong foundation for the narrative, which makes it easier to weave into Obtu's story, and I can make it to where Obtu's story unfolds as I'm going through the story that Tiana is telling. It also has to do with tension building as well, by establishing Tiana's internal conflicts and her relationship with her followers. How they were starting to catch on to the fact that she was batshit crazy. I can create a sense of tension and urgency. This can carry over onto Obtu's narrative, especially as the two stories intersect. Because if you remember, Tiana allies up with Obtu to overthrow her husband Zuthra in the first story. So that their stories kind of intersect with one another, which I think will make good for the second short story. That's kind of one of the things that I do want to do. Now, starting with Tiana's storyline also allows for a seamless transition into Obtu's plot. Also, you know what I mean? Once Tiana's descent is firmly established, I can introduce Obtu as a contrasting character whose ambitions and goals it might conflict with hers. So now, highlighting Tiana's story first, it sets the stage for a lot of broader implications because of her actions. Now, whenever I bring that up, what I'm talking about is her actions do when it comes to Obtu's plans. You know what I mean? How do they relate to it? And then the Draco influence. How does Tiana's actions relate to the Draco influence? That's one thing. It has to do a lot with the narrative. You know what I mean? Making the narrative to where it connects, the connectiveness. That's the kind of stuff I'm wanting to go for. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a prologue, maybe, or opening chapters. Start with a prologue or a few chapters focusing on Tiana's rise to power and her internal struggles, how she starts falling into madness and stuff like that, and then transition to Obtu. Once Tiana's character's arc is established, transition to Obtu's story, highlighting his motivations, goals, and and the dynamics between the Draco and Tiana's rule, things of that nature. And I can kind of interweave the narratives as the story progresses. I can interweave the narratives showing how their paths converge and influence one another. I think this structure will help create a more layered and engaging story. It'll allow readers to, connect with both characters while understanding their distinct motivations and conflicts. Because that's one thing about stories that's important. Conflict is very, very important. And that's one thing I want to focus on. Now, the thing that really I think is important is the madness and the power. Now, Tiana's descent into madness, um, it it kind of serves as a cautionary tale, you know what I mean, about the corrupting nature of power and the fine line between rulers and tyrant. That's something that I do want to focus on, kind of bring that out, because remember, this is a plotted, this has a plot, you know what I mean? So yeah, I've never done that before, other than these short stories. This is the second one I'll be working on, so I don't know exactly how that's going to work. I'm giving this a try for the second time, and as you can tell from the reading there, I had some issues with my spelling, so that means I am going to have to go back through and correct that and rewrite it. And there were some things that I've been thinking about that I need to really work on with that story as well. And I want to go back through and overlook it, or look it over again, and see if I can make it into something better. Usually it's suggested that you write something, give it a break, come back and look at it again. That way you have a different perspective, and I think that's what happened here. I've been away from this story for about a year, and well, not really a year. I think it'll be a year in November, maybe the end of November, maybe the beginning of December. And I went and I took my break from it, and I came back and I checked it out. So it kind of makes me believe that, you know, that's what I need to do. I need to go back through and kind of check things out and change what I need to do with it. You know, come at it from a different look. At least I did all the hard work. I did the outline and the plot. Got everything written down, and that's the important thing. The hardest thing for me is really writing the short stories that are like 10 or 11 pages. And that's hard for me. I do have to admit that. It's something that I really want to get better at and work on, because like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm not very good at that. I can sit and I can write a story 300 pages long with no problem, but these short ones they're pretty tough. And you'd think that it would be the other way around, but it's really not. Now, I also want to kind of focus in on the bloodlust and morality, the moral decay that follows her obsession with bloodshed. You know, it kind of highlights the consequences of losing touch with your humanity. You know what I mean? Like becoming less human, which, I mean, for me, I don't know. It's kind of weird because like her entire civilization, her entire culture isn't really human. You know what I mean? They don't have that sense of humanity. That's the way I wanted it to be. I'm incorporating aspects from things that I've researched in like ufology and then role-playing games too. And like Tiana was an interesting character because what I wanted to do is introduce a character that was kind of like the Scourge Maidens, you know, off of Forgotten Realms, or out of Forgotten Realms. And I wanted to make these women like the epitome of evil, you know what I mean? And it's turning out to be harder than what I thought, because like, first of all, she didn't fit into the story with the other wives, and then like Zuthra is supposed to be like this this almost godly being, you know what I mean? So, you know, things like that. And in my mind, that's how it started out whenever I started the story, but then things started changing according to it, and I had to like slim it down. I had a lot more plans in what I wanted to do with the story than what I could actually do with it because of how short it was, you know what I mean? So it's interesting. I do have to say it's very interesting. Now, also I want to do I want to focus on the isolation too. You know, Tiana's growing isolation. It reflects her inner turmoil and the inevitable rebellion of the people around her that arises when it's basically when a leader becomes out of touch with their people. You know what I mean? Like she just becomes completely delusional, and it's all about the bloodlust. It gets to the point where she doesn't even care about it being men that gets tortured. She just wants people tortured. You know what I mean? She just has an open desire to see freaking pain, basically, is what it is. So these are the things I want to do now. I will start up my second stream later on, and I will I'll start, since I've gone through and I've reviewed the old story and I've kind of told you what I want to do. I'm going to come back and I'll start out with the new open image. That's going to have to do, that'll be concerning the setting, and then I'll start working on that, or I'll have it set up. I've got it basically already, but I'll be able to present it with the setup, establishing Tiana's world, you know, and then like her rule and things of that nature, things that took place after the fall of Lycia. And I don't know, by the time I'm done with all of this, I'll have the first story rewritten, and I'll have this one outlined, plotted, and done with the first version of the story. It's just like last year's short story. It's not finished, you know what I mean? Like, that's not the final version of it. You have to go through and you have to freaking rewrite, make sure the spelling's right, and things of that nature. And I never took time to do it in this time period, so that'll be something that I can work on and get it taken care of. And I will be back next week. I was able to pull off an hour and 12 minutes off of this stream. I also want to say again, thanks for the comment on the YouTube channel for Duncan Williamson. You know, that was great. I'm glad that, you know, his granddaughter reached out on here and actually made a comment. This was a really, really good guy. He really was. If you guys ever get a chance to read his books, read his books. All right. Now I've done a few people on here, but I'll tell you right now, this is a good guy. He has good stories to tell, and you need to check him out. So, with that, I am going to start closing this stream out. I hope you guys enjoy. Later on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and I'm going to edit this video and upload it into a final edit and have it ready. I usually never mess around with editing on the Twitch videos. I always get situations where the stream cuts off and starts back up, so I have like 4 or 5 different sections of it. So I don't even waste my time anymore. It's that crazy. So what I use, like, right now for today, the Twitch stream cut off into like 4 different sections, you know. So what I usually do is I take this recorded version and I edit it and I make it out to where it's nice. And again, I do want to thank Mark from Frigate. You know, that really drives me nuts. I'm gonna pop up Discord real quick so that I can actually get the name of it, because he did a good deal. I've been looking for something that I can use waveform in live streams, and to me this was a big find. So I do want to thank you for that. And it's Dragus Productions. That's where you find him. He's got pretty good shows. He's got Cafe Enigma, and he also has another radio show that he does. It's called Censorship Sucks. There was a new one that came out yesterday that I forget the name of the show, but it was pretty good too. So he's got some good radio shows going on, and he also streams them on Odyssey, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube maybe. I don't know if he does YouTube. Now, that might be a no-no for him. I do YouTube, but I don't think he does. If you guys want to check him out, feel free to go over there, and I hope you guys enjoyed. And with that, I have reached an hour and 15 minutes. I think I have done a good job, so thank you guys for watching, and I will talk to you later.
Lena stared at the flickering lights on her control panel. The vast expanse of space stretched out before her, an infinite sea of stars and darkness. The Astrea, her solitary spacecraft, drifted silently through the void, its systems humming softly like a lullaby. She had been traveling alone for months now, the mission simple: to chart a course to the distant galaxy of Epsilon 5, rumored to harbor planets with life-sustaining atmospheres. But tonight, something felt different. As she sipped her lukewarm tea, Lena noticed a peculiar pattern in the star field, a cluster of stars that seemed to pulse in unison, almost like a heartbeat. It wasn't on any of her charts. Intrigued, she initiated a closer scan. The data came back strange, an echo reverberating through the ship's sensors as if something, or someone, was calling out from within the stars themselves. She leaned in closer, her fingers dancing over the holographic interface. The pulse grew stronger, a rhythmic thump that resonated deep within her chest. And then, as if in response, the ship's AI, Orion, chimed in. "Commander Lena, there appears to be an anomaly within the star cluster ahead. It is emitting a signal, one I cannot decipher." Lena's heart raced. She had heard stories of ancient signals, relics of lost civilizations, drifting through space for millennia. But none had ever been proven true. "Orion, analyze the signal," Lena commanded, her voice steady despite the surge of excitement. For a few moments, the AI worked in silence, processing the data at speeds beyond human capability. Then, it spoke. "Commander, the signal appears to be a message. It is using a modulation that matches no known language but shares similarities with several ancient dialects. Translating now." Lena held her breath, watching the data stream across her display. Characters, symbols, and codes, long forgotten by time, rearranged themselves into something comprehensible. "Traveler, your journey is not by chance. We have awaited your arrival. The answers you seek lie within the heart of Epsilon 5. Follow the path of the stars, and you will find us." A shiver ran down Lena's spine. She had expected to find new worlds, perhaps new life forms, but this was a direct communication, a message from a civilization so old that their language had nearly vanished from existence. "Orion, set a course for the heart of Epsilon 5, Lena ordered, her voice tinged with determination. "As you command," "Commander," the AI responded, and the ship's thrusters ignited, propelling her into the unknown. As the Astrea sped through the stars, Lena couldn't help but wonder, who were they? And what awaited her at the end of this cosmic trail? The echo in the stars had spoken, and she would follow it, even if it led her to the edge of the universe itself.
Sing to me, muse, of that endlessly cunning man, who was blown off course to the ends of the earth, in the years after he plundered Troy. He passed through the cities of many people and learned how they thought, and he suffered many bitter hardships upon the high seas as he tried to save his own life and bring his companions back to their home. But however bravely he struggled, he could not rescue them, fools that they were. Their own recklessness brought disaster upon them all. They slaughtered and ate the cattle of Helios. So the sun god destroyed them and blotted out their homecoming. Goddess, daughter of Zeus, begin now, wherever you wish to, and tell the story again, for us. All the Achaeans, who had survived the war and the voyage home, had long since returned to their houses. That man alone still longed for his land and his wife. The beautiful nymph Calypso was keeping him inside her cavern, wanting to make him her husband. But when the revolving seasons at last brought round the year that the gods had appointed for his homecoming to Ithaca, not even then was he free of troubles. And among his own people, all the gods pitied him, except for Poseidon, who worked with relentless malice against him, until the day when he reached his own country. But that god had gone to visit the distant race of the Ethiopians. Out at the edge of the world, they live in two different regions. Half of them where the sun god sets, and half of them where he rises. They had sacrificed hundreds of bulls and rams, and he sat at the banquet, delighted. Meanwhile the other immortals were assembled in Zeus's palace on Mount Olympus, and the father of men and gods was the first to speak. He felt troubled because he was thinking now of Aegisthus, whom Orestes, Agamemnon's son, had just killed. Thinking of him, he spoke out to the assembly. How ready these mortals are to accuse the gods. They say that all evils come from us, though their own recklessness brings them grief beyond what is fated. Beyond his fair share Aegisthus slept with the wife of Agamemnon, then murdered him when he came home. He knew this would end in disaster. We ourselves told him when we sent down Hermes to caution him not to kill that man, or to touch his wife, since vengeance would come from Orestes once he reached manhood and longed for his country. That is what Hermes said, but his kind words didn't convince Aegisthus, and now he has paid for his crimes. To this, the grey-eyed goddess Athena answered, Father of us, sovereign above all rulers, clearly Aegisthus deserved to be killed, and so does anyone else who commits such crimes. But my heart aches for Odysseus, that ill-fated man, who for so long has been pining away, far from his friends and family, upon a remote island, imprisoned there by Calypso, the daughter of Atlas, that brutal Titan whose sight can pierce to the depths of the sea and who guards the lofty pillars that separate earth from heaven. She is the one who detains that unfortunate man. Ceaselessly, with her soft, insidious words, she tries to entice him and make him forget his homeland, Ithaca, but Odysseus, heartsick to glimpse even a wisp of smoke from his own chimneys, longs to die. Yet you are untouched by his sorrow. Didn't his many sacrifices at Troy win your approval? What do you have against him, father, that you have made him suffer this way? Zeus responded, How can you say such a thing, my dear child? I could never forget Odysseus, that excellent man,
who surpasses all mortals in wisdom and has sacrificed to the gods more than all others. The truth is that Poseidon the Earthshaker holds a grudge against him. He hates him for blinding the eye of Polyphemus the Cyclops, who is his son, conceived by the nymph Thoosa, daughter of Phorcys, the old man of the sea, when she made love with Poseidon in her ocean cave. And my brother, ever since then, has relentlessly stood in Odysseus's way. He stops short of killing him, but he torments his heart by keeping him stranded, far from his own dear country. But now it is time. Let all of us who are here think of a way to bring him back home. Poseidon will have to swallow his anger. He won't be able to resist the will of all the immortal gods. To this, the grey-eyed goddess Athena answered, Father of us, sovereign above all rulers, if it is acceptable now to the blessed gods that Odysseus at last should return to his own dear country, let us send Hermes the messenger to Ogygia to tell that beautiful nymph of our firm decision to let Odysseus go home. In the meantime, I myself will go down to Ithaca, and put courage into the heart of his son and urge him to call a great assembly and speak out in front of the suitors, who, every day, kill more of his sheep and cattle. And then I will send him to Sparta and sand-swept Pylos. Perhaps he will hear some news of his father's return, and will win the praise of mankind for his exertions. When she finished, she tied on a pair of beautiful sandals, and down to earth she flew from the heights of Olympus to the Isle of Ithaca, and at Odysseus's gateway she landed, in front of his house, at the courtyard's entrance. Holding a heavy bronze spear in her hand, she appeared in the form of a stranger, Mentes, the Taphians' king. She found the suitors sitting outside the door on hides of Odysseus's oxen that they themselves had slaughtered. They were taking their ease and playing at backgammon. Heralds and servants bustled around, some mixing wine and water for them in large bowls, others carving them lavish portions of meat, or wiping the tables with sponges, and setting the food out. Telemachus was the first of the men to see her. He was sitting among the suitors, troubled at heart, daydreaming that his great father had come back home from wherever he was and had driven the suitors out headlong, and regained his honors and ruled his house once again. As he imagined all this, he caught sight of Athena, and he hurried straight to the entrance, ashamed that a guest had been waiting, neglected, at the front door. He went up, clasped her right hand and took her spear, and he said, Welcome, sir. You will find me a courteous host. Have something to eat, then tell me why you have come here. With these words he led the way, and Athena followed. And when they entered the palace, he placed a spear upright inside the spear rack, against a tall pillar, along with the many spears that belonged to Odysseus. He led her to a magnificent chair, and upon it he spread a fine linen cloth, and had her sit down, and he pulled out a stool for her feet. Then he drew up a smaller chair for himself, apart from the suitors, so his guest would not be disturbed by their noise, their rudeness, and their insolence, and turn with disgust from the meal. Besides, he wanted to ask some questions about his absent father. Soon a handmaid came up with a beautiful golden jug, and she poured clear water over their hands as they rinsed them, catching it in a silver basin, and then she placed by their side a table of polished wood. And a carver served them with platters of all kinds of meats, and 2 golden cups, which a herald kept coming back to refill with wine. Then all the suitors entered and took their places on benches and chairs throughout the hall. Their attendants poured water over their hands, and the serving women brought out large wicker baskets piled high with bread, and they helped themselves to the food that was set before them. And when they had eaten and drunk as much as they wanted, the suitors turned their attention to other matters, to singing and dancing, which are the crown of a feast. A herald brought out a beautiful lyre and gave it to Phemius the poet, who sang for the suitors against his will. They forced him to entertain them. So, sweeping the strings, he struck the first chords of the prelude. As Phemius played, Telemachus said to Athena, with his head bent close so that nobody else would hear him, Dear stranger, I hope that you will not be offended if I speak my mind. Those men over there, it is easy for them to think of nothing but singing and dancing. They are sponges, consuming someone else's estate without paying for it. Someone whose white bones lie out in the rain, washed up on some distant shore, or tumble about in the pounding waves of the sea. If he ever returned to Ithaca, you can be certain that each one of them would pray to be faster, not richer. But that man has certainly died by now. It is hopeless, and we have no consolation, even if someone came to assure us that someday he will return. He never will. But tell me, and tell me truly, who are you and who are your parents? Where do you come from? And tell me also, I really would like to know, if this is your first time here. Or are you a friend of my father's? He used to entertain many guests in the old days, and used to visit a lot as well. Athena answered, Certainly I will tell you. I am Mentes, son of Anchialus, and I am king of the seafaring Taphians. I and my crew have put in here on our voyage to foreign lands. We are bound for Cyprus, bringing a cargo of iron to trade for copper. I am indeed a friend of your father's, and have been for a very long time. Just go and ask Lord Laertes. I hear he no longer comes to the town, but stays out on his farm, and lives a hard life, with only one old woman as his attendant, who serves him with food and drink when exhaustion takes hold of his limbs as he trudges back home across the slopes of his vineyard. I have come here because men said that he had appeared, your father. But now I can see they were wrong, the gods are still delaying his journey. He isn't dead, though, I am sure of that. He must be alive still, somewhere, on some desolate island, far out at sea, a captive of savage tribesmen, who keep him against his will. I am no seer or soothsayer, but the immortals have put a prophecy into my mind. I am certain that it will come true. And this is what I foresee: Odysseus will soon return to his own dear country. Even if he is bound up in iron chains, he will find some way to escape. He is a man of infinite cunning. But tell me now, are you really his son? You must be. You certainly look like him, with your face and your handsome eyes. It is really quite an amazing resemblance. Oh, I remember him well. We spent a great deal of time together, before he sailed to Troy with the rest of the Argive commanders, though since that day we have never set eyes on each other. Telemachus, that sensible young man, said, Friend, I will speak as frankly as you have spoken. My mother says that I am his son, though of course I cannot know that. No man can ever be sure who his own father is. But I wish that I were the son of some man, who was blessed to attain old age at home with his family, enjoying his own possessions. As it is, the one who everyone says is my father must be the most unfortunate of all men. Athena answered, Yet surely the gods have apportioned great honor to you and your line, since Penelope gave birth to such an excellent son. But tell me, who are these fellows? What are they doing here carrying on like this? I have never seen such a rowdy, insolent crowd of gluttons, carousing in every room of your palace. Any good man would be disgusted at such indecent behavior. Telemachus said, You may well ask me, my friend. This house was once rich and orderly, when the man we are speaking of lived here. Since then, the gods in their malice have changed their plans, and have made him vanish from sight as no other man has. I wouldn't have grieved so much if he had been cut down among his comrades at Troy, for then the Achaean commanders would have built him a funeral mound, and he would have won lasting fame for his son as well. But the storm winds have swept him away without a trace. He has gone and left me with nothing but sorrow and tears. Nor do I mourn just for him, since the gods have brought down other troubles upon me. All the princes who rule the neighboring islands of Dulichium, Sam, and forest-covered Zacynthus, and the noblemen who have power in Ithaca, all these men are courting my mother, and as they do they devour my possessions. And though she hates the idea of remarrying, she can neither reject it outright nor can she choose. Meanwhile these men are destroying my inheritance, and soon they will bring me to ruin. A funeral mound, and he would have won lasting fame for his son as well. But the storm winds have swept him away without a trace. He has gone and left me with nothing but sorrow and tears. Nor do I mourn just for him, since the gods have brought down other troubles upon me. All the princes who rule the neighboring islands of Dulichian, Sam, and forest-covered Zacynthus, and the noblemen who have power in Ithaca, all these men are courting my mother, and as they do they devour my possessions. And though she hates the idea of remarrying, she can neither reject it outright nor can she choose. Meanwhile these men are destroying my inheritance, and soon they will bring me to ruin. Deeply indignant, Pallas Athena answered, "What gall! If only Odysseus could be here now to wipe out this arrogant mob," and stood at the door with his helmet and shield, and spears in his hands, as strong and vigorous as he was the first time I saw him in our palace, taking his pleasure in wine and food. He was traveling back from Ephyra, after a visit to Ilus, the son of Murmurus. He had sailed there in search of a deadly poison to spread on the bronze tips of his arrows. Ilus refused to supply it, in reverence for the eternal gods. But my father, who was very fond of Odysseus, gave it to him. If he still is the man he was at that time, and came to confront these fellows, they would all meet with a swift death and a bitter marriage. But such things lie in the hands of the gods, of course, whether or not he returns to take vengeance upon them in his own house. Meanwhile you need to act and come up with a way to get rid of the suitors. Early tomorrow morning call an assembly, invite the lords of this island and lay out your case before them. Call on the gods as your witnesses, and command the suitors to leave. And here is some further advice. I hope you will listen. Take your best ship and man it with 20 oarsmen, and set out to look for your father, who has been gone for so long. Maybe someone has seen him, or maybe you will hear some rumor of him that turns out to be true. First go to Pylos and interview Nestor, from there go on to Sparta, to Menelaus, since he was the last to return of all the Achaean commanders. And if you hear that your father is still alive and on his way home, just grit your teeth and hold out for 1 more year. But if you should learn of his death, come back at once, build him a tomb, and perform all the funeral honors that are his due, then give your mother in marriage to a new husband. And when you return, start thinking of how to kill these insolent suitors, whether you do it by stealth or attack them openly. It is no longer fitting for you to act like a child, since you are a man now. Haven't you heard what fame Orestes has won all over the world because he cut down Aegisthus, the treacherous man who murdered his father? You too, and I see what a tall and well-built young fellow you are, must act boldly, so that men of the future will praise you. But now I have to go back to my ship and comrades, who are probably growing impatient at this delay. I leave the matter to you. Think my words over. Telemachus said, "Friend, you have spoken to me with great kindness, as a father would speak to his son, and I will not forget your words. But though you are eager to go to your ship, stay here with me in the palace until you have taken a bath and refreshed yourself. Then you can leave with a beautiful gift, the kind of precious thing that a host gives an honored guest." Athena answered, "Don't keep me here any longer, I need to be on my way now. As for your gift, choose some treasure, and hold it for me until I stop here on my way back. And I assure you you won't lose in the exchange when you visit my house." Then, in an instant, Athena disappeared, flying up through the air like a bird. And she filled his heart with strength and courage, and brought his father to mind more vividly than ever. He felt the change and was wonderstruck. He knew that a god had been with him. And at once he rejoined the suitors, godlike himself. The famous poet was singing for them, and they sat and listened to him in silence. He sang the bitter tale of the Achaeans' homecoming from Troy, and the misery that Athena caused them. Upstairs, Penelope, Icarius's wise daughter, heard his inspired singing, and from her room in the women's quarters she walked down the great staircase, and 2 of her handmaids followed closely behind her. And when she came near the suitors, she stopped and stood by one of the roof-bearing pillars, holding her veil across her face, and a handmaid stood on each side. And as tears filled her eyes, she spoke to the god-touched poet, "Phemius, you have other tales to enchant us, marvelous tales that you might choose, of the doings of men and gods, which our poets have celebrated. Sing one of these to the company, as they listen in silence and drink their wine. But sing us no more of this dismal tale, which always harrows my heart, since beyond all other women, I have been pierced by unassuageable sorrow, as I remember, and ceaselessly mourn my beloved husband, a man whose glory has spread throughout all Hellas and Argos. Telemachus said to her, Mother, why this request? Would you really deny our poet the right to please us however the spirit moves him? It isn't the poets who are to blame for what happens, but Zeus himself. He deals with each of us mortals as he sees fit. We shouldn't criticize Phemius when he sings of the Danaans' wretched fate, since men always give their highest praise to the newest song they have heard. So don't be upset. Have courage, mother, and listen. Odysseus isn't the only hero who died at Troy. There were many other good men who were killed there. In astonishment at his strong words, she went upstairs to her private quarters, pondering what he had said. She went to her bedroom, accompanied by her maids, and there she mourned and wept for her husband until Athena closed her eyelids in lovely sleep. Phemius, you have other tales to enchant us, marvelous tales that you might choose, of the doings of men and gods, which our poets have celebrated. Sing one of these to the company, as they listen in silence and drink their wine. But sing us no more of this dismal tale, which always harrows my heart, since beyond all other women, I have been pierced by unassuageable sorrow, as I remember, and ceaselessly mourn my beloved husband, a man whose glory has spread throughout all Hellas and Argos. Telemachus said to her, Mother, why this request? Would you really deny our poet the right to please us however the spirit moves him? It isn't the poets who are to blame for what happens, but Zeus himself. He deals with each of us mortals as he sees fit. We shouldn't criticize Phemius when he sings of the Danaans' wretched fate, since men always give their highest praise to the newest song they have heard. So don't be upset. Have courage, mother, and listen. Odysseus isn't the only hero who died at Troy. There were many other good men who were killed there. In astonishment at his strong words, she went upstairs to her private quarters, pondering what he had said. She went to her bedroom, accompanied by her maids, and there she mourned and wept for her husband until Athena closed her eyelids in lovely sleep. Meanwhile the suitors were making a huge commotion, each man longing to take her to bed. In the midst of all that noise, Telemachus shouted out, Be quiet, all of you. Stop this disgraceful uproar. Let us enjoy the banquet with dignity, for it is a fine thing to listen to such a poet as the one we have here, whose singing is like a god's. And tomorrow morning, let us all take our seats in the meeting place. I want to announce in plain words my decision that you must leave my palace. Go now, feast somewhere else, and eat up your own provisions, moving from house to house. But if it seems better to destroy one man's estate and pay nothing for it, then don't stop. I will call on the heavenly gods, in the hope that Zeus will send you what you deserve, and will let me destroy you right here, without reprisal. Amazed at the young man's boldness, each of the suitors seethed with anger, and thought about how to respond. At last Antinous, son of Eupeithes, answered, Telemachus, the gods themselves must have taught you to speak to us in this blustering, arrogant way. I just pray that Zeus won't ever let you be king of Ithaca, though it is what your father bequeathed you. Telemachus said, Antinous, I must tell you that I would be glad to accept that rank if Zeus grants it. It is kind of you to be so concerned for my welfare, but I can assure you, it isn't bad to be king. One's house becomes wealthy, and one is held in more honor. I realize that there are plenty of other princes here on Ithaca, any of whom might rule now that Odysseus is dead, and good luck to that man. But I will at least be master of my own house, and of all the slaves that my father left in my keeping. At once Eurymachus, son of Polybus, answered, Telemachus, it is up to the gods to decide who will be king of Ithaca. By all means keep your possessions, be master of your own house, and may nobody ever rob you of what is yours. But tell me now, my valiant young friend. Who was that stranger sitting beside you? Who are his people? Did he bring you news of your father's return, or did he come to see you about some private affair? He seemed as if he was nobly born, but he rushed off so suddenly that none of us got to meet him. Telemachus said, Eurymachus, I am sure that my father will never return. I no longer trust rumors, wherever they come from, nor do I believe the words of the seers and soothsayers whom my mother questions here in the palace. As for the stranger, he is king of the Taphians, and an old friend of my father's. His name is Mentes, son of Anchialus. These are the words he spoke. But in his own heart he knew that the stranger was an immortal goddess. The suitors now turned to the pleasures of singing and dancing, and their revels continued even as twilight came, but at last they departed, and each walked back to his house. Telemachus went to his high-ceilinged room, which was built in a sheltered place with a view of the splendid courtyard, and he walked on, pondering many thoughts in his mind. And with him, holding 2 torches, went Eurycleia, the daughter of Ops the son of Pisenor. Laertes had purchased her many years before, in her youth, for 20 oxen, and he had treated her always with as much respect as he gave his own wife, and he did not sleep with her, for fear of his wife's resentment. She had nursed Telemachus as a child, and of all the handmaids, she was the one who loved him the most. He opened the bedroom door, sat down on the bed, took off his tunic, and handed it to the old woman, who folded it, smoothed it, and hung it up on a hook by the side of the bed. Then slowly she left the room, pulled the door shut, holding its silver handle, and drove the bolt into the hole by its leather strap. And all through the night, wrapped in a woolen blanket, he imagined the journey Athena had told him to make.
In the time of Babylon, when the city gleamed under the watchful eyes of Marduk and his pantheon, there existed a shrouded domain known only to the priesthood. This domain was steeped in secrecy and was said to house ancient terrors and forgotten gods. Among these deities lurked Labasu, a figure wrapped in layers of myth and dread, known to the learned priests as the harbinger of chaos and the guardian of the abyss. The temple complex of Marduk loomed over the city, a monumental structure of obsidian and gold, where the flickering flames of incense danced like spirits in the night. Within these sacred halls, the priests gathered, adorned in elaborate garments woven with symbols of power. They were the keepers of arcane knowledge, the interpreters of the will of the gods, and the shield against the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume the world. One such priest, a man named Amut, was renowned for his unyielding devotion and scholarly pursuits. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he delved deeper into the ancient texts, uncovering tales of Labasu, an entity that existed on the fringes of reality, said to manifest during times of great upheaval. It was whispered that Labasu could influence the minds of men, drawing them into madness and despair, and bending their wills to his own. Amut's nights were often filled with visions, unbidden and vivid. In the starlit hours, he would see the shadowy form of Labasu, a grotesque figure with elongated limbs and a maw that gaped like the abyss itself. The priest could hear the distant echoes of whispers, beckoning him to a place beyond the veil of existence. In these dreams, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and distort, revealing glimpses of a world where light and dark coalesced into an ever-shifting landscape. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Amut sought the counsel of the elder priests, those who had long guarded the forbidden texts. Their faces were etched with the lines of age, and their eyes shimmered with a knowing glint. They warned him, their voices grave, to delve into the secrets of Labasu is to dance with madness. The whispers you hear are not mere fantasies, they are the remnants of those who have succumbed to his influence. Yet Amat was undeterred, believing that understanding Labasu would grant him power over the chaos that loomed beyond the city walls. He immersed himself in the texts, poring over translations and incantations. Each revelation brought him closer to an understanding, but also deeper into the shadows that enveloped him. One fateful night, under a blood-red moon that hung low in the sky, Amat decided to perform a ritual to summon the essence of Labasu. In the heart of the temple, surrounded by flickering candles and sacred artifacts, he carved intricate symbols into the floor, forming a sigil that pulsed with a dark energy. As he began to chant the ancient incantation, the air thickened, and a palpable tension enveloped the chamber. The shadows in the corners of the room writhed and danced, and Amat felt an overwhelming presence descend upon him. The walls of reality seemed to shatter, revealing the vast emptiness beyond. In that void, Labasu emerged, a being of pure chaos, his form shifting and swirling like a storm. The darkness twisted into grotesque shapes, echoing with the cries of the damned. "Why do you summon me, priest of Marduk?" the entity rumbled, its voice a symphony of despair. "Do you seek power, or do you wish to embrace the void?" Amat, trembling yet resolute, spoke of his desire for knowledge, to understand the forces that shaped the cosmos. Labasu's laughter reverberated through the chamber, a sound that chilled the blood in Amat's veins. "Knowledge is a double-edged sword, mortal. Those who seek it often find themselves ensnared in webs of their own making. Will you pay the price for enlightenment?" As Amat's heart raced, he could feel the weight of the entity's gaze upon him, a pressure that threatened to crush his very soul. But the allure of forbidden knowledge held him captive. "I will pay any price," he declared, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at his insides. In response, Labasu began to weave a tapestry of shadows around them, pulling Amat into a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Here, time lost all meaning, and the boundaries of reality dissolved. Visions flashed before his eyes, glimpses of ancient civilizations rising and falling, of wars fought in the name of gods and demons, and of knowledge lost to the tides of time. Within this abyss, Amat discovered secrets that twisted his understanding of existence. He learned of the intertwining fates of gods and men, of rituals that could alter the course of history, and of the delicate balance that held the universe in place. But with each revelation, a creeping madness began to unfurl within him, gnawing at the edges of his sanity. Labasu's voice echoed in the depths of his mind, a seductive whisper that promised power and control. "Embrace the chaos, Amat. With my knowledge, you shall become more than a mere mortal. You will be a harbinger of change, a vessel through which the void can manifest." As the visions continued to flood his mind, Amat felt himself teetering on the brink of despair. The weight of the knowledge he had gained became unbearable, and the shadows danced ever closer, threatening to engulf him whole. In that moment, he realized the true nature of Labasu, an entity not merely to be understood, but one that thrived on the very essence of fear and chaos. In a final act of desperation, Amat clung to the memory of Marduk, the embodiment of order and light. He summoned every ounce of willpower to push back against Labasu's influence, to reject the madness that sought to consume him. "I am a servant of Marduk," he shouted, his voice echoing defiantly through the abyss. The shadows recoiled, and for an instant, the entity faltered. Amat seized the opportunity to break the connection, the dark tendrils of Labasu's power tearing away from him. With a surge of strength, he chanted an incantation of protection, calling upon the divine energy of Marduk to shield him from the void. As the ritual reached its climax, the chamber erupted in a blinding light, illuminating the dark recesses of the temple. Labasu's form began to dissipate, the shadows retreating as if banished by the radiance of Marduk. In a final, desperate roar, the entity was pulled back into the darkness, leaving Amat gasping for breath, trembling on the floor of the temple. When the light faded and the shadows receded, Amat found himself alone, the air heavy with the remnants of the ritual. He had faced the abyss and emerged, but at a cost. The knowledge he had gained would forever haunt him, a whisper in the back of his mind, reminding him of the thin veil that separated order from chaos. In the days that followed, Amat struggled to return to his duties as a priest. The vision still lingered, and the shadows seemed to dance at the edges of his perception. The other priest sensed a change within him, a weight that had not been there before. Though he spoke of the importance of vigilance against the encroaching darkness, the flicker of madness could not be concealed. He began to notice the signs of Labasu's influence throughout Babylon. The people whispered of strange occurrences, dreams plagued by shadows, the sickened cries of those possessed by an unseen force, and the inexplicable misfortunes that befell the city. A fear gripped the hearts of the citizens, and Amut realized that Labasu was not merely a distant deity but a looming presence that sought to unravel the very fabric of their existence. Desperate to safeguard the city, Amut sought the counsel of the elder priests once more. In the dim light of the sacred chambers, he recounted his encounter with Labasu, the knowledge gained, and the chaos that followed. The elder priests listened intently, their expressions a mixture of concern and dread. "It is as we feared," one elder spoke, his voice trembling. "Labasu's influence has permeated our city. The boundaries between realms weaken, and we must act swiftly to restore balance." Together, they devised a plan to perform a great purification ritual, one that would draw upon the collective strength of the priesthood and the divine power of Marduk. They gathered in the heart of the temple, their chants echoing through the sacred halls, weaving a tapestry of light and order to combat the shadows. As the ritual unfolded, the air crackled with energy, and a golden light enveloped the chamber. Amut stood at the forefront, feeling the weight of his past decisions and the burden of the knowledge he had unwittingly unleashed. He concentrated on the essence of Marduk, channeling the divine energy into the very heart of Babylon. But even as the ritual progressed, Amut felt the lingering presence of Labasu, whispering darkly in the recesses of his mind. "You cannot escape me, priest. Your fear feeds me, and the shadows shall always return." The battle between light and darkness raged within him, and as the ritual reached its zenith, Amut let out a cry, summoning the strength of Marduk to banish the chaos. The light surged, illuminating the temple and casting the encroaching shadows into retreat. The voices of the priests harmonized, a powerful chorus that reverberated through the sacred space, binding them in purpose and faith. Yet, as Amut poured his spirit into the ritual, he could still feel Labasu's presence, a palpable whisper that threatened to unravel his resolve. "Foolish mortal," Labasu taunted from the depths of his mind. "You think your feeble light can hold back the darkness? I am eternal, a shadow that will always find a way to seep into the cracks of your reality." With each word, Amut felt his determination falter, but the memories of the people of Babylon, of their hopes, their prayers, and their love for life, fueled his strength. "No! I will not succumb to your whispers," he shouted, drowning out the darkness with the echoes of Marduk's glory. In that moment of defiance, the energies of the temple converged, illuminating the very essence of the cosmos. Amut felt a warmth envelop him, a divine embrace that filled him with purpose and clarity. The sigils carved into the temple floor glowed with a radiant light, pulsing in sync with the rhythm of the priest's chants. As the ritual intensified, a blinding light erupted from Amut's being, pushing back against the shadows, dispelling the whispers that sought to claim him. The priests around him raised their arms, channeling their collective will into the radiant force. The walls of the temple trembled, the very foundations vibrating with the surge of energy as Marduk's presence filled the air. In that moment, Amut understood the true nature of power. It was not simply knowledge or the ability to manipulate the forces of the cosmos, it was the unity of purpose, the strength of community, and the unwavering faith in the light that would always prevail against the encroaching darkness. As the last notes of their chants faded into the air, the shadows of Labasu recoiled, howling in frustration. "You may have won this time, priest, but know that I am always near. The void cannot be banished forever, it will return, and with it, chaos shall reign." The light began to fade, and Amut, now exhausted but resolute, felt the weight of his experiences settle upon him. The rituals had sealed the rift, at least for now, but the knowledge he had gained from Labasu would forever linger in his mind. He had tasted the chaos, glimpsed the abyss, and he knew that the battle was far from over. In the days that followed, Babylon began to heal. The whispers of fear gradually dissipated, replaced by a renewed sense of hope. The priests continued their vigilance, working tirelessly to maintain the balance between light and darkness. Amut, now regarded with a mixture of reverence and caution, dedicated himself to the temple and the service of Marduk. Yet, as he walked the corridors of the temple, he often found himself staring into the distance, lost in thought. The shadows no longer danced at the edges of his vision, but the memories of his encounter with Labasu haunted him, a constant reminder of the thin line between sanity and madness. Late at night, when the city was still and the stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the vastness of the cosmos, Amat would sit alone in the temple, poring over the ancient texts. He sought to understand Labasu, to comprehend the nature of chaos itself, and in doing so, he found fragments of truth buried within the shadows. Through his studies, he learned of the priesthood's historical role in Babylon, their intricate rituals designed not only to honor the gods, but also to ward off the supernatural forces that sought to disrupt the natural order. The priesthood was a barrier, a shield for the people, wielding the knowledge of the ancients as both a weapon and a safeguard. Among the scrolls, Amat discovered references to other entities that existed beyond the veil, beings that, like Labasu, craved the attention of mortals and sought to extend their influence into the realm of the living. There were tales of the fierce and protective goddess Ishtar, who wielded the power of love and war, and of the ancient god Tiamat, whose primordial chaos birthed the world. But it was the story of the nameless terrors that drew him most. In hushed tones, the elders spoke of shadowy figures that slipped through the cracks of reality, whispering promises of forbidden knowledge and power. Each tale was more disturbing than the last, describing the fates of those who had succumbed to their influence, minds shattered, lives torn asunder by the weight of secrets that were never meant to be known. As the moon waxed and waned, Amat became increasingly consumed by his obsession. He gathered his fellow priests, sharing the stories of Labasu and the other entities, urging them to remain vigilant and prepared. They held rituals not just to honor Marduk, but to strengthen their defenses against the darkness that lingered beyond the threshold. But as he delved deeper into the shadows, Amat began to sense a change within himself. The fear and chaos that Labasu had instilled in him morphed into a fascination, a desire to understand the very nature of existence. The whispers of Labasu echoed in his mind, intertwining with his thoughts, tempting him with the promise of enlightenment and power. The duality of his existence, the priest of Marduk battling against the pull of chaos, created a rift within him that could not be ignored. He found himself drawn to the dark, lingering at the edge of the abyss, wondering what lay beyond the veil of sanity. The more he resisted, the more he craved the very chaos he sought to banish. One night, as the stars shimmered in the sky like distant eyes watching over the earth, Amat made a decision that would change the course of his life forever. He would confront Labasu again, this time not as a servant of Marduk, but as a seeker of truth. He longed to understand the nature of the chaos that had ensnared him and the world around him. In the sacred heart of the temple, he prepared for the summoning, drawing upon all he had learned from the ancient texts. The air thickened with tension as he etched the sigils into the floor, the symbols glowing with an ethereal light. He knew the risks, but felt a pull that was impossible to ignore. As he began to chant the incantation, the shadows around him quivered and swirled, responding to the invocation. The air grew cold, and Amat felt a familiar weight settle upon his chest as Labasu emerged from the depths of darkness, a formless entity that writhed and twisted before him. "Why do you seek me again, Amat?" Labasu intoned, its voice a chorus of whispers that resonated within the very fabric of the cosmos. "Have you not learned the folly of your curiosity?" Amat stood firm, his heart racing yet resolute. "I seek understanding, Labasu. I wish to know the nature of chaos, the truth that lies within the shadows." A sinister laughter echoed through the chamber, reverberating like a thunderstorm. "Understanding comes at a price, mortal. You tread a dangerous path, one that leads to madness. Do you dare to pay the cost?" "I am willing," Amat replied, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I will embrace the darkness to find the light within." As Labasu coalesced into a more defined form, Amat felt the air pulse with an energy that transcended comprehension. The shadows danced around him, swirling in a hypnotic rhythm that drew him in. Visions flooded his mind once more, images of worlds beyond the stars, realms where chaos reigned supreme, and where existence itself was a mere whisper in the void. "Open your eyes to the truth," Labasu whispered, its voice a seductive melody. "Know that the universe thrives on chaos, that without it, creation would falter. You are but a fragment in this grand tapestry. Amat fought to maintain his grip on reality, but the allure of the shadows was intoxicating. "What is the cost?" he asked, his voice trembling. "What must I give to understand?" "You must surrender your will, your grasp on the fabric of your reality. Embrace the chaos, and you shall see the world as it truly is," Labasu replied, its form shifting, becoming more palpable. In that moment, Amat felt a surge of fear. The darkness beckoned, promising power beyond imagination, but he realized that to fully embrace it would mean forsaking his connection to Marduk, the very essence of order that had guided him throughout his life. In a desperate bid for clarity, he grasped the memory of his people, the warmth of their hopes, and the light of their prayers. "I cannot abandon my faith, Labasu. I am a servant of Marduk, a protector of Babylon," he declared, summoning the strength of his devotion. The shadows recoiled, and Labasu's laughter turned to rage. "You choose the light over the truth? Very well, priest. But know this, chaos is patient. It will wait for you, lurking in the shadows of your mind, until you are ready to embrace it." As Labasu's presence began to dissipate, Amat felt the weight of his decision. He had faced the abyss and had chosen to turn away, but the taste of chaos lingered on his lips, an intoxicating promise of what lay beyond the veil. He understood now that the struggle between light and darkness was eternal, a cycle that defined existence itself.